Isis Audiobooks presents an unabridged recording of Nightshade, written by Stephen Leather, read by Paul Thornley. The moral right of the author has been asserted. This performance is owned by Isis Publishing Limited. Nightshade. Nightingale shivered as he stared at the house. It was a neat, semi-detached with a low wall around the garden and a wrought iron gate that opened onto a path leading to the front door. There was no garage, but half of the front lawn had been paved over as a parking space for a 5-year-old Hyundai. Beyond the car was a path leading to the rear garden, which was how he planned to get into the house. It was after midnight, and the streets were deserted. It was a cloudy night with only occasional glimpses of the moon overhead, and the lights were off in pretty much all the houses in the street. Nightingale eased open the gate, slipped inside and closed it behind him, then walked carefully down the path and around the side of the house. He stopped and peered through the kitchen window until he was sure that there was no one there, then walked to the kitchen door. He tried the handle and wasn't surprised to find that it was locked. He'd brought a makeshift burglary kit with him, including tape, a glass cutter and a screwdriver, but he didn't want to start breaking glass unless he had no choice. There was a large glass sliding door that led into the sitting room. The curtains were drawn, but there was enough of a gap to see that the room was in darkness. He pulled on a pair of grey surgical gloves, checked the lock at the side of the door and smiled to himself as he took out the screwdriver. It took him only seconds to force the screwdriver into the gap between the door and the wall and pop the lock. He gently slid the door open, pushed the curtain aside and stepped into the room. He stopped and listened for a full minute, then slowly slid the door closed. There was a sofa and an armchair and a glass and chrome coffee table facing a 42-inch LCD television. He went over to the TV and pressed the back of his hand against the screen. It was cold, so the family had been in bed for some time. In his pocket was a small can of starting fluid that he'd bought from a garage in South London. He'd turned up in his MGB, and the mechanic who'd sold him the fluid had assumed that Nightingale was having trouble getting the old car started on the cold mornings and suggested he bring it in for a service. Nightingale said he would have a go himself, but that if the problem continued, he'd book it in. It was premium starting fluid, which meant that it was 60% diethyl ether, perfect for giving a boost to a reluctant engine, but also a very efficient way of putting someone into a deep sleep. He tiptoed across the sitting room and into the hallway, listened again, and then headed up the stairs, keeping close to the wall to minimize any squeaking boards. When he reached the landing, he stopped and listened again. There were 4 doors. There was one to the rear of the house that he assumed was the little girl's bedroom. The door immediately to his left was open. The bathroom. He guessed that the bedroom facing the street would be the master bedroom where her parents were sleeping. The door was open slightly, and Nightingale tiptoed over to it, breathing shallowly. He pushed it open. The woman was closest to him, sleeping on her side. Her husband was on his back, snoring softly. Nightingale took a handkerchief from his pocket, twisted the top off the can and soaked the material with the fluid. He tiptoed across the carpet and held the ether-soaked handkerchief under the woman's nose for the best part of a minute, then draped it over her face. He prepared a second handkerchief and did the same to the husband. When he was satisfied that they were both unconscious, he tiptoed out of the room and pulled the door closed behind him. His heart was racing, and he stood where he was for a full minute, composing himself, before soaking a third handkerchief with ether and pushing open the door to the little girl's bedroom. She was lying on her back, her blonde hair spreading out across the pillow like a golden halo, breathing slowly and evenly. Nightingale closed the door quietly, wincing as the wood brushed against the carpet. When he turned back to the bed, her eyes were open and she was staring right at him. "You're Jack Nightingale, aren't you?" she said. Nightingale said nothing. "You've come to kill me, haven't you?" Chapter 1. 3 weeks earlier. Jack Nightingale woke up, stretched and lit a Marlboro. As he lay on his back and blew smoke rings up at his ceiling, he ran through what lay ahead of him that day. He had to explain to a middle-aged woman that the father of her 2 children had a second family up in Birmingham, and that on the nights he told her he was away on business, he was actually with them. He had to spend the afternoon in a pub, watching a barmaid who a brewery was convinced was ripping them off to the tune of £1 a week by serving sandwiches she had made herself, and not the ones the brewery provided, and in the evening he had to follow an unfaithful wife. Nightingale knew the woman was being unfaithful because he'd already followed her to a hotel where she'd spent 2 hours in a room with a co-worker. The cuckolded husband had read Nightingale's report, but now he wanted photographs. So far as Nightingale was concerned, photographs would just be rubbing salt into the wound. But if that's what the client wanted, Nightingale was happy enough to provide them. At a price. He finished the cigarette, stubbed it out in a crystal ashtray on his bedside table, and looked at his watch. It was just after 8 o'clock. He had set his mobile to silent, so he checked the screen to see if he'd received any calls. He hadn't. He put down the phone and considered lighting another cigarette, but he decided to shave and shower instead. He padded to the bathroom. So far as Nightingale was concerned, it was going to be a typical day, business as usual. It was only in the movies that private detectives got involved in car chases and shootouts or met steely-eyed blondes packing heat. Most of Nightingale's work involved following sad, lonely and embittered people on behalf of sad, lonely and embittered clients. But it paid the bills and kept him off the streets. Actually, that wasn't true. Much of what he did involved being in the street, which is why he favoured comfortable hush-puppies as his footwear and generally wore a raincoat. He looked at himself in the bathroom mirror as he shaved. He bared his teeth and wondered how much teeth whitening would cost. Nightingale was a smoker and coffee drinker, and both addictions played havoc with his enamel. As he climbed into the shower, he had no idea that 8 children were going to die that day, nor that their deaths were going to change his life forever. The man who had killed the children was sitting at his kitchen table cleaning his shotgun as Nightingale rinsed the shampoo from his hair. His name was Jimmy McBride, and he was a farmer with a small holding near Berwick-upon-Tweed, the most northern town in England. McBride had made himself a cup of Nescafe and 2 slices of toast, and he kept breaking off from cleaning the shotgun to drink and eat. McBride had a few hundred cattle, a decent number of chickens, and almost 50 acres that supplied new potatoes to the Morrison's supermarket chain. McBride lived alone on the farm. He'd never married, and once he'd reached the age of 40, he had resigned himself to living a solitary life. He did most of the work on the farm himself, though when the potatoes needed harvesting, he brought in a team of Polish contractors. They worked hard, the Poles, and they never complained about the weather or the long hours. McBride had owned a gun since he was a teenager and used it to keep the rabbit population down. Like most farmers, McBride hated rabbits. They weren't cuddly cartoon characters. They were parasites that needed to be kept under control, and the best way to do that was a blast from a shotgun, followed by several hours in a casserole with onions, carrots, served with new potatoes pulled straight from the ground. There was a box of shotgun shells on the table next to his toast. There had originally been 250 in the box, but he'd bought them 2 years previously, and there were only about 100 left. That would be more than enough. On the chair by his side was the canvas bag he always took with him when he went out rabbit shooting. It was big enough to hold 50 cartridges, a flask of whiskey-laced coffee, and a pack of sandwiches. McBride filled the bag with cartridges, let himself out of his farmhouse, and walked across a ploughed field, whistling softly to himself. It took him less than half an hour to reach the school. There was a large sign at the entrance that said, "Welcome," in a dozen languages. The wrought iron gate was closed but not locked, and McBride pushed it open. He already had 2 cartridges in the breech, and as he walked across the playground he snapped the twin barrels into place. A bald man in a grey suit opened the door that led to the main school offices. The deputy headmaster, Simon Etchells. Etchells frowned as he saw the shotgun in McBride's hands. "Excuse me, can I help you?" he called. McBride continued to walk across the playground. "You can't bring a gun onto school premises," shouted the deputy headmaster. "I really must ask you to leave." McBride shot the man in the face without breaking stride. The man fell to the ground, his face and chest a bloody mess. 3 pigeons that had been sitting on the roof scattered in a flurry of wings. He walked into the main school building. The administration offices were to the left, and beyond them was the canteen. McBride turned to the right. There were classrooms leading off both sides of the corridor. There were posters and artwork on the walls, including photographs of all the pupils with their names handwritten underneath. And above the doors in multicoloured capital letters were the names of the teachers. McBride ignored the first two classrooms. He was humming quietly to himself. Mozart. He seized the handle of the door to his left and opened it slowly. As he stepped into the room, the teacher turned to look at him. He frowned and lowered the book he was holding. There were 32 boys and girls sitting at tables, sharing textbooks. A few of the children were frowning, but most of them were more quizzical than worried. Grace Campbell was sitting at the table on the left of the room, between a red-haired boy and a plump girl with pigtails. McBride swung the gun up and pulled the trigger. Grace took the full force of the blast in her chest, and she fell back as blood sprayed across the wall behind her. The sound was deafening, and the air was thick with acrid, choking cordite, but no one said anything. The children stared open-mouthed at McBride, unable to believe what they'd seen. The teacher, a middle-aged man with a receding hairline and a greying moustache, backed away, his hands up as if hoping to ward off the next shot. McBride turned on his heel and walked out of the classroom. As he reloaded and headed across the corridor, the screams began. As McBride opened the door to the second classroom, the teacher was standing facing his class and shouting at them to be quiet. The children were talking among themselves, but they immediately fell silent when they saw McBride and his shotgun. The teacher held up a hand, palm outward, as if he was a policeman stopping traffic. "You can't come in here," said the teacher firmly, in the voice that he used to keep unruly pupils in order. McBride brought his gun to bear on a girl sitting by the window. Her name was Ruth Glazebrook, and she had arrived at school that day with invitations to her 11th birthday party. She was only inviting girls because she still thought that boys were yucky. And besides, her mother had said that she could only invite 6 friends because they were going to go to McDonald's and money was tight. McBride pulled the trigger, and Ruth's face disintegrated and she slammed against the wall. The teacher staggered backwards and he tripped over a desk and fell to the floor before scrambling on all fours and hiding behind his desk. The children sitting at Ruth's table stared at McBride in horror, but the rest of the pupils ran to the back of the room. McBride raised the shotgun to his shoulder again, sighted on another girl, and pulled the trigger. The girl's name was Emily Smith, and she died clutching the invitation that Ruth had given her just minutes earlier. McBride walked out of the classroom, ejecting the 2 spent cartridges. He slotted in 2 fresh ones as he walked to the next classroom. Chapter 2. Philippa Pritchard had heard the first shot, but it had been in the playground, and she'd assumed that it had been a car backfiring. The second shot had been closer, but she still hadn't realised what it was until the screaming had started. The third and fourth shots followed in quick succession, and the 34 children in her class all looked at her fearfully, waiting to be told what to do. The problem was, Philippa had absolutely no idea what to tell them. She had been a teacher for almost 20 years, but nothing had prepared her for the sound of gunshots and the screaming of terrified children. There was only one way out of the classroom, and that was through the door that led to the corridor. Philippa looked at the windows. They led out to the playing fields at the rear of the school. "Everyone, over to the windows, quickly," she said. The children looked at her, too shocked to move. She clapped her hands. "Come on, this is a fire drill. Let's pretend that the corridor is filled with smoke and that we have to escape through the windows." She walked quickly over to the nearest window. It was the sash type with a catch. She took a chair from one of the boys and stood on it. She had to stand on tiptoe to reach the catch, and it was stiff, but she pushed hard and forced it to the side. She stepped down off the chair and pushed the lower pane up. "Right, come on," she said, pushing a table close to the window. "Onto the chair, and then onto the table and through the window. Come on, quickly." She heard a metallic click in the corridor and her stomach lurched as she realised what it was. The shotgun had been reloaded. "Come on, everybody, let's do this as quickly as possible," shouted Philippa, fighting to keep the fear out of her voice. The first pupil was on the table looking nervously out of the window. It was Jacob Gray, a timid boy, who had a tendency to blush when spoken to. "Jacob, jump! Go on!" "It's too high, miss," he said, his voice trembling. Just do it, Jacob! You're holding everyone up! The door handle turned slowly. Philippa turned to look at the door, her heart in her mouth. The door opened and she saw the twin barrels of a shotgun followed by a green Wellington boot. "Miss, I'm scared," said Jacob. "Just jump, now!" shouted Philippa. Philippa gasped as the middle-aged man stepped into the classroom and raised the shotgun. He was grey-haired and ruddy-cheeked, as if he spent a lot of time outdoors. It was his eyes that chilled Philippa. They were blank, almost lifeless. There was no tension in the man, no anger, no emotion at all. He just stood in the doorway looking slowly around the room, his finger on the trigger. Philippa took a step towards the man. She was more terrified than she'd ever been in her whole life, but she knew that she had to protect the children. She put up her hands the way she'd tried to calm a spooked horse and tried to maintain eye contact. "You need to leave," she said as calmly as she could. "You need to go now. You're frightening the children." The man didn't look at her. He continued to scan the room, the twin barrels of his shotgun matching his gaze. "You have to go," said Philippa, more forcibly this time, but still the man paid her no attention. Jacob fell through the open window and yelped as he hit the ground outside. Philippa took a quick look over her shoulder. 2 girls were on the table and a third stood on the chair, looking anxiously at the man with the gun. Philippa made a shooing motion with her hand, then turned to look at the gunman. He had raised his shotgun to his shoulder, and Philippa gasped as she saw his finger tighten on the trigger. He was aiming it at Paul Tompkinson, one of her favourite pupils, always eager to please and one of the first to put up his hand, no matter what the question being asked. She opened her mouth to scream, but before the sound could leave her lips, there was a deafening bang and the shotgun kicked in his hand. The children screamed and scattered like sheep to the back of the classroom. Philippa realised that there was a child lying on the ground, what was left of his head touching the wall. Blood and gobs of brain were dripping down the wall. Philippa covered her mouth with trembling hands. The 2 girls on the table threw themselves through the window, screaming. The man swung the shotgun in Philippa's direction, and her stomach turned liquid. She felt her bladder open, and a warm wetness spread around her groin, but she was barely aware of it. Her legs began to shake uncontrollably, and she mentally began to run through the Lord's Prayer. "Our Father, who art in heaven," and then the shotgun swung away from her and roared again. A girl fell, her chest and face a bloody mess. Philippa realised it was Brianna Foster, one of the quietest girls in the class, so passive that Philippa had to constantly keep an eye on her to make sure that she wasn't being bullied. Brianna lay on the floor like a broken doll as blood pooled around her. The gunman turned back to look at Philippa, and for the first time they had eye contact. He broke the shotgun and ejected the 2 cartridges. They flew through the air and clattered onto the floor. The man groped in his haversack with his right hand, slotted in 2 fresh cartridges and snapped the weapon closed, all the time keeping his eyes fixed on Philippa. He brought the shotgun up, so that it was pointing at her chest and the breath caught in her throat. She was sure that she was going to die there in the classroom, in front of her pupils. Time seemed to freeze, and all she could think of was that she would never see her husband again. Her dear, darling Clive. She'd kissed him on the cheek when he'd left the house that morning, and she'd said that she loved him. And it gave her a small feeling of satisfaction that if they were her last words to him, then at least he would know that he was loved. For the first time, she saw something approaching emotion in his eyes. Not anger, not hatred, not contempt, but something approaching regret. She saw him swallow, and then he turned around and walked out of the classroom. Chapter 3. The first armed response vehicle pulled up in front of the school with a squeal of brakes. A firearms officer piled out of the BMW while the driver unlocked the gun cabinet and pulled out 2 G36 carbines. Both men were wearing black uniforms and bulletproof vests and had Glock pistols holstered on their hips. There were more than 100 pupils gathered in front of the railings. "What the bloody hell are they gawping at?" asked Sergeant Mickey Rawlings, though the question was rhetorical. There were a dozen adults among the crowd, presumably the teachers. Rawlings walked over and raised his hand. "Who's in charge?" he shouted. A middle-aged man in a tweed jacket with black leather patches on the elbows walked over.
"The head is off today, and her deputy is—"
He grimaced and pointed to a body in the playground about 50 feet away.
"What happened here?"
asked Rawlings.
"There's a man in the school with a shotgun. He shot Mr. Etchells and he's walking through the school shooting children."
"Wait here," said the sergeant. Then he raised both hands above his head. "Would you all please move down the road?" he shouted. "I need you to all move well away from the school now." No one moved, and the sergeant wished that he could do what they did in the movies and fire his gun into the air. But he knew that would be the quickest way off the force. He took a deep breath and shouted at the top of his voice. "Everybody, move down the road now!" he yelled. "There's a man in there with a gun and you're all at risk." A second ARV arrived and squealed to a halt. The teachers started herding the children down the road. The sergeant turned to the teacher next to him. "You're sure it was a shotgun?" The teacher nodded. An armed policeman ran over from the newly arrived ARV. He was Ricky Gray, a relative newcomer to the unit, but an excellent shot and unflappable under pressure. He nodded at Rawlings. "Any idea how many shots have been fired?" Rawlings asked the teacher.
5, 6 maybe."
"Was it a double-barreled shotgun or a pump-action?" asked Rawlings. The teacher frowned.
"I'm not sure. Did it have 2 barrels, or did it just have 1?
The teacher nodded.
2.
The 2 ARV drivers hurried over to Rawlings. The driver of Rawlings' car was holding 2 carbines, and he handed one to Rawlings. His name was Vic Rhodes, and he'd worked with Rawlings for more than 5 years. 4 was the minimum for an emergency entry, but Rawlings would have been happier with 6. As if a fairy godmother was granting him wishes, a third ARV came roaring down the road. "And what does he look like?" Rawlings asked the teacher.
"Like a farmer. Waterproof coat and green Wellington boots."
"How old?"
40, 50 maybe. I didn't hang around to get a good look."
Rawlings patted Rhodes on the shoulder. "Call in a sit-rep, Vic," he said, then jogged over to the car. Sergeant Tom Chisholm climbed out of the front passenger seat and nodded at Rawlings. Though he was the same rank as Rawlings, he had more experience and he naturally assumed the role of OPCOM, Operational Commander. "There's another car on the way," said Chisholm. He nodded at the school building. "Heard anything?" 5 shots, maybe 6. There's 1 casualty in the playground." Rawlings pointed at the body of the deputy headmaster. A shot rang out from the school and the policeman flinched.
"Make that 7,
said the officer who was accompanying Chisholm, 22-year-old Neil Sampson. "OK, we're going straight in," said Chisholm. "There are kids at risk. I'm not waiting for a senior officer." A police van was heading towards them. Sampson handed Chisholm his G36. "Let's get in there," said Chisholm. "If there's a bloody inspector on that bus, we'll be out here all day." The 6 men ran towards the school entrance, cradling their carbines. Chapter 4. As the armed policeman raced across the playground to the main school building, McBride was walking down the corridor towards the school's gymnasium. In the classroom behind him was another dead girl, shot at point-blank range while the rest of the pupils screamed in terror. The double doors leading to the gym were panelled with glass, and McBride could see a balding teacher in a dark blue tracksuit peering at him, his hands shading his eyes. McBride raised his shotgun, and the teacher turned and ran away from the doors. McBride stopped, took a long, deep breath, exhaled slowly, and pushed the doors open. Several of the children screamed, but most of them just stared at him open-mouthed. The teacher pushed his way through the children to a fire exit. He pushed the metal bar that opened the door and shouted for the pupils to get out. McBride swept his shotgun from side to side, then settled on a dark-haired boy with girlish features who was standing with his hands over his eyes, peering through his splayed fingers. McBride stepped forward with his left leg, raised the butt to his shoulder, braced himself for the recoil and pulled the trigger. The boy's white T-shirt burst into a vivid crimson, and he fell backwards, his hands still over his face. Chapter 5. Sergeant Chisholm flinched at the gunshot. He turned to look at Rawlings, who was to his left. Chisholm grimaced and pointed straight ahead. They were moving down the corridor, checking the classrooms one by one and making sure that they were clear. They had found 2 dead girls in a room on the right of the corridor, and another dead girl in a room to the left. They were just about to move into the next room on the left, and through the open door they could already see a dead boy sprawled on the floor. Normal procedure would be to continue checking the rooms as they moved down the corridor, but there was only one gunman, and the shot had come from immediately ahead of where they were. The gymnasium. Chisholm pointed straight ahead, and Rawlings was already moving. They ran quickly, followed by their 4 colleagues, guns at the ready. Their footfalls echoed off the tiled walls as they ran at full pelt, but they were still 20 metres from the gymnasium doors when they heard the second shot. Chapter 6. The teacher was screaming at the children to get out, standing with his back to McBride with his arms outstretched to the side, as if he could shield them with his body. The second boy that McBride had shot in the gym lay twitching on the floor under a basketball hoop. The boy was missing most of his head, and the chest was a bloody mess, but the legs continued to beat a tattoo on the wooden floor, and his right hand was trembling. "Out! Come on! Get a move on!" shouted the teacher. The pupils didn't need any urging. They were all terrified, and pushed and shoved as they forced their way through the fire exit. McBride calmly ejected the 2 spent cartridges and slotted in 2 fresh ones. His eyes were stinging from the cordite and his ears were ringing. He walked over to a wall and slowly sat down. He used his left foot to prise the Wellington boot off his right. He looked over at the fire exit. Most of the children were gone. The teacher was still standing with his arms outstretched, urging on the stragglers. The doors to the gymnasium burst open, and 2 men with black carbines appeared, crouching low and swinging their weapons around. One moved to the left, and the other to the right. Then 2 more stepped through the doors. All 4 were dressed in black, with Kevlar body armour and black ceramic helmets. "Put down the gun or we'll shoot!" shouted Chisholm. All 4 officers had their weapons aimed at McBride. 2 more armed officers appeared, and all 6 men fanned out across the gym, their guns trained on McBride's chest. "It's all right, boys. There's no need for that," said McBride. "Put the gun down!" yelled the sergeant at the top of his voice. His finger tightened on the trigger of his carbine. In one smooth motion, McBride swung the shotgun around and propped the stock on the floor. He lifted his right foot and slipped his big toe onto the trigger. Chapter 7. Sergeant Chisholm realised what the man was about to do. He lowered his carbine and began to move forward, but he had only taken 2 steps when the shotgun exploded, and the man's head disappeared in a shower of blood and brains that splattered across the climbing bars. The sound was deafening in the confined space, and the sergeant's ears were ringing. Neil Sampson groaned and then threw up, bending double as his chest heaved and vomit splattered over the polished wooden floor. Sergeant Rawlings went over to the body, picked up the shotgun and broke it open, ejecting the cartridges and placing it back on the ground. "Weapon is clear." "Let Control know what's happened," said Chisholm. "Tell them to send Socko in." Sampson dropped down onto his knees and threw up again. The sergeant went over to 3 officers who were standing around one of the boys that had been shot. Ricky Gray was crying silently as he stared down at the body. The sergeant put a hand on his shoulder. "Back outside, Ricky," he said. "There's nothing more for us to do here." "Why would anyone kill a kid?" "Who knows?" said Chisholm. "Come on, outside." Rawlings walked over to the second boy, but even from a distance it was obvious that he was stone-cold dead. The officer shook away the sergeant's hand. He was still holding his carbine, his finger inside the trigger guard. "Stand down, Ricky. Come on." "Fucking bastard!" The officer turned on his heel and walked across the gym to the dead man. It looked as if he was about to shoot the corpse, but instead he drew back his right leg and began to violently kick the body, cursing and swearing with every blow. Chisholm hurried over and grabbed Ricky's arm. He pulled him away from the body. "Get a fucking grip, will you?"
That body's got to be post-mortemed, and there'll be hell to pay if it's black and blue. He shot kids. Who the fuck walks around a school shooting kids? Pull yourself together, Ricky. If the top brass see you like this, you'll be off the squad.
Ricky nodded and took a deep breath to steady himself.
Okay.
The sergeant released his grip on the officer's arm and jerked a thumb at the door.
Get back to the vehicle and take a chill pill. The day you start making it personal is the day when you go back on the beat. Got it? Got it, sir.
He headed out of the door, passing 2 uniformed officers. One was a superintendent. Chisholm looked down at the body of the shooter and had to fight the urge to kick it. Ricky had been wrong to lose his temper, but what he'd said was bang on. What sort of nutter would walk around a school shooting kids? The superintendent walked up to Chisholm and nodded curtly. "Are you and your men okay?" he asked. Chisholm appreciated the concern and nodded.
All good. No shots fired.
The superintendent smiled tightly. "Thank heaven for small mercies," he said. "The way the press is just now, they'd be trying to make it out that we shot the kids." He grimaced. "This is a mess." He gestured at the shooter's body. Blood was still pooling around it. "Any idea who he is?" Chisholm shook his head. "Looks like a farmer." "Did he say anything before he topped himself?"
"Something about it being all right and there was no need for it."
The superintendent frowned. "Need for what?" "I think he meant there was no need for us to shoot him because he was going to do it himself." The superintendent sighed. "Why didn't he do that in the first place? Why kill the kids? I'd understand it if he was looking for suicide by cop. But if he was planning to kill himself anyway, he could have done us all a favour and thrown himself under a train." Chisholm scratched his neck. "CID been informed?" "Yes, but taking their own sweet time as usual." The superintendent looked at his watch. "Socko are on their way too." He looked around the gym, flinching at the bodies of the 2 children. "My kids are about their age," he said. "Why would anyone do that?" Chisholm didn't say anything. He knew that the question was rhetorical. The superintendent noticed the vomit on the floor. "What happened there?"
"Young Neil. I sent him outside."
The superintendent squared his shoulders. "Right. Keep this area secure until Socko get here. I'll be outside. The press will be all over us like a rash." Chapter 8. On Thursday, 3 days after the shootings in Berwick, the case came knocking on Jack Nightingale's door. He had his feet up on his desk with a copy of The Sun in his lap when Jenny told him there was a client on the way up. Nightingale frowned. "There wasn't anything in the diary?" "There's nothing in the diary except blank pages," said Jenny. "And your only pressing task is the Sun Sudoku." "For your information, I've finished the Sudoku. I'm on the crossword now. What's his name?" "He didn't give me his name. He said he'd explain when he got here." "He could be a nutter." "Nutters don't tend to phone first," she said. "Did he say what he wanted?" "He said it was a case, but he wanted to talk to you in person. He sounded all right, Jack. No need to get paranoid." "Just because I'm paranoid doesn't mean they're not out to get me," he said. "Who?" Nightingale grinned. "I was joking," he said. They heard the door to the outer office open. "Frisk him first, though, just to be on the safe side." Jenny shook her head and went to greet the visitor. Nightingale heard muffled voices, then Jenny showed a middle-aged man in a dark blazer into the room. He was grey-haired, tall and thin, with the bearing of a former soldier. He had a slight limp and had a walking stick in his left hand. He extended his right hand and flashed Nightingale a tight smile. "My name's McBride. Danny McBride." Nightingale shook the man's hand and waved him to a chair. "Would you like a tea or a coffee?" asked Jenny. McBride smiled and shook his head, and Jenny left the room, closing the door behind her. "How can I help you, Mr. McBride?" asked Nightingale. "I'm sure you heard about the children who died up in Berwick," he said. "The ones that were shot by that psycho," said Nightingale. "Of course." McBride nodded. "That psycho was my brother. James. Jimmy." Nightingale frowned. He wasn't sure what to say. Sorry for your loss didn't seem appropriate. McBride took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. "I want you to find out what happened," he said. "I know what the police think, and I read what was in all the papers. But I want to know the truth, Mr. Nightingale. I want to know what happened." Nightingale ran a hand through his hair and rubbed the back of his neck. "I don't understand what you mean," he said. "The case was closed. Your brother shot the children and then killed himself, didn't he?" McBride nodded. "So it was what the police call murder-suicide, an open and shut case. I don't think anyone knows the real reason my brother did what he did. I want someone impartial to look into it. Someone who can look into it with an open mind." "You think the police got it wrong?" McBride shrugged. "I'm not sure what to think. But he was a quiet man, always kept himself to himself, spent most of the time working on his farm. But he wasn't a bad man, Mr. Nightingale." "But you believe your brother killed those children?" "There's no doubt about that, is there? He shot himself in the gym. The school had CCTV and there's footage of him with the gun." "So what is it you want me to do?" "Nothing I can find out is going to change things. Those children are dead and your brother killed them. I want to know why, Mr. Nightingale. My brother loved kids. He was always great with my sons." Nightingale nodded slowly. "How old are your boys, Mr. McBride?" McBride's eyes hardened a fraction. 10 and 8, he said quietly. "They weren't at the school, were they?" McBride shook his head slowly. "We live in a different town. Alnwick." "And he was always okay with your children?" "Of course." He tilted his head on one side and frowned. "What are you suggesting?" "I'm not suggesting anything. I'm just trying to build a picture of your brother, that's all. My brother was great with kids. My boys spent a lot of time on the farm with Jimmy, and he never so much as raised his voice to them. Have you got children, Mr. Nightingale?" Nightingale shook his head. "Kids can try the patience of a saint at times, especially boys. It's only now that I've got kids of my own I realise the hell that Jimmy and I put our parents through. But Jimmy was great with my boys. He loved kids, Mr. Nightingale. He sponsored a couple of kids out in Africa, and every Christmas he went around the local hospitals and children's homes dressed as Father Christmas, giving out toys." Nightingale nodded thoughtfully. "So why do you think he did it?" "I don't know, Mr. Nightingale. That's what I want you to find out. I've got money. Jimmy left the farm and everything to me. He had more than £250,000 in the bank, and it's all mine now. At least it will be when the solicitors have finished whatever it is they're doing. So I can pay you, Mr. Nightingale. Money isn't an issue. I just want to know why Jimmy turned into a serial killer." "Spree killer," said Nightingale. "Sorry, what?" McBride frowned in confusion. "Serial killings happen at different times," explained Nightingale. "When the killings occur at the same time, it's called a spree." He sighed. "Look, Mr. McBride, sometimes people just snap. People can do terrible things. Maybe something had pushed your brother over the edge and he just wanted to hit back. At children. Maybe kids had been making his life a misery. Maybe they'd been, I don't know, vandalising the farm, hurting his animals, I don't know. I spoke to the local police. Jimmy hadn't reported anything to them, and he would have mentioned it to me. Okay, then maybe he just went crazy. People sometimes just lose it. Schizophrenia, depression. Jimmy was a bit depressed, but you find me a farmer who doesn't bitch and moan. It goes with the job. But he wasn't crazy. My brother was definitely not crazy." As they spoke, Nightingale began to recall more details of the case. It had been on the front pages of the tabloid newspapers and led to the TV news since it had happened. What about the devil worship stuff? The police said they found all sorts of stuff in his computer, videos of animal sacrifice, end-of-the-world stuff. My brother didn't have an internet connection, Mr. Nightingale. He used his computer to do the farm accounts, and that was it. My kids had been nagging him for months to get online so they could Facebook him, but he couldn't be bothered. He doesn't even have a TV on the farm. He's a big reader. McBride forced a smile. Was a big reader, I mean. The police definitely said they found satanic information on his computer. I remember reading that. I'm not arguing with that, said McBride. I'm just saying it wasn't Jimmy that put it there. That's why I came to you. I Googled and it said you were a bit of an expert in things like that. Things like what? You know, black magic, possessions. You've a reputation for working on cases that are a bit out of the ordinary. So what do you want me to do, Mr. McBride? I want you to find out why he did it. That's all I want. I want to know the real reason he took his shotgun to that school and went on a killing spree, because it wasn't about devil worship. I know that for a fact. If he was a devil worshipper, he'd hardly advertise the fact, would he? And you must have seen the pictures in the papers. There was a whole satanic altar thing in his barn, with blood and offerings and all sorts of shit. McBride nodded. Sure, I saw the pictures, and I saw the TV coverage too. He leaned forward so his face was just inches from Nightingale's. But here's the thing. I went to see Jimmy 2 days before the killings. I was in that barn with him, and none of that stuff was there then. None of it. Nightingale frowned and stared at McBride for several seconds without speaking. You heard what I said, said McBride. I'm trying to get my head around it, said Nightingale. He reached for his cigarettes. He offered the pack to McBride, but he shook his head. Nightingale lit one and stared thoughtfully at McBride as he inhaled the smoke and blew a fairly respectable smoke ring at the ceiling. So, the satanic stuff was found when? They were around at Jimmy's farm the day of the shootings, Monday. And you were there when? Saturday? That's right. Jimmy said one of his tractors was playing up and he needed a hand with it. There was no altar there then. So you think someone is setting your brother up as a Satanist? That's exactly what I think. Nightingale flicked his cigarette at the ashtray by his paper, but missed by several inches. But why would anyone do that? That's what I want you to find out, Mr. Nightingale. Even though you know that your brother did kill those children. There's no doubt that he did, but I want to know why. Nightingale took another drag on his cigarette. It won't be cheap, Mr. McBride. Berwick isn't my patch and it's going to take time. My brother has left everything he had to me and my kids, said McBride. Money is one thing I don't have to worry about. But I won't be able to rest until I know why Jimmy did what he did. Chapter 9. Jenny showed Mr. McBride out and then went back into Nightingale's office. He was already back at his Sudoku. She waved the cheque that Mr. McBride had given her. £2,000 on account, she said. On account of the fact that his brother is a child killer, said Nightingale, putting down his paper. What do you think? Asked Jenny. I think it'll make a change from chasing unfaithful husbands, said Nightingale. And the whole satanic thing is interesting. Why would a Satanist kill kids with a shotgun? They go in for ritual killings, don't they? Not much in the way of ritual with a 12-bore. I'll know better once I've had a look around Mr. McBride's barn. He rubbed his chin. Bit of a drive, Berwick. There's a train, she said. That'll get me to Berwick, but what do I do then? You can hire a car, or you could drive up. My MGB isn't up for that, he said. But my Audi is that what you're saying? Nightingale grinned. Vorsprung durch Technik, he said. I'm not your chauffeur, she said. I'll split the driving with you, he said. Can't you fly up? To where? Newcastle? I'm still going to have to get a car, plus I'll have to schlep out to Heathrow. Come on. I'll pay for the petrol and I'll buy you lunch. Jack, seriously, it's a 6 or 7 hour drive. 14 hours there and back. It's an overnighter, and someone has to mind the office. Nightingale nodded. She was right. She usually was. Can I at least borrow the Audi? If you promise to be careful. Cross my heart. I'm serious, Jack. So am I. We'll do a swap. You can borrow the MGB. I'll stick with taxis, thanks, which you'll pay for. I'll get a hotel fixed up for you. When are you going up? Might as well go tomorrow. Strike while the iron's hot. Come on. The office can do without you for one day. The answer machine will be on. No can do. I'm at my parents' at the weekend. Hunting, shooting and fishing. Jenny's parents owned a huge estate outside Norfolk. Eating, walking and napping is what I had planned, said Jenny. Plus, I've got a mountain of reading I want to catch up on. I've got Jodie Picote's new one, and I'm dying to get stuck into it. Is your Uncle Marcus going to be there? No. Why do you keep asking about him? Do I? Every time I say I'm going home. Well, forgive me for expressing an interest in your personal life. Anyway, chick-lit trumps a nice drive up to Bonnie, Scotland, does it? I think you'll find that Berwick is in England, she said. How long do you think you'll be there? What do you mean? Do you think you'll be back on Saturday or Sunday? Doubt I'll be able to get much done on a Saturday, he said. I'll fly up first thing tomorrow and come back Saturday. Evening, maybe. I'll book your flights and hotel, she said. Edinburgh will probably work best, and I'll arrange a hire car at the airport. I'll get the postcode of the farm so I can get the car people to pre-program the sat-nav for you. I'm not completely helpless, said Nightingale. It'll be safer, said Jenny. That way I won't have to deal with an I'm lost phone call when I'm stuck into Jodie Picote. O ye of little faith. I have faith, Jack, just not in your navigation skills. Chapter 10. Nightingale arrived at Heathrow Airport at 10 o'clock on Friday morning, which gave him more than enough time to check in, pass through security and grab a coffee. As he sat in a cafe surrounded by suited businessmen tapping away on laptops and Blackberries, he phoned Robbie Hoyle. Robbie was one of the few serving officers who'd stayed in touch with him when he left the force, but he was more than just a former colleague. He was a friend, and a good one. Robbie was at his desk when he answered, and he told Nightingale that he'd call him right back. 2 minutes later, Nightingale's phone rang, and from the sound of the echo, he figured Robbie had moved to the toilets. I guess I'm still persona non grata, said Nightingale. Robbie laughed. Mate, whenever you call, you want something, so I need to be away from prying ears. That's not true. I'm always calling you for a chat. How's Anna? Anna's great. The kids? All great. You're coming for dinner week after next, right? Wednesday? Absolutely, said Nightingale. It's in my diary. I wouldn't miss Anna's cooking for the world. Look, mate, I need a favour. Robbie laughed. See? OK, I need a favour this time, but that's not the only reason I call you. Stop digging, Jack. The hole's deep enough as it is. What do you want? Do you have any contacts up in Northumbria? Berwick? What sort of contacts? I'm heading up there as we speak. Remember that farmer who took pot shots at school kids? Sure. He topped himself before the armed cops got there, right? Yeah. Well, the brothers hired me. To do what? To find out what happened. He accepts that his brother killed the kids, he just wants to know why. Nightingale realised that a woman in a black suit was looking at him over the top of her spectacles. He covered his mouth with his hand. Do you know anyone who might be able to give me any pointers? Not off the top of my head, but let me ask around. Nightingale thanked him, ended the call, and finished his coffee. The flight was full mainly with businessmen who spent the flight tapping away on Blackberries and laptops. Jenny had booked him a window seat, and Nightingale spent the hour in the air working on the Sun Sudoku. He had almost finished it when the plane's wheels touched the runway. As Nightingale waited in line to collect his rental car, a young girl was being abducted at the other end of the country. Bella Harper was 9 years old, and she had been wandering around a shopping centre with her mother. Mrs. Harper had only taken her eyes off her daughter for a few minutes, but it had been long enough. Bella's abductor was a woman, and she had enticed Bella out of the store by telling her that her mother had fallen ill and had been taken to a first aid room. Once out of the store, the woman was joined by a man, and together they took Bella to a van in the multi-storey car park. It was only as they approached the van that Bella realised something was wrong, but it was too late. The woman pressed a damp cloth over her face, and Bella lost consciousness before she was bundled into the back of the van. As Nightingale started the engine of his rented Vauxhall Insignia, Bella was being driven towards the house where she would spend the next 3 days. The man driving the van had abducted young girls before, and had honed his technique to a fine art. Bella was bound and gagged and lying under a tarpaulin in the back of the van. The house he was taking her to had been well prepared. There was food and clean clothing for the girl, and DVDs to keep her occupied when he wasn't attending to her. And there were large black plastic bags to wrap her in when he'd finished playing with her, and a spade to dig the hole in the new forest where he planned to bury her. Bella was the 5th child that the man and his girlfriend had abducted. The previous 4 were all dead and buried. They had never even come close to being caught, and the man doubted that they ever would. It was all about the planning. As the van drove into the garage and the woman pulled down the door to shield them from prying eyes, Nightingale was driving south to Jimmy McBride's farm. Jenny had been as good as her word. The car rental people had pre-programmed the location into his sat-nav, and a female voice that always sounded slightly disapproving directed him to his destination. He crossed from Scotland into England with no fanfare or change in scenery, and shortly after 3 o'clock he pulled up at a 5-bar gate, next to which was a sign that read, Three Hill Farm. There was a grey Peugeot parked next to the barbed wire fence, and the driver climbed out. It was McBride's brother, wearing a tweed cap and Barber jacket. He shook hands with Nightingale and thanked him for coming. He took a set of keys from his coat pocket and unlocked the padlock on the gate. He pushed it open and the 2 men drove down to the farm buildings. There was a large stone farmhouse with a steeply sloping slate roof, a 2-storey corrugated iron barn streaked with red from rusting bolts, and a large white silo with the look of a stubby intercontinental ballistic missile. McBride parked his Peugeot in front of the farmhouse. Nightingale pulled up next to him and climbed out. "There's no one here?" he asked McBride. A black and white cat was sitting at the front door of the farmhouse, and it mewed hopefully at the 2 men. "My brother worked the farm on his own," said McBride. "He used contract labour when he needed it, but other than that, he was here alone." There were 2 dull bangs off in the distance, and Nightingale flinched. McBride smiled. "Shotgun," he said. "It'll be a farmer taking care of rabbits or crows. You hear them all the time out here." Nightingale took out his cigarettes and lit one. He offered the pack to McBride, but he shook his head. "I gave up years ago," he said. "Sorry," said Nightingale. He held up his cigarette. "You don't mind if I do?" McBride waved his hand dismissively. "They're your lungs," he said. Nightingale lit his cigarette and put the pack away. "What's going to happen to this place?" "My brother left it to me in his will," said McBride. "But I'm not a farmer, and my kids are too young. My son says he wants to be a farmer, but I can't see me hanging on to it for 10 years or so." He shrugged. "I guess I'll just have to sell it." "Your brother made a decent living from the farm?" McBride smiled ruefully. "You never hear a farmer who isn't complaining," he said. "But he was never short of a bob or 2. Once he realised that the EU would pay him not to grow things, he never looked back." "So he didn't have any money problems?" McBride shook his head. "He had 6 figures in the bank," he said. Nightingale blew smoke up at the leaden sky. "I don't get it," he said. "Your brother seems to have had the life he wanted. Why would he suddenly go off the rails the way he did?" "If I knew that, I wouldn't have hired you, would I?" said McBride. He pulled a set of keys from his coat pocket. "I'll show you around." "Let's start with the barn. I'd like to see the altar," said Nightingale. McBride put the keys back in his pocket and walked over to the barn. Nightingale followed, the wind tugging at his raincoat. McBride pulled open a large metal door. It was on rollers, but it was twice his height, and he struggled to keep it moving. Nightingale grabbed the handle and helped. Together they pulled it open, revealing a cavernous space with a concrete floor and metal beams overhead from which hung half a dozen fluorescent lights. To the right of the barn were a tractor and a couple of ploughs, and against the wall was a rack of agricultural tools. To the side of the door was a long workbench, and beyond it was a run of metal stairs that led up to a metal mezzanine level. McBride pointed up the stairs. "Up there," he said. Nightingale stubbed out his cigarette and then went up the stairs slowly, holding on to a metal rail. The stairs were fixed to the metal siding of the barn, and they wobbled silently as he made his way up. The altar was at the far end of the mezzanine. Nightingale took out his mobile phone. Jenny had given him the iPhone as a birthday present, and he still wasn't quite sure how to work it. He bit down on his lower lip as he tapped at the screen, trying to put it into camera mode. "You don't know anything about iPhones, do you?" he asked McBride, who had climbed up the stairs to join him. McBride held out his hand and Nightingale gave it to him. "What are you trying to do?" "I want to take pictures." "You want camera mode," said McBride. He tapped the screen a couple of times and handed it back to Nightingale. "Press the camera button thing." Nightingale took several photographs as McBride stood by and watched. "Why did you come up here on Saturday?" asked Nightingale. McBride pointed at half a dozen cardboard boxes stacked up against the wall. "He kept his spare parts up here," he said. Nightingale took more photographs of the altar. The base was a plank of wood across 3 stacks of 6 bricks. There were black candles and metal crucibles on the plank. Wax had melted and hardened in rivulets that reached from the plank to the metal floor. Hanging from the wall above the centre of the plank was a goat's skull with twisted horns. To the left of the skull was a bunch of dried herbs hanging from a nail, and on its right was a metal pentagram. "And this wasn't here when you came up?" "I'd hardly have missed it," said McBride. Nightingale walked up to the altar and took more photographs. There was a red paste in one of the crucibles that might have been dried blood, and a knife with what looked like dried blood on the blade. "Strange that the police didn't take any of this away," said Nightingale. "And it doesn't look as if they took fingerprints." "They didn't say anything to me about it," said McBride. "First I knew about it was when I saw the photographs in the papers. I drove around and sure enough it was here, but as I said, it wasn't here on the Saturday Jimmy sent me up to get some parts. And the only thing up here was the boxes." There was a large box of Swan Vesta matches on the altar. Nightingale picked it up and slid it open. There were a dozen or so spent matches among the unlit ones. Nightingale put the box down. All the candles had been used and the altar was covered with melted wax that had hardened. To the left of the altar there was a stack of papers under what appeared to be a lump of coal. Nightingale pulled out the papers and flicked through them. They seemed to be printouts from various satanic websites. "What do you think?" asked McBride. Nightingale rolled the papers up and put them into his raincoat pocket. "It looks like it's been here for a while." "Well, I can assure you that it wasn't here last Saturday." "I believe you," said Nightingale. He took more photographs with his phone. "Which means that whoever did it went to a lot of trouble to make it look as if your brother set it up some time ago. Does it look like a satanic altar to you?" Nightingale leaned over to get a closer look at a pentangle that had been drawn on a sheet of paper in what appeared to be dried blood. "It does, yes, but I'm going to get a professional's opinion." "A professional? Someone who's a bit more familiar with this?" "I thought you were," said McBride. "The basics, yeah. But I'm going to run it by someone who really knows her stuff." McBride pointed at the lead crucible in front of Nightingale. "That's blood, isn't it?" "It might be," said Nightingale. He pulled 2 plastic evidence bags from his pocket. He put the crucible in one and the knife in the other. "I'll get it checked out." He turned to look at McBride. "Your brother, was he religious?" "He went to church, but not regularly. Why?" "Does he have a Bible in the house?" "I'm not sure. Why?" Because, if he was a dyed-in-the-wool Satanist, he wouldn't have one. Can we have a look around? Not a problem, said McBride. Are you done here? Just a few more pictures, said Nightingale. He took half a dozen more shots of the altar, then pocketed his phone. I have to say it's weird that the police didn't take this away, or at least rope it off as a crime scene. He shrugged. Maybe they do things differently up here. They've done almost nothing in the way of an investigation so far as I can see, said McBride. They haven't even spoken to me. Are you serious? Well, I went to see them after they took away his computer because they'd smashed in the front door. But they weren't interested in anything I had to say. They didn't ask you about the altar or what sort of person he was. McBride shook his head. Or ask if anything was troubling him. Not a dicky bird, said McBride. They couldn't wait to get me out of the station. Nightingale rubbed the back of his neck. There was clearly something very wrong with the way the Northumbria police were handling the investigation. They went back down the stairs and out of the barn, then walked around the back of the farmhouse. There was a large, well-tended vegetable garden, and beyond it a chicken house the size of a railway carriage. Nightingale winced as the acrid smell of the chickens hit his nostrils. The chickens inside began to cluck and squawk as if they realised there were strangers around. McBride unlocked the back door of the farmhouse and took Nightingale into the kitchen. There was a large green Arga stove, a weathered pine table and chairs, and an overstuffed armchair next to which was a pile of farming magazines. There was a metal gun cabinet on one wall. The cabinet was open and empty. How many guns did your brother have? Asked Nightingale. 3, I think, said McBride. He took one to the school and the police took away the other 2. He never had a problem with his licences? Not that I know of. But they're pretty easy for farmers to get. There are foxes and crows and all sorts of vermin. I wouldn't have a gun in the house, but for Jimmy it was just a tool. So they took the guns and a computer. Anything else? The ammunition. But that was about it. I've got a receipt somewhere. There were 2 dog bowls by the back door, one half full of water. He had dogs? 2, said McBride. I'm taking care of them at the moment. Nightingale walked out of the kitchen and along a stone-flagged hallway. On the walls were framed watercolours, mainly flowers, that appeared to have been done by an amateur artist. Jimmy's study is on the right, said McBride. The curtains were drawn in the study, and Nightingale pulled them open. There was a desk on which there was a printer and 2 wire baskets full of invoices and paperwork. There was a space where a computer had obviously stood. There were more watercolours on the walls. Did your brother paint? Asked Nightingale. McBride shook his head. Our mother, he said. Jimmy hardly changed a thing when our parents passed away. Their bedroom is just the way it was when they lived here. And he sleeps in the same bedroom he slept in as a kid. He's left mine the way it is too. What sort of computer did your brother have? Asked Nightingale. I don't know. A Dell, maybe? Was it a desktop or a laptop? A desktop, with a monitor and a separate keyboard and a printer. They only left the printer. Nightingale looked over at the printer. Next to it were half a dozen photographs in frames. 2 young boys were in most of the pictures. McBride noticed Nightingale's interest. My boys, he said. They worshipped Jimmy. They were like his surrogate kids. That's why what he did made no sense. Nightingale nodded sympathetically. Have you asked for it back, the computer? I went to the station, but they said that they were working on it. Who did you talk to? Some detective, an inspector. Stevenson, his name was. To be honest, he was a bit short with me, gave me the impression that I was bothering him. I'll have a go. He might be more forthcoming with me. He pointed at a Cisco internet router on a table next to a fax machine. I thought you said he didn't have an internet connection. He didn't, said McBride. It's not plugged in. He couldn't get it to work. The kids got me to buy it for him last birthday, so that they could be Facebook friends with him, but he couldn't get the hang of it. He kept saying he'd get someone in to connect it, but he never did. Nightingale went over and peered behind the table. The router wasn't plugged in. He still used faxes for business, said McBride. He didn't even have an email address. I mean, who doesn't have an email address in this day and age? Nightingale nodded but didn't reply. Truth be told, Nightingale didn't have an email address either. If he needed to talk to someone, he preferred to do it face-to-face or on the phone. There was a bookcase against one wall, and Nightingale went over to it. There were 2 shelves filled with Reader's Digest condensed books and several hundred romantic novels by writers such as Catherine Cookson and Barbara Cartland. McBride saw the look of confusion on Nightingale's face at the choice of reading matter. They were our mums, he said. She died 10 years ago. Cancer. Our dad died a couple of years later. Jimmy never left home. He ran the farm with Dad and then took it over when he died. The house is pretty much as it was when we were kids here. He laughed ruefully. Like I said, my bedroom is just as it was. Same wallpaper, same blankets on the bed. Bit of a time warp, really. There was a Bible on one of the lower shelves, and Nightingale pulled it out. That was our father's, said McBride. He was religious. Sure, Church of Scotland, Mum too. But Dad pretty much gave up on religion after Mum died. It wasn't an easy death, and it pretty much destroyed his faith. McBride shrugged. He didn't even want a Christian funeral service. But he kept the Bible. McBride nodded. I guess so. Maybe he forgot it was there. Nightingale replaced it. What I don't see is anything that suggests your brother was interested in black magic. I never saw anything like that. I suppose he could have hidden them. Could we have a look? You mean search the house? If he really was a Satanist, then there'd be books or other paraphernalia. It's a complicated business. McBride looked at his watch. Okay, let's do it, he said. But I'll have to call the wife and let her know that I'll be late. There was a wooden plaque on the wall next to the bookcase, and Nightingale walked over to get a better look. There was a pentangle in the middle, and below it a pair of compasses. McBride joined him. I've never noticed that before, he said. Is it a witchcraft thing? Nightingale shook his head. It's a Masonic thing. He pointed at a small brass label at the bottom of the plaque. That's the name of his lodge. He never mentioned it. It's no big deal. A lot of farmers are Masons. Mainly they're a social and charitable group. A lot of cops used to be Masons, but it's fallen out of favour in the last few years. He went over to the desk and put his hand on a drawer, then straightened up and looked at McBride. With your permission, I'd like to search the house from top to bottom. Looking for what, actually? Anything that suggests your brother really was a Satanist. If he was, then there'd be things he wouldn't want anyone else to see. The police have been through the house. They searched all the rooms when they took away the computer and the guns. Yeah, well, the cops aren't always as thorough as they should be, said Nightingale. Let's see how I get on. Chapter 11. Nightingale spent the best part of 4 hours searching the farmhouse, from a dusty attic filled with old furniture and long-forgotten clothes and odds and ends, down through all the rooms and ending up in a cold, damp basement, which contained a fridge-freezer full of pork and lamb, presumably from the farm's stock. But at no point did he find anything that gave a clue to Jimmy McBride's state of mind or suggested that he was in any way interested in Satanism. There was something disconcerting about the bedrooms. The main bedroom with an ensuite bathroom had obviously belonged to the parents. Their clothes were still in the wardrobes, and there were bottles of makeup and perfume on an old oak dressing table. The bedroom where Danny McBride had slept had posters of rock groups and racing cars on the walls and fishing tackle in one corner, and Nightingale found a collection of dirty magazines at the bottom of a chest of drawers that was still full of underwear, socks and T-shirts. McBride's own bedroom was a throwback to the 50s, with heavy dark wood furniture and more watercolours on the walls. On a bedside cabinet there was a copy of Farmer's Weekly, next to a framed photograph of a middle-aged man wearing thick framed spectacles and a flat cap, a stocky woman with tightly permed hair and 2 young boys grinning at the camera. The McBride family. Nightingale went through every cupboard, every wardrobe, lifted the carpets and checked behind every picture. He checked the toilet cisterns and looked for loose floorboards. He found nothing that suggested McBride was anything other than a hard-working farmer, albeit one with a limited social life. After he'd finished searching the basement, he went upstairs to the kitchen, where the brother was sitting at the table nursing a mug of coffee. He was staring out of the window at the yard, and he turned to look at Nightingale. "I made a coffee. Do you want one?" he asked. "I'm okay," said Nightingale, sitting down at the table. "Find anything?" Nightingale shook his head. "Nothing," he said. "Not a blind thing." "Who's looking after the livestock?" "I brought in a contractor from Sunderland," said McBride. "None of the neighbours wanted to help, not after what Jimmy did." He shrugged. "Can't blame them, I suppose." "You're going to sell it?" "I'm going to have to," said McBride. "I can't see how me or my family can stay in the area, not after this." He smiled ruefully. "It's not as if I don't understand," he said. "If it had been my kids who had been killed, I'd never forgive anyone connected to the killer. You just can't, can you? Every time you saw them, you'd remember what happened. It'd be like rubbing salt into the wound." "It's a nightmare, I know. In a way, your brother has it easy. He's dead, he's out of it." McBride nodded. "It's my kids I feel sorry for. They're going to carry it with them for the rest of their lives, that their uncle was a mass murderer." He sipped his coffee. "The policeman who took away your brother's computer, have you got a number for him?" "I've got his card, I think." He fished in his wallet and took out a Northumbria police business card. He gave it to Nightingale. "What's next?" "I'll try to see this guy and see if I can get the computer back. I'm hoping to get a contact in the police who'll give me some background info, and tomorrow I'll see if I can get a look at the school. I'm heading back to London tomorrow, and I'll get a lab to check the blood on the crucible and knife." "What do you think, Mr. Nightingale? You've seen the house? You've seen what's in the barn? What do you think drove my brother to kill those children?" "I don't know, Mr. McBride. I'll have a better idea by tomorrow." As it turned out, Inspector Colin Stevenson was considerably less forthcoming than Nightingale had hoped. He was a big man with a double chin and a gut that suggested a fondness for beer. He was clearly unhappy at having Nightingale in his office on a Friday afternoon. He sneered at Nightingale's business card and then tossed it onto his desk. The detective's office was a small cubbyhole with a window overlooking the police station's car park. "So, why does Mr. McBride need a private detective?" he asked. "There's a few questions about the case that he would like answering," said Nightingale. "We'd be more than happy to communicate with Mr. McBride," said the detective. "But to be fair, I don't see that there are any questions that need answering. His brother took his shotgun and killed a teacher and 8 children in cold blood, and then he turned his gun on himself." He shrugged. "Case closed." "Mr. McBride would like to have his brother's computer returned." "Why?" Nightingale frowned. "Why? If the case is closed, then it's no longer evidence." "I'll be the judge of that," said the inspector. "Well, now, that's not strictly true, is it?" said Nightingale. "You're not a judge. You're an investigating officer." "But I'll be the one who decides when something is no longer evidence." He folded his arms defensively. "That computer is staying where it is." "Like you said, the case is closed. Why do you need it?" "The inquest is yet to be heard," said the inspector. "What's on the computer shows the state of his mind." "Which is?" The detective smiled thinly. "I'm not a psychiatrist," he said. Nightingale smiled amiably. "OK, how about this? It says in the papers that you found evidence of Mr. McBride visiting various satanic websites." "I can't comment on that." "You already have. Or someone from your office has. It was all over the papers." Nightingale was finding it hard to keep smiling. "That may be so, but under the Data Protection Act I can't reveal any details of what might or might not be on his computer." "But you found satanic stuff on the computer." I can't comment on that.
The papers said that McBride had visited various satanic websites and was researching devil worship.
The detective shrugged carelessly. Again, I can't comment on that.
Someone doesn't appear to have had any problems talking to the press.
What the papers choose to publish is nothing to do with me, said the detective. He looked at his watch. I think I've given you more than enough of my time, Mr. Nightingale.
Then I'd better cut to the chase, said Nightingale.
The press had been told that McBride's computer was full of satanic stuff, and that he'd been visiting websites dealing with devil worship and child sacrifice. That's nothing to do with the police, said the inspector flatly, and he looked at his watch again.
No, but when you put that together with the satanic altar in the barn, it gives the impression that McBride was some sort of devil-worshipping nutter, doesn't it?
The inspector put up his hands. I couldn't possibly comment, he said.
Here's the thing, said Nightingale. McBride didn't have an internet connection. He wasn't visiting any websites. He didn't even have access to email.
The inspector's eyes narrowed. There's a router in the farmhouse. I saw it myself.
There is indeed, but it's never been connected. His brother bought it for him last year, but McBride never got around to having it connected.
The colour seemed to have drained from the policeman's face.
So you can see why my client's a tad confused, said Nightingale. There's no internet connection at the farm, but you're telling the press that he was prowling through the web and Googling human sacrifice and downloading all sorts of crap onto his computer. But I think you know as well as I do that didn't happen.
Nightingale stood up.
Anyway, I've taken up more than enough of your valuable time.
I'd be careful if I were you, said Stevenson.
Yeah? In what way?
Making accusations like you have been. That could come back and bite you in the arse.
Nightingale took his cigarette and slid one between his lips.
You can't smoke in here, said Stevenson.
Nightingale ignored him and walked out of the office. He waited until he was outside the building before lighting a cigarette. As he blew smoke up at the leaden sky, he saw Stevenson looking down at him, a contemptuous sneer on his face. Nightingale smiled up at the detective. Oh well, can't win them all, Nightingale muttered to himself. Chapter 12. Jenny had booked Nightingale a room at the Sly Fox, a pub overlooking the North Sea on the outskirts of Berwick. It was a cosy place, with thick walls and small windows to cut down the chill factor of the freezing wind that blew in from the sea. Nightingale's room was comfortably furnished with a large brass bed, a heavy scuffed leather armchair, and a massive oak wardrobe with a fox hunt carved into the doors. He tossed his overnight bag onto the bed and phoned Robbie. "Any joy with a Berwick contact?" he asked. "I'm working on it, mate. I'm heading back tomorrow afternoon. Be great to see the guy before I go," said Nightingale. "Seriously, I'm on it," said Robbie. "How's it going?" "I met a DI today, but he's less than helpful." "What'd you expect? No one appreciates strangers on their patch, especially ones less than forthcoming in the winning friends and influencing people department." "I've been all sweetness and light," said Nightingale. "He took a computer from McBride's and won't let me have a look at it." "He won't hand over evidence in a criminal investigation?" said Robbie, his voice loaded with sarcasm. "Well, shame on him." "There is no investigation, that's the point." "I'm only winding you up, mate," said Robbie. "Soon as I get a name, I'll get back to you." Nightingale ended the call and went downstairs to the bar. It was an L-shaped room with a roaring fire, the walls dotted with polished horse brasses and framed paintings of fox hunts. They didn't stock Corona, so he ordered a Budweiser. The landlord was the man who'd checked him in, a big, bearded Geordie with a tattoo of a mermaid on his right forearm that suggested a previous career in the merchant navy. He gave Nightingale a menu and he ordered fish and chips. The landlord grimaced and he leant across the bar, lowering his voice to a gruff whisper. "I probably shouldn't tell you this, but the chef's off tonight and the missus is cooking.
If I were you, I'd go for the shepherd's pie or the chicken pasta bake, because the chef did 'em, and all she has to do is warm them up." He winked conspiratorially. Nightingale toasted the landlord with his Budweiser and ordered the shepherd's pie. "So, is this England or Scotland?" he asked as he waited for his food to appear from the kitchen. "You're joking, right?" said the landlord. "What can I say? I'm from London." "You don't sound like a southerner." "I was brought up in Manchester." "Red or blue?" Nightingale chuckled. "United, what else? So, joking apart, did we cross the border?" "The England-Scotland border is a movable feast," said the landlord. "It switched back and forth 13 times over the years. But at the moment, you're in Northumberland. Here's hoping it moves back at some point, because between you and me, I'd rather be in Scotland. My kids wouldn't be paying their own university tuition for a start. That wouldn't be happening if we were counted as Scotland." "I'm free prescriptions," said Nightingale. He raised his bottle of Budweiser. "To bonny old Scotland." He drank and then motioned at the beer pumps. "Get yourself one. Keep me company." "Don't mind if I do," said the landlord. "I'll take a whiskey if that's okay with you." "All good," said Nightingale. The landlord picked up a glass and held it under one of the optics. "You know, this is the devil's town, truth be told," he said as the whiskey sloshed into his glass. "Say what?" The landlord grinned. He used his fingers to drop a couple of ice cubes into his whiskey. "It's in the Bible. When the devil was tempting Jesus, trying to get him over to the dark side, he held out a map of the world and told Jesus he could have dominion over everything he could see. But, as he held out the map, the devil had his thumb over Berwick because he wanted to keep it for himself." "Nice story," said Nightingale. "There are those around here who say it's more than a story," said the landlord. He raised his glass. "Cheers, anyway." "Cheers," said Nightingale, and he clinked the neck of his bottle against the landlord's glass. As the landlord drank, he caught sight of the television on the wall. It was tuned to Sky News, and a police press conference was about to start. He grabbed the remote and turned up the sound. "Looks like she's still missing," he said. "Who?" "Little girl was abducted in Southampton. Some pedo snatched her in the shopping centre." On the screen, a man and a woman were sitting together at a long table. She was in her 30s, hollow-eyed and her blonde hair messy. The man was equally haggard, and he was holding the woman's hand tightly. "That's her parents," said the landlord. "Can you imagine what they're going through?" "How old's the girl?" asked Nightingale. 9. Mum took her eyes off her for a minute and she was gone." A uniformed police officer took the seat next to the mother, an assistant chief constable. At the other end of the table was a large man in a dark blue suit with the world-weary eyes of a senior detective. On a board behind the table were posters featuring the missing girl. In the middle of the poster was a blow-up of her school photograph. She was a little angel with long, curly blonde hair, blue eyes and porcelain skin. "They should hang him," said the landlord. "Anyone who messes with a kid, hanging's too good for them." "No arguments here," said Nightingale. "You got kids?" Nightingale shook his head. "Well, I've got 3. 2 of them are girls. If anyone laid a finger on them, I'd swing for 'em, no question." The uniformed officer gave a short, prepared speech, basically laying out the facts. That 9-year-old Bella Harper had been abducted from a shopping centre in Southampton, possibly by a man and a woman. Witnesses had seen a man and a woman getting into a white van with a girl who might have been Bella. They didn't have a description of the couple or the registration of the van. Then he asked the parents to say a few words. The woman spoke first, or at least tried to. She barely managed a dozen words before she broke down in a flood of tears. Her husband put his arms around her and, in a trembling voice, appealed for whoever had taken Bella to send her home safe and well. "She's our angel. She's never done a bad thing in her life. She doesn't deserve this. Please, send her home. Please don't hurt her." He should use her name, said Nightingale. What? He needs to personalise her. He should use her name in every sentence, and he should give more personal information about her. Her pets, her school, what she likes to do. If the guy that has her starts to think of her as a human being and not an object, then he's more likely not to kill her. Nightingale realised that heads were starting to turn in his direction, and he stopped talking and drank his beer. "How do you know so much about it?" asked the landlord, putting down his glass. "I used to be a cop in another life," said Nightingale. "Down in London." "And you dealt with stuff like this?" "Abductions? Yeah, a few." "How do they normally end?" "Depends who the abductor is. If it's a family member, then there's a good chance they'll find her. But if it's a stranger and they don't find her within 24 hours, then it's usually bad news." He shrugged and sipped his lager. The father finished speaking. Tears were running down his face. A telephone number appeared at the bottom of the screen. Nightingale hoped that someone somewhere was reaching for a phone with information that would help them find the little girl. But the rational part of his brain knew that such television appeals rarely worked. The police were going through the motions, knowing that they would be criticised if they didn't mount an appeal, but knowing that virtually all the calls they received would be false alarms that would tie up valuable police resources. "I hope to God they find her," said the landlord. "Amen to that," agreed Nightingale. "You know, it's Friday the 13th today." "I'd forgotten that," said Nightingale. "Nothing good happens on Friday the 13th. What's the world coming to? Why would anyone take a child?" "Paedophiles are sick," said Nightingale. "It's their nature. You can't change them. All you can do is keep them away from children. The only safe paedophile is a paedophile behind bars. Or dead. They should just put them down, like dogs." Nightingale nodded but didn't say anything. "So, why are you up here then?" asked the landlord. "I'm looking at that school shooting, the farmer who killed the kids." The landlord frowned. "I thought you weren't a cop anymore." "I'm a private detective now," said Nightingale. "And someone is paying you to come up here and investigate." Nightingale realised that it probably wouldn't be the smartest move to broadcast who his client was. "Department for Education," he lied. "They want to know if school security was at fault." He held up his empty bottle. "Another, please. Another whiskey for yourself." "Don't mind if I do," said the landlord. He fetched a fresh Budweiser for Nightingale and poured himself another whiskey. "So, did you ever run into Jimmy McBride?" asked Nightingale. "He came in now and then," said the landlord. "Wasn't overly social, you know." He nodded at a table by the window. "Sat over there on his own when he did come in. He'd drink a couple of pints and read his paper." "Always on his own?" The landlord nodded. "I don't remember him ever being with anyone. Don't get me wrong, he wasn't a bad sort. He'd say hello and maybe mention the weather, but you'd never find him at the bar chatting with the locals." "I no sense that he was the sort of guy who'd do what he did." "I don't know about that," said the landlord. "But they always say it's the quiet ones, don't they?" "I'm not sure that's true," said Nightingale. "Usually there are signs, especially when there's that degree of violence involved. The guy's either a brooder, bottling it all up until he explodes, or he has a temper and has a habit of lashing out." "McBride wasn't either of those," said the landlord. "He was just a regular guy." "A regular guy with a shotgun?" "He was a farmer. Every farmer around here has a shotgun or two." "So when you heard what he'd done, what did you think?" The landlord scratched his ear. "To be honest, I thought he'd been possessed." "Possessed?" "By the devil. Something made him do it, and the devil seems like the obvious candidate." Nightingale couldn't work out if the man was serious or not. Before he could say anything, a stick-thin woman with sharp features appeared with a tray. "Shepherd's pie," she called, and Nightingale raised his hand. The woman gave him the tray, scowled at her husband, and went back to the kitchen. "We've had a bit of a row," explained the landlord. He shrugged. Women. Can't live with them. Can't throw them under a bus. Chapter 13. You know, we had witches around here. More witches than almost anywhere in the UK, said the old man, sitting opposite Nightingale. His name was Willie Holiday, and he was a retired farm worker, well into his 70s. He was sitting at a corner table next to the roaring fire with Nightingale and another of the pub's regulars, a 50-year-old former miner who gave his name only as Tomo. Nightingale had bought them several pints and had knocked back 4 Budweisers himself. I didn't know that, said Nightingale. Willie nodded. Loads of them. We were awash with witches in the 1600s. They had their own way of proving it. They'd stick needles in them, and if they were innocent, they bled, and if they didn't bleed, they were witches. That seems fair enough, said Nightingale. Willie frowned. Or was it the other way around? The 3 men laughed. The thing is, witchcraft isn't always a bad thing, said Tomo. My wife swears by crystals and pyramids. We've got dozens in the house. We even sleep under one. How does that work? Asked Nightingale. It's a paper lampshade in the shape of a pyramid, and I have to say I've never had a bad night's sleep since she put it up. He rubbed his left knee. She uses a crystal on my knee when it gives me grief, and that works too. He shrugged. Did it when I was down the mines. It's always worse in the winter, but she rubs different crystals over it and the pain goes away. That's not really witchcraft, said Nightingale. If it works, said Willie. We've got haunted houses and spooky castles by the boatload. You've heard about the devil and Berwick, right? The thumb thing, yeah? Funny story, that. Makes you wonder why the devil wanted the town. Must have had his reasons, said Willie. He drained his glass and looked at Nightingale expectantly. Nightingale grinned and headed over to the bar. The bill would be going on McBride's account, so he figured he might as well keep the locals happy. He returned to the table with 2 pints and a bottle of Budweiser and sat down. Speaking of the devil, did you ever come across Jimmy McBride? The guy that shot the kids. Willie sighed. Aye, that was a rum-do, that was. You knew him? Used to, said Willie. There was a time when I used to give him a hand on the farm when he was busy. Bet he uses Polish gangs now. What was he like? Quiet. Wouldn't say boo to a goose. Just got on with whatever needed doing. Never married? He didn't seem to have much interest, if you ask me. But farming's like that. You work all hours, you tend not to have much of a social life. Tomo chuckled. How does that explain your 6 kids and 15 grandkids, Willie? Willie smiled ruefully. I met the right woman early on, he said. But it's a real problem for a lot of farmers. Days can pass when you don't leave the farm. Cows have to be milked, livestock has to be fed. There's the EU paperwork. You don't get much time for dating. And what was he like with kids? Willie frowned. What do you mean? He shot 8 kids. Why would he do that? Willie shook his head. God knows, he said. I wondered if kids had been vandalising the farm, giving him a hard time, something like that. This isn't the big city, said Tomo. We don't have gangs of vandals or even much graffiti. So why did he do what he did? Asked Nightingale. The 2 men shook their heads. Who knows, said Tomo. We've never had anything like that happen before. Happened in Scotland, said Willie. Remember, back in 1996, Dunblane. What was that guy's name now? Thomas Hamilton, said Nightingale. He shot 16 children in a primary school. They never found out why he did it, did they? Said Willie. Sometimes people just snap. Did he seem like the type who would snap? Asked Nightingale. Willie shook his head. He was rock steady, he said. Never lost his temper, never a cross word, Did you hear about the satanic stuff?
It was in the papers, said Tomo. Didn't he have a black magic thing in his barn?
An altar, said Nightingale.
Yeah, that's what they said.
Do you hear much about devil worship up this way?
It's a bit cool to be dancing around naked in the open, said Willie. That's what Satanists do, isn't it?
I think they can do it inside as well, said Nightingale.
Does anyone really believe in that these days? Asked Tomo.
Some people do, said Nightingale.
What? A devil with horns and a pitchfork?
Maybe not horns and a pitchfork, but the devil, sure.
And why would the devil want him to go out and shoot kids? Asked Tomo.
He does move in mysterious ways, doesn't he? Said Willie.
I think that's God, but I take your point, said Nightingale.
It's becoming a sick world, said Tomo.
Maybe there is a devil, and maybe he's behind a lot of what's going on.
He gestured at the television behind the bar.
Did you hear about that young girl that got taken in Southampton? That's the work of the devil. It has to be. Why would anyone abduct a 9-year-old girl?
There's a lot of sick people in the world, that's for sure, said Nightingale.
I just hope she's okay, said Willie.
Chapter 14. Bella Harper wasn't okay. She was far from okay. She was lying on a bed, curled up into a fetal ball and sobbing. Sitting next to her was Candice Matthews, Candy to her friends. Candy was 25. Her hair was blonde, but unlike Bella's, it was dyed, dry and slightly frizzy. Her cheeks were peppered with old acne scars, and her nails were bitten to the quick.
"Please don't cry, baby," she said, patting Bella on the shoulder.
"I want to go home,"
sniffed Bella.
"I know you do, but you can't just now."
"I want my mum and dad."
"I know you do."
"They'll tell the police and you'll get into trouble."
"We won't get into trouble, Bella. No one knows you're here."
Bella was wearing the clothes she'd had on at the mall. Skinny jeans and a Guess sweatshirt. That wasn't what Eric wanted her to wear. Eric wanted her in one of the dresses he liked best. It was a princess dress he'd bought from the Disney store, all soft and flouncy with puffy sleeves. The dress was lying on the end of the bed. Eric always liked the girls to wear the princess dress on the first night. It was one of his things. Eric had a lot of things, and what Eric wanted, Eric got. Candy stroked Bella's hair.
"Just put the dress on, baby. It's like a game."
"I don't want to."
"Eric doesn't want to hurt you."
"So let me go."
"He will do. But first he just wants to show you how much he likes you."
"He can show how much he likes me by letting me go home."
"Baby, he will do."
She stroked Bella's hair again.
"He wouldn't want you to stay here forever, would he?"
Bella didn't answer. She continued to sob softly.
"Baby, you have to stop crying. Eric doesn't like it if you cry. He'll get angry, and he's not very nice when he's angry, do you understand?"
"I want to go home."
"I know you do. And the quickest way for you to go home is to do what Eric wants. Just be nice to him."
"I don't want to be nice to him."
"Then think of it as a game. You've played games, haven't you? Fancy dress games? That's all it is. You put on the dress, and then you can go home."
Bella rolled over and looked at Candy with tear-filled eyes.
"Really?"
"Of course,"
lied Candy.
"If I put the dress on, you'll let me go home?"
"Yes."
Bella sat up and rubbed her eyes.
"Okay."
Candy smiled and patted the little girl on the arm. They always cooperated if you pressed the right buttons. Eric had taught her that. It was always easier if he stayed away during the first few hours. The girls always accepted the lies when they came from Candy, and by the time they realized that she was lying, it was too late. Candy helped Bella remove her sweatshirt and jeans and put on the dress.
"Wow, you look lovely as a princess,"
said Candy.
Look in the mirror.
There was a mirror on the door of the wardrobe, and Bella looked at her reflection. She nodded.
It's pretty.
She turned to look at Candy.
Can I go home now?
Soon, baby, she said.
You said I could.
Yes, but you need to do something else, okay? You need to comb your hair and make it look pretty.
Why?
Because that's what Eric wants. You have to make yourself pretty for him. She picked up a comb from the dressing table and stood behind Bella, combing her hair as she looked at her reflection in the mirror. Tears began to run down Bella's face.
Now don't cry, baby. Eric doesn't like it when you cry. He wants pretty, pretty, pretty.
Bella sniffed.
And when I'm pretty, I can go home.
Of course, lied Candy. She smiled brightly.
Let's get you looking pretty, 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 and you'll soon be home with your mummy and daddy.
Chapter 15. Nightingale went up to his room just before midnight. He'd drunk 8 bottles of Budweiser, and while he wasn't drunk, he was slightly unsteady on his feet. There were only 3 bedrooms and no locks on the door. He sat down on the bed and reached for his cigarettes and lighter. He was just about to light one when he saw the no smoking sign by the bathroom door. He sighed, grabbed his raincoat, and headed downstairs. The landlord was polishing glasses behind the bar. Nightingale held up his cigarette. "I'm heading outside for a smoke," he said. "No problem," said the landlord. "I won't be locking up for a while, but if you're late back, there's a bell by the front door. Just give it a ring and I'll come down and let you in. How's the room, by the way?" "Perfect," said Nightingale. "No lock on the door, though." "You're the only guest," said the landlord, "and you can trust me and the wife." "I've nothing worth taking anyway," said Nightingale. He let himself out and lit his cigarettes as he walked down to the beach. There were thick clouds overhead blocking out the moon and stars, but there was enough light spilling out of the pub windows for him to see. He walked onto the sand and stood watching the waves break onto the beach. A bitterly cold wind blew in from the sea and he shivered. The sound of the waves was almost hypnotic, and he found himself being lulled into a trance-like state. Though that could have been a result of all the beer he'd drunk with his newfound Northumbrian friends. He finished his cigarette and flicked the butt towards the water, and was just considering lighting a second when something hard walloped against the back of his head. He fell to his knees and gasped. Then something pounded between his shoulder blades and he fell forward. His face was pressing into the sand, and he coughed and spluttered, and then something, probably a foot, slammed into the small of his back. He twisted his head to the side and saw a pair of heavy, mud-splattered work boots and frayed jeans. The foot was still in the middle of his back, so there were at least 2 of them. He tried to turn his head to the other side, but as he did so, the foot pressed down, pushing his face into the sand again. "You don't want to be asking too many questions around here, Mr. Private Detective," said one of the men. "You'd best be heading back to London." His accent was Scottish, and didn't sound like any of the men that Nightingale had spoken to in the pub. "Be easy enough to knock you out, and drop you in the sea. You wouldn't be the first Southerner to fall foul of the North Sea." Nightingale managed to turn his face to the side, and he spat wet sand out of his mouth. "Do you hear what I'm telling you, Mr. Private Detective?" Nightingale spat again and grunted. The foot between his shoulder blades gave a final push, and then he heard the 2 men jogging away across the sand. He rolled onto his back, gasping for breath, but by the time he'd got to his feet, they had disappeared into the night. He stood up and wiped his face on his sleeve. As he lit a cigarette with trembling hands, he heard a car start up and drive away. "Bastards," he muttered under his breath. Chapter 16. Candy slid back the bolts and opened the door to the bedroom.
"Breakfast,"
she said brightly. She picked up the tray and carried it into the room. Bella was in bed, the quilt pulled up around her neck. The princess dress was lying over the chair in front of the dressing table. Bella didn't react as Candy put the tray on the bed.
I made you Cocoa Krispies, she said, and toast. I'm not hungry, Bella said. You have to be hungry. I feel sick. She curled up into a ball under the quilt. I need to go to hospital. Don't be silly. What Eric did, it hurt me inside. It doesn't hurt. Every girl in the world does that. It's natural. Bella sniffed. He hurt me. And I'm telling you, it doesn't hurt. That's what girlfriends do for their boyfriends. I'm not his girlfriend. Yes, you are, baby. I want to go home. And you will go home. But you have to let Eric do what he wants. Please don't let him hurt me again, Candy.
Candy sat down on the edge of the bed and stroked the little girl's hair.
Eat your breakfast, baby.
Bella rolled over and looked up at Candy.
Please let me go home. I have to feed Floppy. Floppy? My rabbit. I have to clean his cage. It's Saturday, and Saturday's the day I have to look after my rabbit. My dad says if I don't look after Floppy, he'll send him back to the shop.
Her eyes filled with tears.
Now don't you start crying again, baby, said Candy. You know Eric doesn't like that. Don't let him touch me again, Candy, please. Now why'd you say that, baby? You're his girlfriend now, his little princess. I'm not his girlfriend, I'm not. Yes, you are, baby. And you have to accept that. You're his girlfriend until he says you're not. Now sit up and eat your breakfast. Then can I go home? We'll see, baby. Eat your breakfast and then we'll talk about it.
Chapter 17. Nightingale woke up at 9. He had a blinding headache, but he wasn't sure if it was the result of all the beer he'd drunk or the blow to the back of his head. He had a small mirror in his wash bag, and he used it and the mirror above the sink to check out his scalp. But he couldn't see any damage, and there didn't appear to be any blood. He showered and shaved, then dressed and had a bacon sandwich in the bar before calling McBride. The call went straight through to voicemail. Nightingale didn't leave a message, waited 15 minutes while he drank a second cup of coffee, then phoned McBride again. When he didn't answer the second time, Nightingale left a brief message saying that he was going out to the school. He went back up to his room and packed his bag, then went downstairs and paid his bill. He threw his bag onto the back seat of his car and drove to the school. He parked some distance away before climbing out and lighting a cigarette. There was a lone policeman in a fluorescent jacket standing at the school gates, stamping his feet to keep the circulation going. Dozens of bunches of flowers had been laid along the pavement outside the school, and the railings were dotted with handwritten notes, mainly from children. Nightingale walked over and nodded at the officer. "How's it going?" he asked. "You press?" asked the policeman. "I'm not allowed to talk to journalists. You need to call the press office." "I'm not press," said Nightingale. He blew smoke and saw the look in the officer's eyes. He took out his pack and offered him a Marlboro. "Can't. I'm on duty," said the officer. "I don't see any senior officers around, and this being Sunday morning, I'm pretty sure that you won't. Most people are at the church service for the kids, so for the next hour or so I figure it'll be just me and you." He held out the pack. The policeman looked around furtively, then took a cigarette. Nightingale lit it for him, and the two men smoked for a while in silence. "You were in the job, yeah?" said the policeman eventually. "What gave it away?" "You've got a copper's eyes," he said. "London?" "Yeah. CO19. "Armed cop, yeah? I thought it was SO19. "They changed it. Around about the time it went from being a police force to a police service." "Never wanted to carry a gun," said the policeman. "They're an acquired taste," said Nightingale. "You ever shoot anyone?" "If you pull the trigger, you've failed," said Nightingale. "It's all about containment and resolution. If bullets start flying, then you've done it wrong." "Funny that. You spend all your time training with guns, but you never pull the trigger in anger." "It's worse than that," said Nightingale. You shoot someone, and you're on immediate suspension until professional standards give you the all clear. And if you've not done everything by the book, you can end up being charged with murder. He shrugged. But at least you're part of a team. The policeman looked up and down the empty street and chuckled. Yeah, there is that, he said. Where did you pack it in? Pastures New, said Nightingale. You're not living up here now, are you? Nah, still in London. I'm a private eye now. Yeah? How's that working out for you? Nightingale wrinkled his nose. I didn't realise I'd be doing so much divorce work, but it's okay. At least I'm my own boss. Money's good, is it? I have good days and bad days, said Nightingale, but there's no pension at the end of it. They're screwing us on pensions, said the policeman. It's not the job it was. He inhaled and blew a decent smoke ring up at the sky. So, what brings you to Berwick? Nightingale nodded at the school. That, he said. The policeman frowned. The shootings? Now why would that interest a private eye? It's a funny one, said Nightingale. You know the shooter has a brother? The policeman nodded. Yeah, Daniel, he works in insurance or something. He's hired me. The policeman snorted. What the hell for? There's no doubt that he did what he did. None at all. Nightingale shrugged. He wants closure. He wants to know why. Why? Because he was a nutter, that's why. He grinned. Does that mean we split the fee? You heard about the black magic stuff they found in his barn and on his computer? The policeman nodded. Yeah, the guys were talking about it. Well, the brother reckons he wasn't into that sort of thing. He went to church. Doesn't mean anything, does it? Going to church. Nightingale nodded at the main school building. Have you been inside? I was in there on Wednesday. We did a sweep through to make sure no one was hiding. Must have been rough. They were still examining the bodies. The policeman shuddered. I don't get killing kids. I really don't. He took a long pull on his cigarette and blew smoke. You got kids? Nightingale shook his head. If you have kids, you know that they're the most important thing in your life. Nothing means more than your kids. You die for them, without even thinking about it. And once you're a father, you'd never hurt another man's kids. You just wouldn't. McBride didn't have kids. That's right. So maybe that's why. There's hardly a motive, said Nightingale. Anything known about him? Seems not, said the policeman. Couple of speeding tickets, but other than that he was a model citizen. Never married, which is a bit off, but then farmers tend not to date much. Too busy and not too many opportunities for dating. And no problems with kids? Vandalism on the farm, anything like that? Nothing I heard of. He dropped his cigarette butt on the floor and stamped on it. He was just a regular guy by all accounts. Someone said that maybe he was possessed. Possessed? The policeman shook his head. You were in the job, he said. You know the score. Evil has nothing to do with the devil or God or crap like that. It's people that are evil, pure and simple. People are nasty to each other. End of. But there's usually a tipping point, said Nightingale. Something that makes them kick off. But not McBride, is that what you're saying? Nightingale finished his cigarette and flicked it into the gutter. Doesn't seem to have been anything that set him off. But why kids? Asked the policeman. That's what I don't get. Maybe he chose it at random. The policeman shook his head emphatically. He walked from his farm to the school, partly across the fields, but when he reached the village he walked past a garage where there are half a dozen people working, a haulage company and a council offices. If it was some sort of grudge against authority, he could have gone into the council and started shooting. I didn't realise that. Well, it's true. Walked right by the council to the school. But if it was about the school, why not shoot the teachers? He went into 3 classrooms, and it was only kids that he shot. I thought he shot the deputy headmaster. Yeah, he did. Over there. The policeman pointed to the playground.
The deputy came out, probably to ask him what he was doing on school property. McBride shot him. But from that point on, it was only kids that he shot. That's what I don't get. You open the classroom door and what's the first thing you see?
The teacher, said Nightingale.
Exactly, the teacher, standing at the front of the class. But he didn't shoot any of the teachers, it was the kids he wanted to shoot.
Nightingale nodded thoughtfully. But if he just wanted to kill kids, why did he move from classroom to classroom? It wasn't so much a question as Nightingale trying to get his thoughts in line.
And he ended up in the gym, said the policeman. And even there, he didn't shoot the teacher. He shot 2 kids. That's when the armed police arrived and he killed himself.
And he didn't shoot at the cops.
As soon as they arrived, he turned his gun on himself. Blew his own head off. Probably best, because the way things are now, a smart lawyer would have him declared insane and sitting in some cushy hospital.
2 pensioners wrapped in thick coats and headscarves were making their way down the street to the school. One of the ladies was holding a cellophane-wrapped bunch of flowers. The policeman straightened up and squared his shoulders.
8 kids, he said quietly. I hope he burns in hell.
Chapter 18. Nightingale was just getting back into his car when his phone rang. It was Robbie.
Hey, you wanted to talk to a cop on the McBride case?
I've already spoken to one, but he was less than forthcoming.
What was his name?
Stevenson, Colin Stevenson.
Well, I've got a contact up there who says he'll talk to you off the record and on the QT. He says he'll call you for a chat, but all non-attributable.
I've no problem with that. Who is he?
DI by the name of Simpson. He's the brother-in-law of a guy I know in clubs and vice. He's a bit jumpy, but says he'll phone you if you want. He's worked on a case from day one.
That'd be great, Robbie. But can I meet him? I'm up here, might as well strike while the iron's hot.
He says no to a meet. He's happy enough to brief you on the phone, but he's a bit wary of a face-to-face, you being a private eye and all.
I'll happily bung him a few quid.
Oh yeah, a bribe will swing it.
I didn't mean it that way, you daft bastard.
Mate, the days of a cop accepting a drink are long gone. And I understand his reservations. I'd be the same if a private eye from up north wanted to pick my brains. These days you never know where that could end. So stop looking gift horses in the mouth and stay by the phone.
Robbie ended the call. Nightingale lit a cigarette and he was halfway through it when his mobile rang. The caller was withholding his number.
Jack Nightingale? Yeah? Thanks for calling. Not sure there's much I can tell you, but what do you need? Anything you can tell me about the McBride shootings will be helpful, said Nightingale. You're a PI, right? For my sins, yeah. Who's the client? Nightingale had expected the question and had already decided that honesty was the best policy. If Simpson did show Nightingale the file, he deserved the truth. McBride's brother, Danny. I thought that might be it, said Simpson. He's been in and out of our station every other day since it happened. He thinks there's some sort of conspiracy, right? He just wants to understand, that's all. I think he's looking for closure, and for that he has to know what happened. We know what happened. His brother shot dead 8 kids and a teacher. Then he topped himself. It's as open and shut as it gets. Murder-suicide. And, hand on heart, everyone is happier it ended that way. A trial would have turned into a circus, and some high-priced lawyer would have put in some insanity plea. You talk about closure, at least the parents have that. Their kids are dead, but so is the man who killed them. That's probably easier to deal with than if he was in a cell with his PlayStation and choice of meals. I hear what you're saying, said Nightingale. You're not trying to prove that McBride didn't do it, are you? Absolutely not, said Nightingale. The brother knows that Jimmy did it. He knows what happened. It's the why he doesn't get. His brother went psycho. Who the hell knows what was going through his head? If he's hoping for an explanation, he's going to be disappointed. You think that was it? He just snapped for no reason. It happens. But kids? Who knows what sets a psycho off? Said the detective. There was no reason.
No problems with the school or the staff? Kids throwing stones through his windows, that sort of thing? His farm's in the middle of nowhere. We spoke to people in the nearby village, and as far as they know, he had no problems. He went to the local pub now and again, played dominoes and cribbage, 2 pints, and then he'd go home. Used the post office, shopped in the supermarket once a week. Nice enough guy by all accounts. A nice guy who just snapped. Like I said, it happens. We weren't really interested in why. He did it, and he topped himself. Case closed. I understand that the brother wants more, but other than holding a séance, I don't see that he's going to get that. The only person who knows why he did it is James McBride, and he took the secret with him to the grave. Nightingale tossed what was left of his cigarette out of the car window. What can you tell me about the devil worship thing? There's an altar in the barn full of satanic stuff. I saw that. When? Yesterday. The brother took me around the farm. Other than the altar in the barn, what else did you find? We've got his computer. We had the forensic computer boys go through his hard drive and they found all sorts of weird stuff on it. You saw it? Sure. He'd visited hundreds of sites and posted on forums, asking about child sacrifice. I'm sorry to be a pain, but you saw this with your own eyes. You don't believe me? It's not that. I just have my own reasons for not believing the devil worship thing. I saw the printouts. But not the computer itself. The forensic boys have it, but we got printouts. I'm not making it up. Sorry, mate. I didn't mean to offend you. I'm just trying to get my facts straight. You saw what you saw. I accept that. Of course I do. What are the chances of me getting a look at the computer? I doubt that'll happen. If you can make a request through the Met, then maybe, but they're not going to let a PI start messing around with evidence. Yeah, that's what I figured. So you think, what? He got caught up in some devil worship thing? Voices in his head made him do it, that sort of thing? Who knows? He didn't leave a note, and there was nothing on the computer to explain why he did it. What about the chat rooms? Was he talking to anyone specific? Doesn't appear to have done, said Simpson. It was more general appeals for information. Mostly he was guided to other sites, some pretty sick ones, I have to say. Phone records? Phone records, repeated Simpson. Did he talk to anyone before the killings? He was clearly acting alone, he said. No one thought it necessary to start seeing who his contacts were. He picked up his shotgun, went to the school and started shooting. A lone nutter. Obviously, I'm not allowed to use phraseology like that, but he was clearly mentally unbalanced and he was acting alone. But you checked his computer. Whose idea was that? That's pretty standard these days, said the detective. No matter what the offence, we take a look at their computer, same as we go through their house and car. Fishing expedition? Drugs, terrorism, paedophile stuff? You were in the job, you know that if someone breaks one law, they tend to break others. And the satanic stuff was the only off thing you found? That and the dead bodies, yeah. Simpson's voice was loaded with sarcasm. I mean, he didn't have money problems, or he wasn't on antidepressants. Nothing that might have set him off. Nothing like that. You said it yourself. He was a nice guy who snapped. That's the thing, though. How does a nice guy get involved in black magic? You need to ask a psychiatrist that question, he said. Look, I think I've given you all the intel we have. Like I said, it's open and shut. Just one more question, said Nightingale. I spoke with a DI called Stevenson. Colin? Yeah, it was him that gave me the printouts of the contents of the hard drive. He did the search of McBride's house. And the barn? Yeah, he was straight out there. I was with the team at the school. It didn't seem very helpful, to be honest. Yeah, well, you can understand that. You being an outsider and all, and a PI to boot. He's not going to open up his files to you, is he? Be more than his job's worth. Even I've told you too much as it is. I get that. But they didn't pull any prints off the altar. Why would they need to do that? McBride lived there alone. To show that McBride was the one who set up the altar. Who else would have done it? That's a very good question, said Nightingale. If I come up with an answer, I'll let you know. Immediately Nightingale ended the call, his phone rang. It was McBride, apologising for not answering his phone earlier. "I was out with the kids and left the phone in the car," he said. "I just wanted to let you know that I'm heading back to London. I've spoken to a few people and I'll get the stuff from the altar checked." "Can we get the computer back?" "Not yet," said Nightingale, "but let me work on that." "I'm grateful for your help on this, Mr. Nightingale. I know my brother wasn't crazy, and I know he didn't hate children." Chapter 19. Nightingale was about 20 minutes from Berwick, heading north to Edinburgh, when he saw the Land Rover behind him. It was a working vehicle, streaked with mud, and most of the number plate was obscured by dirt. It matched his speed, sticking about 100 feet from his rear bumper, for the best part of a mile. A white Nissan came hurtling down the road, overtaking the Land Rover and staying in the wrong lane as it powered past Nightingale's Vauxhall. Nightingale checked in his rearview mirror and saw the Land Rover was gaining on him. The hairs began to prickle on the back of his neck. There were two men inside, but all he could see was vague shapes. He squinted at the registration plate, but could barely make out two of the numbers. As he looked back at the road ahead, he realised that the Nissan had slowed and was now only 50 feet or so ahead of him. He slowed, and as he glanced in his rearview mirror, he saw the Land Rover rapidly gaining on him. He considered stamping on the accelerator and overtaking the Nissan, but the road ahead bent to the left and he couldn't get a clear view. He heard the Land Rover's engine roar and it pulled out alongside him. Nightingale glanced over, but the side window of the Land Rover was so streaked with dirt that he couldn't get a clear view of the man in the passenger seat. Nightingale started to push down on the brake pedal, but before he could make any difference to the Vauxhall's speed, the Land Rover swung to the left and slammed into the side of him. Nightingale cursed and his fingers tightened on the steering wheel as he fought to keep control of the car. The Land Rover veered to the right and then immediately slammed back into the Vauxhall, much harder this time. The wheel wrenched itself out of Nightingale's hands and the car left the road, bucking over a grass verge and then crashing into a ditch. The airbag went off immediately and there was a scream of tortured metal. The car came to a halt, nose down. Nightingale groaned, reached for the ignition key and switched off the engine. He didn't feel like moving, but there was a chance that his attackers would come back to finish off the job, so he groped for the door handle and opened the door. It would only open a foot or so because of the side of the ditch, so he wound the window down as far as it would go and crawled out. He scrabbled unsteadily out of the ditch and stood with his hands on his hips, looking down the road. There was no sign of the Nissan or the Land Rover. He took out his pack of Marlboro and lighter from his raincoat pocket and lit one as he considered his options. Jenny had taken out full insurance when she'd made the booking for the rental car, so it wasn't going to cost him anything. He looked at his watch. If he waited for a tow truck to come out and pull the Vauxhall out of the ditch, he'd miss his flight to London. He could phone a taxi from Berwick to come and pick him up, but he was starting to get a bad feeling about the citizens of the UK's northernmost town. He was still smoking and thinking when a Good Samaritan in a pickup truck pulled up. "Are you okay?" asked the driver, a man in his 50s in a sheepskin jacket. "Think a tyre burst," said Nightingale. "Spun off the road. Don't suppose you're going Edinburgh way, are you?" "I am, actually," said the man. "You couldn't give me a lift to the airport, could you?" "Sure," said the man. "But aren't you supposed to stay with the car?" "No one's been hurt, and it's a rental," said Nightingale. "Give me a minute to get me bag. I'll phone the rental company while we're on our way." He flicked the cigarette butt into the road. Finally, he'd caught a lucky break. It was about time. Chapter 20. Nightingale placed his overnight bag on the conveyor belt and undid his belt. He dropped the belt, his phone, watch, wallet and keys on top of his raincoat and walked through the metal detector arch. It remained silent and he smiled at the two shirt-sleeved security personnel, but they stared back stonily. His coat and belongings came through first and he put on his belt and coat. A bored woman chewing gum slouched in her chair and she stared at the screen in front of her. She waved her hand in the air and said something as she was joined by an Asian man in a grey suit. He bent down to get a better look at the screen and nodded. As he straightened up, Nightingale had a sick feeling in the pit of his stomach as he realised that he'd forgotten about the knife. The bag appeared from the scanner and the man in the suit picked it up and looked at Nightingale. Nightingale smiled apologetically. I know, I forgot all about it. The woman picked up a phone and began talking into it. Is this your bag, sir? Asked the man. Of course it is. That's why I'm standing here. Nightingale could see from the look on the man's face that he'd chosen completely the wrong time to be sarcastic. Yes, he said. Do you mind if I open it? Nightingale bit back a second sarcastic comment. Sure. It's a ceremonial knife. I forgot it was there. The man ignored his comment, moved the bag to a side table and unzipped it. He took out Nightingale's wash bag, his laundry and travel alarm clock, then pulled out the evidence bag containing the crucible and frowned at it before putting it down next to the wash bag. Then he pulled out the bag containing the knife. He held it up and looked at Nightingale, one eyebrow raised. Nightingale shrugged. I know. Why were you trying to take this onto the plane? I forgot it was there, I'm sorry. You forgot you were carrying a foot-long knife. It's not really a foot long, is it? 9 inches, maybe. He smiled. Not that size is everything, right? The man stared at him with cold eyes, still holding up the evidence bag. You think this is funny? We have a comedian, do we? Said a gruff voice behind him. Nightingale turned to see 2 uniformed officers standing either side of him. One was carrying a carbine in a ready position. The other had a Glock in a holster on his hip and his arms folded. It was an honest mistake, said Nightingale. The uniformed cop with the folded arms shook his head. No, sir. Forgetting to zip up your fly is an honest mistake. Trying to take a knife onto a plane is a criminal offence. Chapter 21. There were 2 of them, and they could have been twins. Hard faces, receding hairlines, carrying more weight than was good for them, and wearing cheap suits. They both had the weary faces of men who had been lied to for decades. Detectives. They looked the same the world over, and Nightingale figured that if he stayed in the job, he'd probably have looked just like them by now. Nightingale had been escorted to the room by the 2 armed policemen and left there until the 2 detectives had turned up. One of the detectives was an inspector, but he hadn't said anything. His colleague, a detective constable, had done the introductions and swung Nightingale's bag onto the table. Nightingale got the feeling that the constable was new to CID and the inspector was assessing his performance. The conversation wasn't being recorded and there didn't appear to be any CCTV cameras, which he took as a good sign, despite the hard stares. The constable's name was McKee, and he had an accent so impenetrable that Nightingale had trouble understanding him. He held up the evidence bag containing the knife. What is this? A knife. A ceremonial knife. It's an antique. McKee wrinkled his nose as he stared at the knife. It looks old, I agree. But it doesn't look like an antique. And why were you taking it onto the plane? I'm taking it to London. You know that you can't take knives onto planes. Nightingale held up his hands. It was a mistake. An honest mistake. I'd forgotten it was in my bag, that's all. And why is it in an evidence bag? I'm taking it to be analysed. Analysed? I want to run it through a lab. A lab? Nightingale was about to make a joke about the detective repeating everything he said, but he doubted that he'd appreciate the attempt at humour. I wanted to get the blood checked. You know there's blood on a knife, then? Nightingale nodded. I'd noticed it. And can you explain how the blood got there? Nightingale took out his wallet. I'm a detective, private, he said. He handed over a business card. The knife and the crucible are a case, evidence. The detective studied the card and then passed it to the inspector. Evidence or no, you can't take a knife onto a plane. Absolutely, I'm sorry. It was a genuine mistake. Look, I used to be in the job. I was a detective with a Met. Where are you now? He looked over at the inspector as if seeking his approval. The inspector nodded. CO19, and I was a negotiator. If you need a reference, I can give you the name of an inspector who'll vouch for me. The detective held out his hand. Do you have your passport?
Sure. Nightingale took his passport from his pocket and gave it to the detective. The detective flicked through it, then studied the photo. He handed it to the inspector, who also flicked through the pages and checked the photograph. He checked the name in the passport with the name on the business card, then stood up.
I'll be back shortly, he said.
His voice sounded more Northern Irish than Scottish. Nightingale looked at his watch.
I'm going to miss my plane.
We'll get you on the next one, Mr. Nightingale, said the inspector, assuming that you check out.
He went out of the room. Nightingale smiled at the remaining detective. Any chance of a coffee?
About as much chance of hell freezing over, growled the detective.
Good to know. Don't suppose I can smoke in here. The detective stared at Nightingale silently, his lips a thin, bloodless line. Nightingale folded his arms and sat back in his chair. 5 minutes later, the inspector reappeared and gave him back the passport. He sat down and interlinked his fingers.
Well, a police officer you were, Mr. Nightingale. You left the Met under a cloud, but at least you didn't kill anyone.
That would be the silver lining, said Nightingale. The inspector pointed at the knife.
You said that the knife was evidence in a case. Would that be a criminal case?
Nightingale looked at the inspector and tried to smile as amiably as possible. Lying to police officers was never a good idea, especially detectives, but he didn't want to start a conversation about the murders in Berwick. Divorce, he said. The two detectives frowned in unison.
Divorce?
Said the inspector. Nightingale tried to keep the casual smile on his face as he nodded. I'm acting for a woman who thinks that her husband is messing around with a coven of witches.
Witches? Repeated McKee.
Well, they claim they're a coven, but the lady suspects that her husband is using it for casual sex. She found the knife and the crucible hidden in their house, so she wanted me to get it checked to see if that's animal blood.
Why does it matter what sort of blood it is?
Asked the inspector. That was a very good question, Nightingale realised. His mind raced, trying to come up with a believable answer. It's more so that when she sues him for divorce, she can say that she found a knife with chicken blood or whatever in his wardrobe. If she doesn't do the checks, then he might just turn around and say it was a rusty knife he used in the garden. He's got a lot of money, and he'll fight any divorce tooth and nail, so she wants to get all her ducks in a row. He leaned forward and lowered his voice conspiratorially. He's quite well connected, which is why she came to my firm. We're in London, so no one's going to tip him off. The inspector nodded as if he was buying it. So, can I go? Asked Nightingale.
I don't think we need to keep you any longer. But you can't take the knife on the plane. Not on your hand luggage, anyway. I'd suggest you check it in with the airline. Put it in a box or a padded envelope, and it can go in the baggage hold. Or use a courier service. It's Saturday, so you won't get next-day delivery, but it'll be in London Monday or Tuesday.
Thanks, said Nightingale. He stood up and put the bagged knife into his kit bag. Chapter 22.
Are you okay? Is she making you happy?
Asked Candy, watching Eric's face carefully for any sign of disapproval. Eric kept his feelings to himself most of the time. He never said if he was happy or sad, excited or worried, but sometimes if she watched his eyes, she could get a clue to what he was thinking. He smiled at her, but she knew from experience that a smile from Eric Lucas meant nothing. Smiling was his camouflage. He smiled to get his own way. He had several smiles, like an archer with a quiver of arrows, each one slightly different to the next.
She's good, said Eric. You made a good choice.
I did, didn't I?
Said Candy, nodding enthusiastically.
I knew she'd make a perfect princess for you.
Eric reached out and slowly stroked Candy's hair.
You did good, Candy. You did real good.
Candy smiled and felt her cheeks flush red. They were sitting at the kitchen table. She had made them cheese omelettes with toast and a pot of tea. The girl was asleep in the bedroom. Candy had given her a sleeping tablet to keep her quiet, but had tied her to the bed just in case the tablet wore off.
Not that the girl could do anything even if she could move around the room. They had nailed boards over the bedroom window. The blinds were between the glass and the boards, so from outside no one could see that the window was boarded up. But there was no way that the girl could get out, and no way that anyone would hear her screams. When they had first boarded up the window, Candy had stood in the room and screamed her lungs out while Eric had paced around outside. He'd heard not a sound. It was Sunday, and they'd had the girl for 2 days. She knew that Eric enjoyed the first day the most, and that his enjoyment decreased day by day until the 4th day, by which time it was over. Candy hated the 4th day. But she loved Eric, so she helped him do what had to be done, and then she helped him bury the bodies, because without the bodies they would never get caught. That was what Eric always said, and Eric was always right. Eric would never say how many girls he'd done it to over the years, but Candy was sure there had been some. He was her only helper. That was what he said, and she didn't think that he was lying.
You do love me, don't you, Eric?
Of course. More than anything.
And the girls? They're just for fun.
That's all it is. Fun. And you want me to be happy, don't you? Candy nodded.
More than anything.
And you know that after I've had fun with the little princesses, things between us are so good, aren't they?
Yes.
So it's a good thing we're doing. Anything that makes our relationship stronger is a good thing. She reached over and held his hand.
No one loves you like I love you, you know that.
Of course I do. He squeezed her hand. You're 1 in a million. 1 billion, maybe.
And we'll be together forever?
Eric grinned. Forever and ever. Chapter 23. First thing Monday morning, Nightingale stopped off at Costa Coffee and bought 2 lattes before heading up the stairs to his office.
A coffee run? How lovely, said Jenny when she saw him. What do you want?
I'm hurt, said Nightingale, placing 1 coffee in front of her and carrying the other through to his office. I just wanted to show you how much you're appreciated. He had a carrier bag tucked under his arm. You needn't have got me a coffee. A pay rise would have been just as symbolic, she said. Nightingale returned, holding his raincoat. He handed her the carrier bag and hung up his raincoat. I wanted a coffee too, he said. So it was killing 2 birds, really. He dropped down onto the chair opposite her desk.
How did it go up in Berwick?
I got hit over the head with a blunt object and was almost killed when my car got forced off the road. He grinned at her and swung his feet up onto her desk.
Ask a stupid question.
I'm serious, said Nightingale. First night there, I was cold cocked and told to get out of town, and when I didn't, a Land Rover sideswiped me into a ditch.
Did you tell the police?
Didn't see the point. I couldn't identify anyone, and other than a sore head, I'm fine. He gestured at the carrier bag, and Jenny emptied the contents onto her desk. There were 6 Sunday newspapers and the evidence bags containing the crucible and the knife that Nightingale had taken from the barn. Can you send that off to the lab? Get them to check the blood that's on these things. She held them up.
Where did you get them from?
They were on a satanic altar at McBride's farm. It looks like that's blood, so I'm hoping the lab will confirm that and tell us what sort of blood it is.
Lab work's not cheap, she said. But I suppose we just add it to Mr. McBride's bill.
Nightingale took out his mobile phone and handed it to her. I took some pictures as well. Can you print them so I can get a better look at them? There's a satanic altar in the barn, or at least what passes for one. I'm going to make a few inquiries on that front, and the blood should go some way to either confirming or denying it's genuine. But there were upside-down crucifixes and goats with horns and pentangles.
But?
What do you mean?
I'm sensing a but is on the way.
Nightingale looked pained.
It was almost too satanic, if that's possible.
It didn't seem organic. It was as if it had been put together so that it would press all the buttons.
Like a film set?
Nightingale nodded.
Exactly like a film set.
And the brother was adamant he was in the barn 2 days before McBride kicked off. I don't see he'd lie about that. I mean, what'd be the point? There's no doubt McBride killed those kids. He said the satanic stuff wasn't there, and I believe him. So, if it wasn't there 2 days before the killings, then either McBride put it all there or someone else did. He pulled out the sheaf of papers he'd taken from the altar. And there's these. He gave them to her. She frowned as she flicked through the photographs on his phone. What are these? They're printouts. As if McBride has been to satanic websites and then made copies. But there's at least one wrong one in there. What do you mean? There's a site belonging to the Order of the Nine Angels. They're a sect that's said to be involved with human sacrifice, mainly kids. But the thing is, it's actually called the Order of the Nine Angles. It's a common mistake, that. People think it's about fallen angels, but in fact it's 9 angles, and it refers to their insignia. The website there is a fraud. It's somebody messing about. And the real 9 angles don't have a website. How come you know so much about them? Nightingale shrugged. Something I worked on a while back. But if McBride was serious about Satanism and sacrifice, he'd know that site was a fake. I think that stuff was planted in the barn along with the rest of the satanic stuff. But who on earth would do that? And why? I don't know, said Nightingale. Yet? What are the cops, or both? Or maybe they're covering for someone else. And what about the papers? She said, gesturing at the carrier bag. I usually only see you with the Sun. I didn't get much help from the cops I spoke to, said Nightingale. But some of the journalists seem to have some half-decent sources. I need to work through exactly what happened. There's something not right about it. In what way? It was something a cop said to me. A uniformer was standing outside the school. He said McBride was shooting kids but not teachers. And he didn't shoot at the cops. That doesn't make sense, does it? It does if McBride hated kids. But there's no evidence of that. The opposite, in fact. Shooters like McBride usually end up being shot by the police, but he didn't make a move against them. I want to take a closer look at what happened at the school. And the Sunday papers will help with that. It's a start, he said. Chapter 24. The incident room for the hunt for Bella Harper was on the 5th floor of Southampton Police's Operational Command Unit, on the western approach to the city. The 8-storey limestone and glass building with its double-height canopy and public plaza was starkly modern, as were the 36 custody suites that were full to capacity most weekends. More than 100 officers and another 100 civilian staff had been assigned to the case, and while the majority were out on the streets, there were still more than 50 men and women answering phones and tapping away on computer terminals. It was just after 8 o'clock in the morning, and a lot of the people in the room had worked through the night. The blinds were drawn, and there was a line of whiteboards in front of the windows. There were photographs of Bella and a hand-drawn timeline, and on one board a list of all the men on the violent and sex offender register who lived within 50 miles of the city. All the names on the list were being visited and their homes inspected. On the opposite side of the corridor, 6 officers had been taken over by the senior officers on the case. Word had come down from the chief constable that overtime wasn't an issue and that no expense was to be spared in the hunt for the missing girl. One of the civilian staff, a man in his 50s with a greasy comb-over and sweat stains in the armpits of his shirt, was sipping coffee as he looked at the largest photograph of Bella. It was the one they were using on posters and on the TV appeals, a blow-up of her school photograph. Standing next to him was a young Asian police community service officer in a high-visibility fluorescent jacket that was a couple of sizes too big for her. "It's true what they say, you know," said the man, gesturing at the photograph. "Yeah? What's that?" said the PCSO. "It's the ugly ones that come back," said the man. "Pedos keep the pretty ones." He shrugged. "It's a fact." A massive hand grabbed the man by the back of the neck. "My office now!" hissed Superintendent Rory Wilkinson. The superintendent frog-marched the man out of the room, across the corridor and into his office. He threw him inside and kicked the door shut. The man put up his hands as if he feared the superintendent was going to assault him. "You can't do—" "Shut the fuck up!" shouted the superintendent. "How fucking dare you make a cheap crack like that? A girl has been abducted and you think it's fucking funny?" I, stammered the man. The superintendent pointed a finger at the man. "You're a fucking civilian, so I can't sack you. But I want you out of this office now. Tell your fucking boss that you're off this investigation, and if you've got anything like a brain behind that pig ugly face, you'll get transferred to another station, because I am going to make your life a living fucking hell every time I see you. Now fuck off out of my sight!" The man turned, fumbled for the door handle, and rushed out. The superintendent took a deep breath. His blood pressure had been borderline high at his last medical, and dealing with civilian idiots wasn't helping. He closed his eyes and took another deep breath. He was 54 years old and hoped to retire in another year. His 3 children were all married with families of their own, and he and his wife had their retirement all mapped out. They had already bought a canal boat big enough to live aboard, and they planned to spend 6 months of the year cruising the canal system and 6 months in their villa in southern Spain. Thinking of the canal boat always calmed him down. There was nothing more relaxing than pottering along at 4 miles an hour, the tiller in one hand and a mug of tea in the other. "Sir?" The superintendent opened his eyes. It was Aaron Fisher, a young detective who had only recently joined CID. "Yes, lad?" "I've just had a call that sounded like the real thing." He mimed, putting a phone to his head as if the superintendent might not understand what he meant. "Old couple, out in Lyndhurst." Lyndhurst was a small town close to the New Forest, half an hour's drive from Southampton. "Spit it out, lad." "They say their neighbours turned up with a kid a couple of days ago. I didn't get a good look, but they're pretty sure it was a young girl." "A couple of days ago?" It was Tuesday morning. Bella Harper had been snatched on Friday. "Sorry, sir, on Friday." "They've seen the appeal pictures?" "They know what Bella looks like, but they say the girl taken into the house was being carried, so they didn't get a good look. They've not seen the girl since, so they think she might be in the house." "Who lives there?" "According to the electoral roll, a guy called Eric Lucas. The caller doesn't know anything about them." "Check the sex offenders register?" Fisher nodded. "No, Eric Lucas." The superintendent rubbed his chin thoughtfully. The unit was getting several hundred calls a day, and the bulk of them were false sightings of Bella Harper. "What makes you think this is the real thing?" "The timing, sir." Fisher looked at his notebook. "Mrs. Pullman, she's the lady who rang in, said she's pretty sure she saw the girl at 3 o'clock in the afternoon on Saturday. She went missing at just before 2:30. "And this Eric Lucas doesn't have kids?" "There's no wife on the electoral roll, and Mrs. Pullman says she's never seen a child there before. There are no toys in the garden." "Today's a school day. She's sure the kid didn't leave for school today?" "I asked that. Mrs. Pullman was in her front garden all morning. She's not a great sleeper, she said, and she was doing some weeding. No one has come in or gone out." "So this Eric Lucas doesn't work?" "That's another thing that made me think she might have something. He usually leaves for work at 7:30 in the morning. Today his car is still in the drive." "Car? So no white van?" Fisher shook his head. "Blue Mondeo," he said. "What does he do?" "Mrs. Pullman doesn't know." "Do they know who the woman is? Girlfriend? Sister?" "She's been living there for the past year or so, but they keep themselves to themselves." He tapped his notebook against his leg. "Mrs. Pullman isn't a time-waster. She kept saying she hoped she wasn't being a bother, but she had seen the TV appeals and she felt she had to let us know what she'd seen. Do you think I should go and check the Lucas house?" The superintendent looked at his watch. It was just after midday. "I keep getting this tingle on the back of my neck," said Fisher. "I know that sounds crazy." "It doesn't sound crazy at all," said the superintendent. "A copper's hunch has helped me out more times than I can remember. You're right. The timing is bang on, and the car still being there is a red flag. Get Dave Hopkins in here and we'll get something sorted." Chapter 25. Jenny McLean frowned when she opened the door and found Nightingale studying a large whiteboard on which he'd stuck photographs cut from the Sunday papers. She looked at her watch. It was 10 to 9. "Early bird catching the worm?" she said as she took off her coat. "Up with the lark indeed," said Nightingale. "Late rising is for the birds. Are we about done with the ornithological references?" "I just mean it's not like you to beat me into the office." She walked over to him and looked at the information on the whiteboard. He'd drawn a map of the school and marked where the children had been killed with black crosses. He'd drawn red lines from the crosses to the relevant photographs. 8 of the crosses were of children. The 9th in the playground had a red line linking it to a balding man in his 40s. "What are you doing?" "Trying to work out why McBride did what he did." "He killed kids, we know that." "Yeah, but if he just wanted to kill kids, he could have just walked into one classroom and started blasting away. He had plenty of cartridges." Jenny stared at the hand-drawn map of the school. "He walked down the corridor and into several classrooms." Nightingale nodded. "And then into the gym. That's where he shot his last 2 victims and where he killed himself." "So the question is, why go to all that trouble?" "Exactly. If the aim was just to kill kids, then he'd have been a lot more productive if he'd just gone into one classroom and blasted away." "Productive? That's a sick way of putting it." "What I mean is, if it was a body count he was after, he went about it in a bloody funny way. And if it wasn't about a body count, what was he doing?" "Do you think the police are asking the same question?" Nightingale grimaced. "Probably not," he said. "When the cops are on a murder investigation, they're looking at motive, means and opportunity. They construct a timeline and they investigate everyone who came into contact with the victim. But in this case, they're not looking for a suspect. They know who the killer was. They caught him in the act. So, they're not going to be worrying about a motive. So far as they're concerned, the case was closed when McBride killed himself. There'll be an inquest, but the verdict will be murder and suicide. It's not the coroner's job to say why McBride did what he did, though he might say something along the lines of the balance of his mind was disturbed." "I don't think there's much doubt about that," said Jenny. "Well-balanced people don't usually run amok with shotguns, do they?" "No, but from the accounts in the papers, he didn't run amok. He was as cold as ice, dead calm. And if you look at how he moved through the school, it was purposeful. It wasn't random." "You think he was choosing his victims?" She looked at the photographs one by one. They were all children aged between 8 and 10, and most of the pictures had been taken at school. They were wearing uniforms and smiling happily at the camera, bright-eyed children with their lives ahead of them. Jenny pointed at one of the photographs, a dark-haired girl with a snub nose. "Manka?" "Polish," said Nightingale. "Mum arrived in the UK 10 years ago. The girl was born here. Mum's a single parent." He tapped another photograph. "Paul Tompkins. His mum's also a single parent." "Coincidence?" asked Jenny. Nightingale pointed at a third photograph. "Zach Atkins. His parents split up 5 years ago and he's being brought up by his dad." Jenny frowned. "Are you serious?" Nightingale moved his finger along the whiteboard to a photograph of a girl with curly red hair. "Ruth Glazebrook. Parents divorced, lives with her mum." He looked at Jenny and shrugged. "Of the 8, those 4 are described by the papers as being in one-parent families. The parental status of the other 3 isn't mentioned. Can you run checks on the rest? I figure the best way is to look at the electoral roll." "Easily done," said Jenny. "But you can't seriously think he was killing kids from single-parent families." "I don't know what to think at the moment. But if it wasn't random, we need to know why he killed the ones he did. If we can answer that question, we'll have a better idea of what was going on. But the more I look at it, the more I'm sure he wasn't a crazy devil worshipper." "What about the religious connection?" "What religious connection?" "The names. Paul, Ruth, Zach, and there's a Noah, all biblical." "Zach? Since when is Zach biblical?" "Zacharias. He was a prophet. Manka doesn't fit, but maybe that's the exception that proves the rule. Manka is a Polish variant of Mary, said Nightingale. Is it now? But one of the girls was called Brianna. I'm pretty sure that's not in the Bible either. The point I'm making is that you've got to be careful when you start looking for connections. Just because a few of them are from single-parent families doesn't mean that's why he killed them. You might just as well say they all have blue eyes or played the piano. How do you know they played the piano? Jenny sighed. I didn't. I plucked that from the air. You noticed the date, by the way? And the time? Jenny frowned. September the 9th, right? A couple of days after the kids went back to school. And the time? Jenny shrugged. It was at the start of school. It was 9 o'clock when he started shooting, on the dot. Am I missing something here, Jack? 9 o'clock on September the 9th. The 9th month. 999. She frowned and shrugged again. And? Jenny, 3 nines, 999, that's a satanic number. It's also the emergency services number. Anyway, I thought 666 was the number of the devil. The number of the beast, said Nightingale. But Satan's number is 999. You can blame Hollywood for the whole 666 thing. And then there's the number of victims, 8 kids and 1 teacher, 9. So what are you saying? Now you think it was some devil worship thing? He picked up the shotgun and got to the school at 9 o'clock, said Nightingale. If he'd got there at 10, we wouldn't be having this conversation, would we? But his brother was definite, wasn't he? James McBride wasn't a Satanist. Yeah, but Satanists don't tend to advertise themselves, do they? If James was in league with the devil, there's a pretty good chance he wouldn't tell his brother. What do you want to do, Jack? He wants you to prove his brother wasn't a Satanist, but everything in the papers says he was. And if you're right, and the 999 thing is significant... She shrugged. He wants to know why his brother did what he did, said Nightingale. I'll get paid whatever I find out. The ulcer was definitely wrong, and I think the computer stuff is a definite red herring. But the 999 can't be a coincidence. Of course it can, she said. Look at the conspiracy theories over the Twin Towers. September 11, 911, and that's the American Emergency Services number. It's not the same thing, said Nightingale. You've got to be careful reading something into random numbers, that's all I'm saying. What do you think, then? It doesn't matter what I think, said Jenny. Mr. McBride's going to want proof at the end of the day, and at the moment all we have is supposition. She pointed at the photograph of the adult. That's the teacher who died, right? Deputy headmaster, said Nightingale. Simon Etchells. Single parent? Married but no kids, said Nightingale. You have to wonder why McBride shot this guy but none of the other teachers. Maybe he tried to stop him. Maybe. But I don't see him getting aggressive with a man with a shotgun. They tend to produce the opposite effect. That's why the shotgun is the weapon of choice for bank robbers and the like. It's all about intimidation, and a shotgun is just about the most intimidating gun there is. What are you saying? I'm not sure yet, said Nightingale. But he went into 4 classrooms, and there was a teacher in each one. The teacher would have been the first person he saw, yet he didn't shoot them, he shot kids. The same in the gymnasium. There was a gym teacher there, but McBride ignored him and shot 2 kids before the police arrived. According to the papers, the cops arrived when the shooting was going on. They heard a shot outside the school and another when they went inside. 2 shots. So that would be the 2 kids he killed in the gym. He tapped the photograph of Zach Atkins and another of a dark-haired boy with an impish grin. Zach Atkins and Noah Woodhouse. But here's the thing. It took the cops a good 3 or 4 minutes to move through the school to the gym. And as soon as they got there, McBride took his own life. Here's the big question. Why did he stop shooting? Ran out of cartridges? Nightingale shook his head. There were several dozen in his knapsack. He could have shot more kids and fired at the cops. What are you suggesting, Jack? Nightingale shrugged. I don't know. But the way he behaved makes no sense to me. If he wanted to lash out at the world, why shoot kids? He could have gone into the council offices and shot dozens of people, or the pub, or the shops. He targeted the school.
That happens, said Jenny. Look at Dunblane. That bastard killed 16 children. And that Norwegian right-wing nutter, Breivik. He massacred 77 people, and most of them were kids.
Nightingale walked over to the window and then turned to face the board. He folded his arms as he studied his handiwork. OK, so let's suppose that for whatever reason McBride set out to kill children. Why shoot the deputy headmaster but then ignore the rest of the teachers? If he was just after kids, he could just threaten to shoot the deputy and the guy would have shot himself. Lovely image. It's true, though. He chose to shoot the deputy, but he didn't shoot the teachers. And why move from classroom to classroom? If the aim was to kill kids, all he had to do was to walk into a single classroom and keep shooting. He had all the ammo he needed. He'd be standing at the only door. He could fire and reload to his heart's content. There were more than 30 kids in that first classroom, but he only shot one. Maybe he stepped out to reload. Maybe. But then he could have gone back into the same classroom. But he didn't. Plus, there's the fact he walked past 2 classrooms full of kids before he started shooting. Why would he do that? Why not just go into the first classroom in the corridor? Jenny shrugged and didn't say anything. When he does go into a classroom, he shoots a girl. Ignores the teacher. According to the teacher, he walked into the room, fired once, then turned and walked out. He walks across the corridor into the second classroom, where he shoots 2 more little girls, Ruth Glazebrook and Emily Smith. Again, he doesn't shoot the teacher. Just blows the little girls away and then he's out. He walks along the corridor, reloads, and, in the next classroom, shoots a boy and a girl. Then, across the corridor to shoot a girl. Then he crosses the corridor to shoot another kid, the Polish girl, Manka. 6 children in 4 different classrooms. At that point, he walks to the gymnasium. The teachers use that as an opportunity to get the kids out of the classrooms. That's about the time the police arrive. McBride reloads and walks into the gymnasium. The gym teacher manages to get the fire exit open and starts ushering the kids out. McBride shoots 2 of the kids, then stops. There's an interview with the gym teacher in the Sunday Mirror. He says he saw McBride standing in the middle of the gym after he'd fired the second shot. He didn't reload. He just stood there and watched as the kids ran out of the fire exit. Again, if he'd wanted to keep killing, he could have done. He had all the ammo he needed, but he didn't. He stood there and waited until the cops arrived, and then he sat down and blew his own head off. Jenny nodded as she looked at the whiteboard. He wasn't shooting at kids in general, that's what you mean? She frowned. He was shooting specific children. Maybe, said Nightingale. And you think he was shooting at children from one-parent families? She turned to look at him. That doesn't make any sense, does it? Nightingale shrugged. That's why I need you to check the family circumstances of the rest of the children who died, he said. But yeah, it doesn't make any sense. They were interrupted by the phone ringing. Jenny hurried over to her desk to take the call and scribbled some notes on her pad. When she'd finished, she replaced the receiver and looked up at Nightingale. Pig's blood, she said. That's what was in the crucible and the knife. Interesting, said Nightingale. Is that significant? I'm not sure, he said. But I know someone who will be able to tell me. Chapter 26. Joanna Pullman's doorbell rang, and she looked up from her magazine. Now, who could that be? Her husband, Melvin, was sitting at the dining table, staring at a chess set. He belonged to the local chess club, and they had a match coming up against their long-time rivals in nearby Cadham. You could always answer it and find out, he said. He picked up a knight, tapped it against the side of his head, and then replaced it. I thought when you touched it you had to move it, said Mrs. Pullman. I'm only practising, he said. The doorbell rang again. He sighed and pushed himself out of his chair. I suppose I'd better get it. Well, you are nearest. Mr. Pullman chuckled. She was right, but there was only about 3 feet in it. He was still chuckling when he opened the door. 2 men in British Gas overalls were standing there. There was a blue van parked outside their house. The younger of the two men, in his late 20s with short curly hair and piercing blue eyes, held out a black leather wallet with a silver badge on it. "Mr. Pullman, I'm Detective Aaron Fisher. I spoke to your wife on the phone." He was holding a dark blue plastic toolbox. "You're not the gas man," said Mr. Pullman. "I'm with Hampshire CID," said Fisher, putting his ID away. "This is my colleague, Inspector Hopkins." Inspector Hopkins nodded and held up a clipboard. "Why are you dressed like gas men?" asked Mr. Pullman. "Can we come in, please?" asked Fisher. "We really need a word with your wife." "I suppose so," said Mr. Pullman, holding the door open wide. "But do wipe your feet. She hates it when people walk mud over the carpets." The two policemen took it in turns to wipe their shoes on a thick bristle mat on the doorstep before walking along the hallway and into the main room, where Mrs. Pullman was still reading her gardening magazine. Fisher put down his toolbox, introduced himself and showed her his warrant card. "You're a policeman, but you're dressed like the gas man," she said, frowning. "That's what I said," said Mr. Pullman. "We didn't want anyone to see that we were with the police," said Hopkins. He put his clipboard on the dining table next to Mr. Pullman's chess set. "You called us about Mr. Lucas." Mrs. Pullman's frown deepened. "Mr. Lucas?" she repeated. "Your next-door neighbour. You did call us about him, didn't you? About seeing him with a young girl?" Mrs. Pullman smiled. "I'm sorry, yes, I did. But I didn't know that was his name. He's not the sociable type, and he's never introduced himself." "Well, we think his name is Eric Lucas, and he doesn't appear to be married, but you told my colleague you saw him with a woman on Saturday, and they carried a young girl into the house." Mrs. Pullman nodded. "That's right." "What time exactly?" "It was 3:00, on the dot. I know because I was in the garden and I had Radio 4 on and I heard the time check." Hopkins unclipped a photograph of Bella Harper from his clipboard. It was the school photograph they'd used for the public appeals, with Bella smiling brightly at the camera, her blonde curls pulled back from her face. "Was this the girl, Mrs. Pullman?" She took the photograph and looked at it for several seconds. "It could have been," she said. "I saw blonde hair. He had her in his arms, so I couldn't see her face. But we have a 9-year-old granddaughter, and she's 10. And the girl he was carrying looked about the same size as Hannah." "Hannah's your granddaughter?" Mrs. Pullman nodded. "And they carried her from the car to the house at 3:00 in the afternoon?" "Not the car," said Mrs. Pullman. "The car was in the drive. They drove up in a van." "A white van?" asked the inspector. "I suppose so. I mean, there was writing on the side. It was a company van, but I didn't pay it much attention." "The woman drives a van sometimes," said Mr. Pullman. "It's a plumbing company or a drain clearer. I've seen her in it a few times." "You didn't tell me that," said his wife. "You never asked," said Mr. Pullman. "So this woman with Mr. Lucas drives a white van?" "Like my wife said, it's not really white, greyish, with signs on the side." "And where's the van now?" Mr. Pullman looked over at his wife and they both shrugged. "Is it possible it's in the garage?" asked the inspector. "I didn't see them put it away," said Mrs. Pullman, "but I suppose it's possible." "And you haven't seen the child since, or heard anything?" "Not a peep," said Mrs. Pullman. "Do you think it's her? Do you think it's Bella?" "We don't want to jump to any conclusions," said the inspector. "Is there an upstairs window that overlooks their house?" "The spare bedroom," said Mr. Pullman. "I'll show you." The inspector followed Mr. Pullman upstairs. Fisher knelt down next to his toolbox and opened it. He took out a pair of binoculars and a police radio and headed upstairs. Mr. Pullman was standing at the bedroom door while Inspector Hopkins peered around a dark green curtain. He held out his hand for the binoculars, then focused them on the house next door. There wasn't much to be seen. There was a window on the upper floor that was presumably a bedroom, and the blinds were closed. He could see the blue Mondeo, but there was no window in the garage, so he had no way of knowing if there was a van in there or not. There were 2 green wheelie bins at the side of the house. "When are the bins collected?" asked the inspector. "Thursdays." The inspector checked the rear garden through the binoculars. There were no toys and no washing on the line.
And you haven't seen anyone coming or going since Saturday?
To be honest, we rarely see the neighbours on either side, said Mr. Pullman. We're all detached and most people value their privacy.
The inspector put down his binoculars. He wasn't sure what to do. There wasn't enough hard evidence to call in an entry team, but if Bella was indeed next door, then every second counted. He nodded at Fisher.
"Take Mr. Pullman downstairs while I make a call," he said. He took out his mobile and phoned Superintendent Wilkinson. Chapter 27. The Wicker Woman shop was tucked away in a Camden side street between a store selling exotic bongs and Bob Marley T-shirts and another that sold garish hand-knitted sweaters. Nightingale pushed open the door and a bell tinkled. He stepped inside and his nose was assaulted by a dozen or more scents, including orange, cloves, lavender, lemongrass and jasmine. There was a dark-haired teenage girl with half a dozen facial piercings and web-like gloves on her hands, standing at a display case full of crystal balls and pyramids. "Is Mrs. Stedman in?" asked Nightingale. A stick of incense was burning by the cash register, filling the shop with a sweet, almost sickly scent. "She's upstairs. She's got a headache." The girl scratched her arm as she studied Nightingale with cold green eyes. "Can you do me a big favour and tell her that Jack Nightingale is here?" "Like the bird?" "Yeah, like the bird." "How'd she get a name like Nightingale, then?" Nightingale frowned, wondering if she was joking, then realised that she probably wasn't. "It was my father's name," he said. "Never heard of anyone called Nightingale before?" "There's a few of us around. So, can you see if Mrs. Stedman has time for me?" Before she could reply, a beaded curtain drew back and Mrs. Stedman appeared. She smiled at Nightingale, but he could see she wasn't well. Her eyes had lost their sparkle, and she had always been tiny, but if anything she seemed even smaller. A bird-like little woman who looked as if she might break under the slightest pressure. "This is a pleasant surprise, Mr. Nightingale." "I'm sorry you're not feeling well. I just need some advice." "Why don't we go for a walk?" she said. "Laurie here could mind the shop, and I think I could do with some fresh air. Wait while I get my coat." She disappeared back through the curtain and reappeared a couple of minutes later, wrapped up in a thick black wool coat with a leather belt. "I won't be long, Laurie," she said to her assistant. They stepped out of the shop, and Mrs. Stedman slipped her arm through Nightingale's as they walked along the pavement. The heels of her boots clicked with every step, and Nightingale had to slow his pace so that she could keep up with him. "Are you okay, Mrs. Stedman?" he asked. She gave his arm a squeeze. "I've had a busy few days. My energy levels are a bit low, that's all." "You're sure? You look tired." "I am tired, but I'll be better soon. Really, you don't have to worry about me. I've been around a long time." "How long exactly, Mrs. Stedman?" She laughed, and it was a sound like birdsong. "A long, long time," she said. "Let's leave it at that, shall we?" They walked through Camden Market, weaving their way through the throngs of shoppers and tourists towards the canal. They followed the towpath for a few hundred yards and sat down on a wooden bench overlooking the water. They watched a brightly coloured barge go by. Then Nightingale reached into his raincoat pocket and pulled out half a dozen of the photographs he'd taken at the McBride farm. He held them in his lap. "I need some guidance, Mrs. Stedman. About black magic." Mrs. Stedman gasped slightly. "You know that's not my field of expertise," she said quietly. "I remember you telling me once that there was no black or white magic. It was all magic." "That's true," she said. "Magic is power and can be drawn down for good or for evil, in the same way that electricity can be used to save a life or take one." "But you understand the mechanics of both." "I know messing around with the dark side is a very dangerous thing to do," she said, "as I've told you several times." Nightingale nodded. A man walked by with 2 Jack Russell dogs, and he waited until they were out of earshot before continuing. I need to know if this is a real black magic altar or not, he said. He passed her the photographs. Mrs. Stedman looked through them in silence, spending several minutes staring at each one. When she had finished, she looked up at Nightingale. "Where did you get these?" "I took them," he said. "It was in a barn up in Berwick." She nodded thoughtfully. "You've heard the story about the devil and Berwick?" "The Devil's Thumb, yeah." "It's a very strange place, Berwick. A lot of very unnatural things happen there." Realization dawned, and she sighed sadly. "The children?" "I'm afraid so. That was what the police found in the man's barn." "And you think something isn't right?" Nightingale's eyes narrowed. "What makes you think that?" Mrs. Stedman patted him on the knee. "Why else would you be showing me these pictures?" She smiled at him over the top of her half-moon spectacles. "What do you think is wrong?" He took the photographs from her and flicked through them, then pointed at the lead crucible that he'd had analysed by the lab. "I had this examined, and the blood in it was pig's blood. That didn't seem right to me." "Blood is used in black magic rites, but yes, pig's blood would be of no use. Chicken's blood, if it was a voodoo ceremony, of course, but otherwise it would have to be human blood, and usually a particular type of human blood." "From a virgin?" "Not necessarily," said Mrs. Stedman. "It would depend on the rite. But it would be human. Pig's blood, you say?" "That's right. Do you mind if I smoke?" Mrs. Stedman looked pained. "I'd rather you didn't," she said. "I'm really not feeling well. You know, I could give you something that would help you give up smoking." "Nicotine patches?" She chuckled. "I was thinking of a spell," she said. "All it takes is a gemstone candle containing amethyst. I have some in the shop. It's so successful I offer a money-back guarantee." Nightingale grinned. "I like smoking," he said. "I don't want to give up." "Your one vice?" she said. "Seriously, smoking makes me feel good." "Even though you know the risks?" "I think the risks are exaggerated," he said. "And let's face it, at the end of the day, everyone dies whether they smoke or not." He shrugged. "I don't have too many vices. I figure I'm entitled to one." "Just be careful, Mr. Nightingale," she said. "Things that give you the greatest pleasure can sometimes cause you the greatest pain." "I hear you, Mrs. Stedman." He gestured at the photographs. "The fact that the blood is pig's blood means that it's not a real altar, right?" "If it was a true black magic altar, it wouldn't be pig's blood, that's true." "And what about the pictures?" "You're right," she said. "Whoever made that altar didn't really know what they were doing. There are 2 inverted pentagrams which are as they should be. But one of the pentagrams is the correct way up. That's how it is used in Wicca, and no Satanist would use it that way. The goat's head is correct. It's the horned goat, the one they call Baphomet. Satanists use the goat to mock Jesus, who is the Lamb of God. But the symbol is missing a burning candle on the head of the goat. Whoever put the altar together knows about the symbol, but doesn't understand the significance of the candle." She sorted through the photographs, then pulled one out and showed it to him. "And here, do you see the star and crescent symbols here on the wall? The crescent represents Diana, the moon goddess. The star is Lucifer, the son of the morning. The way the symbol is drawn, with the star to the left of the crescent, is the way that it's used in Wicca. In a satanic ritual, it would be reversed. The star would be to the right." "So, whoever constructed the altar made a mistake?" "The symbols have to be correct in order to maintain their power," said Mrs. Stedman. "It's all about channeling the energy. With the symbols mixed up as they are, any energy would be unfocused." "It wouldn't work, is that what you're saying?" "I don't see that it would function at all," she said.
either as a Wicca altar or as a satanic altar. Whoever constructed it really didn't know what they were doing. Do you think that the man who killed the children did it?
I'm not sure, said Nightingale.
If it was him, he's not a serious Satanist. I can tell you that for sure, she said.
I'm starting to think that perhaps it wasn't his work, said Nightingale.
Somebody wanted to make it look as if he was a Satanist.
I think so, yeah. Somebody who didn't realise the significance of the symbols and the blood.
But why would anyone want to do that, Mr. Nightingale? He killed those children, didn't he?
I don't think there's any doubt about that, he said.
So why was it so important to make him appear to be a devil worshipper?
That, Mrs. Stedman, is a very good question, said Nightingale. Chapter 28. So the time fits, and there was a van, said Superintendent Wilkinson. He'd been watching Sky News with the sound down as he'd listened to the inspector report on what he'd learned, which frankly wasn't much. Mr. and Mrs. Harper were due to make a live appeal within the hour, not that there was anything new for them to say. Just tears and scared faces and the same words over and over again. Please let us have our daughter back, please don't hurt her. Paedophiles didn't pay attention to appeals. Wilkinson knew that. But it was important to keep the missing girl in the public's thoughts. There's no sign of a van now, but there is a garage, sir. We could try knocking at the door. We're overhauled up as gasmen. We could say we're testing for leaks. You can't go in without a warrant or probable cause, you know that. We could do a walk around the outside. Try to get a look-see through the windows. OK, but no knocking on the door, and under no circumstances are you to go inside. But if they come out, you can speak to them, and watch young Fisher. He's still wet behind the ears. Understood, sir. The superintendent ended the call. Mr. and Mrs. Harper were taking their places at a table, flanked by the deputy chief constable and a lady from the press office. He grabbed for the remote and turned the volume up. Chapter 29.
Please don't let him do it to me again, sobbed Bella. I want to go home. I want my mummy and daddy.
Stop crying, hissed Candy.
You said you were my friend.
Bella sniffed and wiped her nose with the back of her hand.
I'm not your friend, you silly little cow. Now stop crying or I'll give you a slap.
She raised her hand menacingly and Bella collapsed onto the bed. What's her problem? Asked Eric, coming into the bedroom.
She's been a crybaby, said Candy.
It doesn't matter. We're almost done with her, said Eric.
I want to go home,
whispered Bella.
You're never going home, said Candy. Ever. You're never going to see your mum or your dad or your stupid rabbit. We're the last thing you're ever going to see, the last thing you're ever going to feel. You belong to us, and when we're finished with you, we're going to throw you away like the rubbish you are.
No, moaned Bella. Eric pulled down his jeans and kicked them off. Hold her down, he said, and shut her up. I'm sick of her bloody voice. Chapter 30. Please keep away from the windows, said Inspector Hopkins. We'll come back before we leave to let you know what's happening. Not a problem, said Mr. Pullman. He opened the front door for them and closed it as they walked back to their van. The two detectives walked back to the van. The inspector opened the door and tossed his clipboard onto the driver's seat. OK, we do a walk around the outside of the house. Do you have anything that looks like it will detect a leak? I've got a meter thing, said Fisher. He opened the toolbox and took out an electrical meter with an impressive-looking dial. The inspector nodded his approval. Wave that around. If anyone comes out, leave the talking to me. Fisher nodded. The inspector slammed the door shut. They walked towards the Lucas house. They walked either side of the Mondeo and then turned to the left to walk by the garage. Fisher waved his meter around and then tried the handle of the garage. To his surprise, it opened. Sir, he said. Hopkins hissed at him and threw him a dirty look. Then he motioned for him to pull up the door. Fisher stepped back and pulled the door up a couple of feet. Both men peered inside. Bloody hell, said Fisher. It was a white van with the name of a plumbing firm on the side. Hopkins slipped inside. The signs were magnetic so that they could easily be removed. They had probably removed the signs during the abduction and replaced them when the car was in the garage. There was an internal door connecting the garage to the house. Hopkins tiptoed over to it. Fisher started to duck under the garage door, but the inspector waved him back. He reached the connecting door, placed his hands against it, and then gently pressed his ear to the wood. Chapter 31. Eric rolled off the little girl and grinned at Candy. "That was good," he said. He wiped the sweat from his face with his hands. "That was really good." Bella curled up into a ball and cried softly. There was blood on the sheets. Not that it mattered, because they always destroyed the bed linen and towels after it was over. Candy put her hand around his neck and kissed him hard on the lips. Her tongue probed between his teeth, and she moaned with pleasure. She groped between his legs, and her heart leapt when she discovered that he was growing hard again. He wanted her. He always did after he'd had sex with the girls. "Do you want me, Eric?" she whispered. "You know I do," he said. "Do you love me?" He reached for her and pulled off her shirt. He fumbled with her bra, but he couldn't unhook it, so she did it for him and threw the bra on the floor as her breasts fell free. He kissed her again, harder this time. Candy rolled onto her back, lifted her hips and slipped off her underwear. She could feel how wet she was. Eric tried to get on top of her, but she pushed him off and rolled him onto his back. He grinned up at her as she straddled him. She grabbed his chin with her right hand, her fingers digging into his flesh. It was the one time that she had power over him. The only time. "Say you love me," she said. "I love you." She lowered herself onto him, gasping as he entered her. Then she began to ride him faster and faster. Candy stared down at the tearful little girl, her eyes burning with hatred. "Look at me, Bella. This is how a real woman fucks a man." Bella put her hands over her face and continued to sob. Candy pounded herself against Eric. "Come for me, baby," she shouted. "Come for me, and then we'll kill the little bitch." Chapter 32. Hopkins moved away from the door and over to Fisher. "I can hear voices, but it's muffled," he said. "What do we do?" "It's the super's call," said the inspector. He took out his phone and called Superintendent Wilkinson. "What do you think?" asked the superintendent after Hopkins had brought him up to speed. "It's the same make as the van in the CCTV footage. This one has signs on the side, but they're magnetic, and I can hear voices inside. I think this is it, sir." "Where are you?" "In the garage. The door was open." "Well, get the hell out of the garage and wait for armed support. I don't want this turning into a hostage situation. Hang back and wait for the ARV. Hang on a minute." Hopkins heard the superintendent shout over to someone, and then someone shouted back. 15 minutes, maybe 20. "We'll be in the van," said Hopkins. "They'll radio you direct with an ETA," said the superintendent. "This had better be right, or we're going to look bloody stupid." He ended the call. The inspector nodded at Fisher. "Back to the van," he said. "Quietly does it." That was when they heard the scream from inside the house. Chapter 33. Eric clamped his hand over Bella's mouth. "Shut up or I'll snap your neck," he said. He'd dressed but hadn't put his shoes on. Candy had put on her clothes too, and she stood at the foot of the bed collecting up Bella's clothes. "All I'm doing is taking you upstairs to clean you. You need a bath. You have to be clean for when we take you back to your mummy and daddy. Do you understand me?" Bella nodded fearfully. "Good girl. Now I'm going to take my hand away from your mouth, but if you scream, I'll hurt you. I'll hurt you real bad, okay?" Bella nodded again, and Eric slowly removed his hand. His palm was soaked with her tears, and he wiped his hand on his jeans.
"Candy said she was going to kill me," she whispered.
"She was joking," said Eric. He flashed Candy an angry glare. "We're going to get you clean and dressed, and then we'll take you to see your mummy and daddy. Tonight you'll be tucked up safe and sound in your own bed."
"You swear?"
Eric nodded. "I swear."
"Cross your heart and swear to die."
"Cross my heart and swear to die," said Eric. It was an easy lie to tell because he didn't believe in God. He didn't believe in anything much. Candy laughed and Eric glared at her. He patted Bella on the shoulder. "You and me will go upstairs to the bathroom," he said. "Would you like a bubble bath?"
"I just want to go home,"
said Bella. She sniffed and wiped her nose with the back of her arm.
"Please, just let me go home."
"You are going home," he said. "Don't worry." He took her by the hand and led her upstairs. First, he would clean her, getting rid of any DNA evidence. Then he'd kill her. Then they'd drive her out to the New Forest and bury her near the others. And then the hunt would begin again. Chapter 34. Inspector Hopkins yanked at the door. It was locked. He stepped back and considered giving it a kick, but he could see immediately that it was strong enough to take a lot of punishment. He looked around and saw a garden fork and a spade hanging from hooks on the wall. He grabbed the spade and headed for the garage door. "Come on, lad," he said. "Grab that fork and follow me." He ducked under the door and hurried around to the back of the house. The superintendent had said to stand by until the armed response vehicle arrived, but the scream had changed all that. It was definitely a young girl, and the sound had chilled his blood. It was a scream of a child in fear of her life. He hurtled down the path to the back of the house. The kitchen door looked as solid as the one in the garage, but the window overlooking the rear garden was one large sheet of glass. Hopkins swung the spade back and brought it crashing through the window, turning his face to avoid any flying glass. Fisher joined him, and together they used their garden tools to hack away the remaining shards of glass. Hopkins threw his spade through the window and crawled after it. He rolled over the windowsill, then wriggled across the sink and twisted so that he dropped feet first onto the kitchen floor. His shoes crunched on broken glass as he bent down to pick up the spade. Blood smeared across the handle, and he realized that he'd cut his left hand. As he straightened up, he saw Fisher struggling to crawl through the window. He leaned towards him, grabbed him by the scruff of the neck and dragged him through before running out of the kitchen. There was a woman in the hallway, mid-20s, in a grubby sweatshirt and Adidas tracksuit bottoms. "Where's the girl?" shouted Hopkins. The woman was in shock, her eyes wide and her mouth open. She had an acne rash across her forehead and a tan that looked as if it had come from a bottle. "The girl!" shouted Hopkins again, raising the spade with both hands. The woman pointed up the stairs. "Bathroom," she said. Hopkins walloped her left leg with the spade, just below the knee. As the leg buckled, he pushed her face down on the floor, just as Fisher came running out of the kitchen. "Keep her down and call the super. Fill him in," said Hopkins. As he ran up the stairs, Fisher planted his foot in the middle of the sobbing woman's back and fumbled for his phone. Hopkins took the stairs two at a time, the blade of the shovel scraping against the wall. He reached the landing and looked around. There was a door open to his left, and he hurried towards it, raising the spade. There was a man leaning over the bath. Hopkins saw a mop of greasy brown hair, a Chelsea football shirt and combat trousers. "Police!" he shouted. "Turn around!" Hopkins stepped into the bathroom and saw what the man was doing. "You bastard!" he screamed. The man had his hands around the throat of the girl, submerging her in the water. Hopkins brought the spade crashing down on the back of the man's head. It made a dull, thudding sound, and the man slumped forward. Hopkins dropped the spade, shoved the man to the side and grabbed the girl under her arms. He hauled her out of the water and hugged her to his chest, then carried her out of the bathroom. He laid her on the carpet and scraped her wet hair away from her face. She wasn't breathing, and he didn't waste time feeling for a pulse. It had been years since he had been on any sort of first aid course, but he remembered enough to check that her airway was clear before tilting her head back and putting his lips over hers to blow air into her lungs. The second his mouth touched hers, he knew that he was wasting his time. Chapter 35. The woman was begging Fisher to let her up and complaining that she couldn't breathe. Fisher had some plastic ties in one of the pockets of his overalls, and he pulled one out to bind her wrists together.
"You can't do this to me. I've got rights," she shouted. "He hit me. He hit my leg with a bloody spade."
Fisher stood up. As he took his phone out, he looked down at the bloody gash on her leg. "You'll live," he said.
"I've got my rights,"
she shouted again. Fisher called the superintendent and told him what had happened. "Do you have the girl?"
"I'm not sure," said Fisher.
"What the hell do you mean you're not sure? What are you playing at?"
"I'll check," said Fisher.
"Check? What do you mean, check?"
Fisher hurried to the stairs.
"Sir, the super wants to know if the girl's okay."
There was no answer.
"Sir?"
He headed up the stairs. The inspector was kneeling next to the naked girl, blowing into her mouth. Then he sat back on his heels and began a vigorous heart massage.
"Sir, is she okay? The super wants to know if she's okay."
Fisher realised that there were tears streaming down the inspector's face, and that little Bella Harper wasn't okay. Chapter 36. Superintendent Wilkinson climbed out of the car and squared his shoulders. There were 2 police vans parked outside the house, a white Socco van and 3 regular patrol cars. 2 police community support officers were marking a perimeter with blue and white police tape. Detective Sergeant Sean McKillop had driven from the station, and he got out and looked over at the superintendent.
"No ambulance?"
"There's one on the way." Wilkinson belched and rubbed his stomach. He'd had indigestion since he'd taken the call from Detective Fisher. He'd already chewed 2 Rennies, but took them out of his pocket and popped another 2 in his mouth. He walked towards the house, his hands in the pockets of his overcoat. Murder scenes weren't pleasant places at the best of times, but dealing with a murdered child was just about the worst scenario imaginable. He knew that he would be the ranking officer. The top brass would be giving the crime scene a wide berth. If Bella had turned up alive, they'd be rushing over to take the credit. But no one wanted to be tainted with a dead child. That would be down to him, to stand in front of the cameras and give the bad news. His stomach lurched, and he tasted vomit at the back of his throat. As the superintendent ducked under the tape and headed for the front door, an ambulance arrived. There were no sirens or flashing lights. There was no need. Bella Harper was dead. A uniformed constable was standing guard at the front door, and he stepped aside to allow the detectives through.
"Where's the girl?"
asked the superintendent.
"Upstairs," said the officer.
"And the suspects?"
"Sitting room, first on the right."
The superintendent stepped into the hallway. There were 2 more uniformed officers there, and a PCSO. They stopped talking as soon as they saw the superintendent, and it was clear they hadn't been discussing work. Wilkinson jerked a thumb at the door behind him.
"Out,"
he said. There were 4 more uniformed officers standing in the kitchen.
"Will you get the hell out of the house? This is a crime scene, not a bloody meeting hall," shouted Wilkinson.
He went into the sitting room. There were another 4 uniformed officers there, one of them a sergeant that Wilkinson recognised. Dennis Tyler, a 20-year veteran of the Sussex Police and an old-school copper. Standing by the window was Aaron Fisher, white-faced and looking as if he was about to throw up. Sitting on an armchair by the TV was a woman in her 20s with an orange complexion and dyed blonde hair that looked as if it had been hacked with a bread knife. There was a man on the sofa. He had greasy, unkempt hair and a hooked nose over thin, bloodless lips. The man and the woman had their hands cuffed behind them.
"What's the story, Dennis?"
asked the superintendent.
"Eric Lucas and Candice Matthews, the girls upstairs."
He pointed at Lucas.
"He strangled her. Have they been cautioned?"
The sergeant shook his head. Lucas slumped forward and Wilkinson saw that the back of his head was bloody.
"How did that happen?"
he asked the sergeant.
"They were like that when we got here."
Wilkinson looked over at Fisher.
"Inspector Hopkins hit him with a spade,"
said the detective.
"And he hit me too," shouted the woman. "Bloody animal he is."
"Where is Inspector Hopkins?"
"The stairs," said Fisher.
I want to go to the hospital,
said the woman. That's not going to happen, said the superintendent. We'll get you a doctor at the station.
I'm bleeding to death here, said the woman. Have you seen my leg? I know my rights. I want to see a doctor.
The superintendent nodded at Sergeant Tyler. Get her out of here, Dennis. He looked at Sergeant McKillop. Put her in the car.
He hit my Eric too. Smashed his head in with a spade.
The two sergeants reached down and helped her to her feet.
Police brutality, that's what it is, she said. Anyway, I can't walk.
She let herself go limp and the sergeants had to let her fall back onto the sofa.
If you make me walk, I'll sue. I've got my human rights, I have.
There's an ambulance just arrived to get the paramedics to look at her, Wilkinson said to Tyler. But no hospital. She can be treated at the station.
What about Eric? Said the woman. He might have concussion. He needs a brain scan, that's what he needs.
The superintendent gritted his teeth. Get them to look at him. Then both of them to the station, he said. As he walked back into the hallway, two paramedics appeared at the front door. One of them was holding a portable trolley. Do me a favour, guys, and check out the two suspects in there, he said. Do whatever first aid you need, but I want them in the station ASAP. They said the girl's dead, said the elder of the two paramedics. Yeah, she's upstairs. To be honest, we'd rather take care of her first, if that's okay with you. The superintendent was about to argue, but then he saw the haunted looks on the men's faces. Like everybody else, they'd been following the case and hoping that the girl would be found and returned to her parents. He understood exactly how they felt, and if he had been in their place, he wouldn't have rushed to treat her killers either. He nodded. Sure. He headed for the stairs and the two paramedics followed him. Inspector Hopkins was sitting on the stairs, his cheeks wet with tears. He looked up at the superintendent with unseeing eyes. There was an unlit cigarette in one hand. Are you okay? Asked the superintendent. Hopkins shrugged. Not really. The hand holding the cigarette was trembling. Wilkinson gestured at the two paramedics. They need to get upstairs to deal with Bella, he said. He put his hand on the inspector's shoulder. You need to move. Come on, let's sit down in the kitchen and put that cigarette away. Hopkins stood up and followed the superintendent down the hallway to the kitchen. The paramedics tramped upstairs with a trolley. The superintendent pulled a chair away from the kitchen table and motioned for the inspector to sit down. Hopkins slumped down and put his head in his hands. What happened to them? Asked the superintendent. Lucas and a woman. I hit them with a spade, said Hopkins. You did what? There wasn't time to be nice about it, said Hopkins. She was in my way and he was drowning the girl. But a bloody spade, Dave. Call it a shovel if that makes it easier, said Hopkins. He ran a hand through his hair. He was drowning her. So you hit him over the head with a spade? Hopkins shrugged. You've got to pull yourself together, Dave, said the superintendent. If they allege police brutality, professional standards will be all over you. Fuck them, said Hopkins. They killed her. I hear you, but you need to get your story straight now. Professional standards can be arseholes, but they hate child killers as much as you do. You have to give them the right story for them to give you a pass, and you have to have your story straight from the start, okay? Okay. Why were you holding the spade? I used it to break open the window in the kitchen. I'd heard the girl scream. Fisher will back you up on that. Hopkins sat back in his chair and nodded. We both heard it. And why did you hit the woman? Think carefully, Dave. The inspector took a deep breath. I came out of the kitchen and she was in the hallway. I identified myself as a police officer and asked her where Bella was. She came towards me in an aggressive manner and I used the spade to deflect her attack. I was then joined by PC Fisher, who constrained her while I went upstairs. Excellent, said the superintendent, patting him on the shoulder. What happened then? She's breathing! The voice came from upstairs. She's okay! The two detectives both jumped as if they'd been stung. They looked at each other in astonishment. Hopkins shot up out of his chair and beat the superintendent to the kitchen door. They hurtled down the hallway, shoving a white overalled socko out of the way. The younger of the paramedics was standing at the top of the stairs, beaming from ear to ear. He flashed the detectives 2 thumbs up. "She's okay!" he shouted. "She's bloody well okay!" Chapter 37. A Sky TV crew had arrived outside the house just as the paramedics were pushing Bella out on the trolley. They wanted to film her being taken to the ambulance, but by the time they had the camera out, she was already inside. As the ambulance sped off, the reporter hurried over to Wilkinson with her crew in tow. Wilkinson knew her. She'd been covering the Bella Harper abduction from day one. Her name was Carol Kahn, and she was one of the more professional reporters he'd dealt with, so he decided to give her a statement. "Superintendent Wilkinson, can you tell us what's happened?" she asked, holding the microphone under his chin. The lanky cameraman had the lens aimed at Wilkinson's face, and he automatically raised his chin, knowing from experience that with his head down he had several rolls of fat around his neck. "I can tell you that Bella Harper is alive and well and will shortly be reunited with her parents," he said. "2 people are in custody, and that's all I can say at the moment." "Can you tell us if she has been sexually assaulted?" asked the reporter. "Bella is on her way to hospital and she'll be examined there," said the superintendent. "The people in custody, what can you tell us about them?" "At the moment, nothing. Other than that, we are not looking for anyone else in connection with this incident, and that I am happy that Bella is safe. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the public and the media for all their help. It was their assistance that helped us bring this investigation to a positive conclusion." "Where are they now?" asked the reporter, but the superintendent shook his head. "That's all for now," he said. "There will be a fuller statement later today." The cameraman lowered his camera, and the reporter flashed Wilkinson her most winning smile. "What about off the record, Rory? What's happening?" "Off the record, the guy's name is Eric Lucas, and that's his house. We'll be bringing him out in a bit. He was in the process of drowning Bella when 2 of our officers gained access to the house. Lucas seems to have been helped by his girlfriend, a woman called Candice Matthews. Nothing known on either of them. If you want to hang around, we'll open up the garage door fully. The van they used is inside." "We can film them when you bring them out?" "Yeah, but we'll be covering their faces, you know that." "Don't suppose I could persuade you not to," she said, and laughed. "I've got to go," said Wilkinson. "I'm sure the DCC will have a full press conference at the training HQ at Netley later today." The Netley HQ building was where Hampshire Police's media team was based, and it had a large auditorium that was tailor-made for major press conferences. A second ambulance had arrived, and 2 more paramedics were attending to Lucas and his girlfriend in the house. Wilkinson was still waiting for confirmation that they were fit to be taken straight to the station. He ducked under the police tape and took out his mobile phone. As he walked around to the rear of the house, he called the Deputy Chief Constable's number, and his secretary put him straight through. "Bella Harper's alive, sir," he said. "She's what?" "The call we got that she was dead turns out to have been a false alarm," said Wilkinson. "She's in an ambulance on her way to hospital as we speak, but she's fine. She's talking to the paramedics. All her vital signs are okay. They say she's in shock, but other than that, we were told she was dead. The press office is just about to put out a statement offering our condolences." "Well, there's definitely no need for that, sir. Like I said, she's fine." "How did that happen? How could they get it so wrong?" "The men who went into the house found Bella being drowned in the bath. They got her out and did CPR, but thought that she'd stopped breathing. When the paramedics arrived, they checked and she was okay." "That makes no sense to me, but I'm not about to start looking gift horses in the mouth," said the DCC. "What about the media?" "Sky TV are here. That's it so far." "And the suspects?" "They're both a bit banged up, but they should be okay to take straight to the station." "And they're banged to rights?" "Inspector Hopkins found Lucas with his hands around Bella's throat," he said. "But no warrant, that's correct?" "They heard her scream, sir. The lack of a warrant won't be an issue." "You'll be handling the interrogation?" "Yes, sir."
Then I don't need to tell you to do it by the book, Superintendent. No slip-ups. Understood, sir, said Wilkinson. He ended the call. He would be handling the interrogation, but he was sure that the DCC would be leading the press conference. All smiles now that Bella was alive.
Chapter 38. Nightingale pushed open the office door and held up the 2 cups of Costa coffee. "For my favourite assistant," he said. Jenny was standing in front of the television. She looked over at him and grinned. "My cup runneth over," she said. "Though I have to point out that I'm your only assistant." Nightingale hung up his coat and went over to stand by her. The television was tuned to Sky News, and a reporter was talking to camera in front of a suburban house. "What's happening?" "They found that little girl, Bella Harper." "Alive?" "Yes, thank God." "How many days was it?" 4. "That's really unusual. If they're not found within 48 hours. Well, in this case, it worked out for the best. I'm so happy for the parents. They must be so relieved." She went back to her desk and muted the sound. "So, how did it go with the little old lady?" "According to Mrs. Stedman, that satanic altar is just window dressing. Either McBride did it with next to no knowledge of what Satanism is about, or someone tried to frame him." He sat down opposite her. "There's no doubt that he killed those children," said Jenny. "None at all." "I meant frame him for the devil worship thing. How are you getting on with the kids?" "All good," she said. She stood up and took her coffee over to the whiteboard. "And you were right. All the children who were killed were from single-parent families." Nightingale joined her. "That can't be a coincidence, can it?" "More than half of all marriages end in divorce, but couples with children tend to stay together more than those who don't. So you'd expect half of the 8 to be in single-parent families." Nightingale frowned and rubbed his chin. But why would he deliberately set out to kill kids with just one parent? "I don't know. But I don't see that it can be a coincidence. Having said that, it still doesn't explain why he only shot 2 girls in the first classroom. I haven't been able to check them all, but I did cross-check some of the pupils with the electoral roll. And there must have been half a dozen or more kids from one-parent families in that first room that he didn't shoot." "OK. So all the children that he shot were from one-parent families. But there were children from one-parent families that he didn't shoot." "Exactly. But I'm not sure that helps us come up with a motive." She waved at the photographs. "Do you notice something else?" Nightingale studied the photographs. 5 girls, 3 boys. Blonde hair, dark hair, 1 redhead. Eye colour? Some have blue eyes, some have brown. Short hair, long hair, straight hair, curly. "It's more what you don't see," said Jenny. Nightingale shook his head. "I don't get it." He stared at the photographs, then threw up his hands. "Got it. They're all Caucasian." He turned to look at Jenny. "He was targeting white kids. Is that what you think?" "I thought that might be significant until I checked the school roll. There are very few Asians or Afro-Caribbeans at the school. In fact, Berwick is the most ethnically homogeneous district in the country. In the last census, 99.6% of the population recorded themselves as white. So, if it's not racial, what is it? What am I missing?" "At the risk of being judgmental, how about the fact that they're all good-looking kids?" "What?" "The girls are pretty, the boys are good-looking. There isn't a fat, spotty, or funny-looking one in the bunch." "You're joking." Jenny shook her head. "No, I'm deadly serious. You take any group of kids these days and probably a third are overweight. Another quarter are, shall we say, challenged in the looks department. I know that's cruel, but it's a fact of life. Some kids are good-looking, some aren't. I know that all parents think their kids are perfect, but when you take a step back, you know that isn't true." She waved at the whiteboard. "These kids are all the sort you see in TV commercials." Nightingale ran his hand through his hair. "So he was targeting good-looking kids from single-parent families?" Jenny nodded. "You can see where I'm heading with this, right?" "I'm not sure." "Children from single-parent families are more likely to be abused. They're more vulnerable.
So you think that McBride had been abusing these kids and decided to kill them?
I think that needs looking at, yes. His brother said he was great with kids. Yeah, well, just because he didn't abuse his own nephews doesn't mean he wasn't a child molester.
Nightingale sighed. The brother isn't going to be happy about this. We proved that his brother wasn't a devil worshipper by showing that he was a paedophile.
He wants the truth, said Jenny.
I'm not sure that he does. He might think he does, but how's he going to react if we tell him that his brother was a paedophile? He sipped his coffee as he looked at the photographs on the whiteboard. Jenny was right. They were all good-looking kids. He stared at the photograph of Grace Campbell, long, curly chestnut hair, a snub nose, smiling for the camera. Was it possible that she had been abused? She looked happy, as if she hadn't a care in the world. We don't know for sure that these children were abused, said Nightingale. We're going to have to be very careful here. What about the post-mortems? Asked Jenny. They were all sudden deaths, so by law there has to be a post-mortem, right? Nightingale nodded. That's right. So talk to the coroner. If the kids were being abused, he'd know. It'll mean going back to Berwick. I doubt he's going to say anything over the phone. Jenny smiled brightly. I'll book you a ticket, and there's something else you might want to do while you're up there. I'm all ears. The lab still had the crucible and the knife. Why don't I get them to check them for fingerprints and DNA? DNA's expensive, said Nightingale. Don't forget that when the $2,000 is gone, we're not going to be getting any refreshers. Just fingerprints, then. We can compare them to McBride's prints and we'll know if he set up the altar or not. You think he'd go to the trouble of setting up a fake black magic altar? I don't know. But if it wasn't him, at least we'd have the prints of whoever did, and that might be a start. Nightingale nodded thoughtfully. She was right. You touched them with your bare hands, right? I wasn't thinking about prints. I was more concerned about the blood. Sure, but we'll need your prints to rule you out, and while you're up in Berwick, you could get something with McBride's prints. Something that only he could have touched. 2 birds with 1 stone. Exactly. Chapter 39. Sandra Harper held her husband's hand and squeezed it. I can't believe it. I can't believe we got her back. Will Harper looked over at their daughter, lying in the ICU bed connected to a machine that beeped softly. Proof, if they needed it, that Bella was alive and well. The doctor, looking after her, a bald Indian with a kindly face and an unpronounceable surname, had said Bella was in ICU purely as a precaution. Once the 24-hour observation period was over, she would be moved into a general ward, with every possibility of her going home before the end of the week. If I get my hands on the bastard that... He gritted his teeth and left the sentence unfinished. His wife squeezed his hand. We got her back, Will. That's all that matters. I don't know what I would have done if... Tears pricked her eyes and she blinked them away. I just want 1 minute alone with him in a room, that's all, he said. And that bitch with him. How can a woman help a man rape a child, Sandra? Can you answer me that? Sandra shook her head. I don't know. I hope they throw away the key, Will muttered. And I hope while they're in prison they get the shit kicked out of them. I hate nonsense in prison. Bella opened her eyes and Sandra jumped. She's awake! She jumped up and hurried over to the bed. Bella smiled up at her. Hi, Mummy. Tears ran down Sandra's face. Oh, my God, thank you! Where's Daddy? I'm here, honey, said Will. He reached out and held her hand, careful not to disturb the drip. You look tired, said Bella. We haven't been sleeping much, said Will. We were worried about you. I'm okay, Daddy. I want to go home. Soon, honey. The doctors want to check you're okay. Sandra smoothed her daughter's forehead. She was cool to the touch, much cooler than usual. How do you feel, Bella? I feel fine, Mummy. I don't need to stay here. You'll be home soon, honey. Tell the doctor I'm okay.
We will, honey, as soon as he gets back.
A male nurse popped his head around the door. "Everything okay?" he asked. "She's awake," said Will. "I'll get the doctor," said the nurse, and he hurried off.
Can I have a drink of water, Daddy?
Asked Bella. "Of course you can."
Or a Coke. Can I have a Coke?
"You can have whatever you want, honey," said Will.
There's a machine in the corridor,
said Sandra. She carried on smoothing Bella's forehead as Will went off in search of her Coke.
I love you, Mummy,
whispered Bella. Sandra felt tears run down her face, but she didn't want to take her hand away from Bella's forehead, so she didn't wipe them away.
Don't be sad, Mummy. I'm not sad, honey, I'm happy. Everything's going to be all right.
Sandra smiled down at her.
I know. I saw an angel, Mummy. When, darling? When I was with those people. The bad people that hurt me. You saw an angel?
Bella nodded.
When I went to sleep in the bath, I went to sleep and then I woke up and I saw an angel.
Sandra shook her head.
That wasn't an angel, honey. That was a paramedic. He came with an ambulance. He brought you back to us.
Bella smiled.
No, Mummy. It was a real angel with wings and everything. He was nice to me and he said everything was going to be all right. Well, your angel was right, darling, because now everything is all right. The angel said I didn't have to go to heaven. He said that?
Bella nodded earnestly.
He said it wasn't my time, but he said before I went back there were some people I had to see. Did he? Yes, Mummy. He took me to see Grandpa Arthur and Auntie Edie.
Sandra frowned.
Who are they, honey? You don't know? Grandpa Arthur is the father of Daddy's father, and Auntie Edie was your sister.
Bella giggled.
Did you forget?
I must have, said Sandra. She was genuinely confused at what her daughter was telling her, because while Sandra had 3 siblings, they were all boys. She didn't have a sister called Edie dead or alive.
They talked to me, and then they took me to see Jesus.
Jesus?
Yes, Mummy. I went to see Jesus with the angel and Grandpa Arthur and Auntie Edie. I spent ages talking to him. He's such a kind man. Like Father Christmas, but his beard was brown. That's nice, honey. Then Jesus said it was time to go back, and the angel took me and I woke up, and that's when I saw the paramedic. I know the paramedic wasn't the angel. The angel was Michael. Michael? He's an archangel, Mummy. That's a really important angel. He said I was very special because Jesus only speaks to special people.
Chapter 40. Nightingale phoned Danny McBride as he grabbed a coffee at Heathrow Terminal 1 and arranged to meet him at the farm later that day. He flew to Edinburgh, picked up a rental car and drove to the Northumberland coroner's office in Church Street. He managed to find a parking space close by and smoked a cigarette at the main entrance before going inside. The coroner's officer, who'd agreed to see him, was a police sergeant by the name of Bernard Connolly. He gave him a business card and sat back and studied Nightingale with unblinking grey eyes. "Can I ask what your interest is in the case, Mr. Nightingale?" he said. "I'm representing a client who wants to know the background to the shootings." "I don't suppose you'd tell me who that client is?" Nightingale smiled thinly. "That would be covered by client confidentiality," he said. "It would if you were a doctor or a lawyer, but gumshoes don't have that sort of protection." "I don't think I've ever been called that before," said Nightingale. The policeman smiled. "Gumshoe, I'm a big fan of Elmore Leonard. But I can assure you, Mr. Nightingale, there's no mystery here. It's as open and short a case as I've ever seen. Mr. McBride took his shotgun, for which he had a licence, and used it to kill a teacher and 8 children. Then he took his own life. There'll be an inquest, of course." "Of course, but there won't be any surprises, I can assure you of that." He tapped a gold fountain pen on an open notepad. So, assuming that client confidentiality doesn't apply, who are you working for? I'd rather not say. I'm guessing a family member, said the policeman. Probably someone who stands to gain from the will. He sat back in his chair and fixed Nightingale with a deceptively bored gaze. Suicide, you see. That would negate any life insurance McBride had taken out. Only if it was a recent policy, said Nightingale. So it is a family member. The brother, I suppose. Nightingale tried to keep his face impassive. I really can't say. You're not a poker player, are you, Mr. Nightingale? Why'd you say that? Because you've got a tell, that's why. A tell? A tell. It shows when you're bluffing. Nightingale smiled amiably. The policeman was pulling one of the oldest tricks in the interrogator's handbook, trying to unsettle him. I just need some information on the post-mortems that have been carried out on the victims of the school shootings. Those details will be revealed at the inquest. I understand that, said Nightingale. But can you at least tell me if there are any signs of sexual abuse? The policeman's eyes narrowed. Sexual abuse? It would be apparent enough in the post-mortem. Did the pathologist mention it? The policeman tapped his pen on his notepad as he continued to stare at Nightingale. It's a reasonable question to ask, said Nightingale. I'm not sure that it is, said the policeman. It's bad enough that 8 children have died. Why would you want to start a rumour like that? How do you think the parents would feel? I think the parents deserve to know the truth, said Nightingale. And really, isn't that the purpose of an inquest? To get the truth out there? The purpose of an inquest is to determine the cause of death, said the policeman. And that's pretty much a foregone conclusion. But what about motive? Why did McBride kill those children? Because the balance of his mind was disturbed. Or, as the tabloids will no doubt put it, he was as mad as a hatter. But again, that's a matter for the inquest. He didn't behave like a madman, said Nightingale. He seemed organised, restrained even. He only killed 8 when he could have killed a lot more. What are you saying, Mr. Nightingale? Are you saying that you wish he'd killed more? Of course not, but I'm not convinced he was mad. And if you were to prove that the children were abused, that would make him less of a madman. It would help explain why he did what he did. And what has put this idea in your head, Mr. Nightingale? It's just a line of inquiry, said Nightingale. You remember the Dunblane massacre back in 1996? Of course, but what does that have to do with us here in Berwick? The killer up in Dunblane was Thomas Hamilton. There were reports that he'd been involved in inappropriate behaviour with children. He was a scout leader and worked in youth clubs, and he lost his job after complaints that he'd been taking semi-naked photographs of some of the boys. He made boys sleep with him in tents on camping trips, that sort of thing. I don't see where this is heading, frankly. The shootings came shortly after he failed to set up a new youth club. I was wondering if there was something similar driving Mr. McBride. The policeman frowned. You have evidence that he was abusing children? That's why I've come to see you. If any of the children had been abused, it would show up in the post-mortem. The policeman put down his pen and linked his fingers. Well, I can assure you that the children were not sexually abused in any way. Can I see the pathologist's report? The policeman stared at Nightingale for several seconds. No, he said, eventually. I would be in breach of the Data Protection Act if I were to do that. The reports will be made public at the inquest and not before. But I can tell you, off the record and on a totally non-attributable basis, that none of the children had been abused. Nightingale nodded slowly. Okay, he said. He wondered if the coroner's officer was also a poker player, and if the pulsing vein in his forehead was a sign that he was lying. Nightingale would have been prepared to bet that it was. But he didn't say anything. He just thanked the man, shook his hand, and left the office. He waited until he was outside before he called Jenny on her mobile and filled her in on what happened. "Now what?" she said. "I'm going to go to the farm to get a sample of McBride's prints. I've arranged to meet the brother there." "When you do see him, you might think about running some expenses by him," said Jenny. "Be nice if we could get some money for your travelling and the lab." "Will do," said Nightingale. "You'll still make the afternoon flight?" "That's the plan," said Nightingale. Chapter 41. Nightingale went back to his rental car and phoned McBride, but he didn't pick up and the call went through to his answer service. Nightingale left a brief message saying that he was heading out to the farm, but then he realised he hadn't eaten all day, so he popped into a local cafe for a coffee and a sandwich. He called again as he drove to the farm, but McBride still wasn't picking up. When he arrived at the farm, the 5-bar gate was padlocked, so he left the car in the road. He climbed over the gates and walked down the dirt track. He made a final unsuccessful attempt to call McBride and then shoved his phone into the pocket of his raincoat. As the track bent to the right, he was able to see the farmyard and realised that McBride's car was parked there, its nose up against the side of the house. It began to rain as he got closer to the farmhouse, and he turned up the collar of his coat and jogged the last 50 yards. He rang the doorbell, but there was no response. He rang again. The rain was getting heavier, and he stood closer to the door to avoid the worst of it. The front door remained resolutely closed. From where he was standing, he could see that the barn door was ajar. He jogged over, his hush-puppies splashing through puddles, and squeezed through the gap. Rain was beating a tattoo on the corrugated iron roof. "Mr. McBride, are you in here?" he called. Water dripped down the back of his neck, and he shivered. As he looked to the left, his breath caught in his throat. Danny McBride was hanging from the upper level, a thick rope around his neck. Nightingale took a step back, his eyes open in horror. It didn't make any sense. McBride wasn't the type to kill himself. He was a husband and a father, and there had been nothing about his behaviour that suggested he was depressed. He was upset about what his brother had done, but that was no reason for him to take his own life. He'd been hanging there for a while, Nightingale realised. Hours, probably. His trousers were wet, and there was a small pool of urine on the floor. The bladder always emptied itself on death, and so did the colon. Nightingale had attended several suicides when he was a police officer, and the smell of death was always the same. Urine and faeces. The intestinal gases as they expanded and escaped, and finally, rotting flesh. Nightingale shuddered. "Shit, shit, shit," he muttered under his breath. He took out a cigarette and lit it as he considered his options. He could get back into his car and drive to the airport without telling anyone about the body. Or he could be the dutiful citizen and phone the police. But if he did that, he'd have to face Stevenson again, and have to explain what he was doing on the farm. And he guessed that Stevenson would relish any excuse to have Nightingale in a cell wearing a paper suit for a day or two. Nightingale blew smoke up at the roof of the barn. If he drove away without reporting the death and the cops discovered that he'd been in the barn, he'd be in trouble. Not prison trouble, but helping the police with their inquiries trouble, and he'd probably need a lawyer. But there'd be no evidence that he'd been in the barn and seen the body. There were the phone calls, of course, the call he'd made at Heathrow and the message on McBride's phone. He could get around that, though, and phone again saying that he wouldn't be able to meet McBride that afternoon. That might work, but he'd have to make the call well away from the farm. Then there was his family. They deserved to be told. Somewhere there was a wife carrying on as normal, totally unaware that her husband was dead, and 2 boys who had to be told that their father was gone forever. He looked around the barn. Everything seemed exactly as it had been the last time he had been there, except for the body, of course. He took a long drag on the cigarette and held the smoke for a good 10 seconds before letting it out in a tight plume. He'd made up his mind. Chapter 42. John Fraser looked at his watch. It was 6 o'clock in the morning, which meant he had 2 hours to go before his shift ended and he could go home. The graveyard shift, they called it, but that was actually a misnomer. It was quite rare for a patient to die in the ICU at night. Most died in the daytime, and the joke among the nursing staff was that the number of deaths rose in line with the number of doctors in attendance. Fraser knew that was a fallacy too. Patients in the ICU were at their most stable when they slept, because then the body was able to get on with healing, or at least keeping itself stable. During the daytime, with all the lights and the noise, stress levels increased, and with stress came an increased risk of death. Fraser had asked for the transfer to the ICU, but was starting to have second thoughts. He had assumed the medical staff there would be making life and death decisions, and that those decisions would save lives, that they would make a difference. But in the 6 months he had been there, he had realised the medical care actually had very little to do with whether the patients lived or died. They came in, they were hooked up to machines that measured all their life signs, and they were monitored. Some patients got better and lived, others got worse and died. But the medical staff tried equally hard with all the patients. They weren't the ones choosing who lived and who died. It wasn't a case of doing the right thing or the wrong thing. Sometimes patients died no matter what the doctors did, and Fraser was finding it hard to come to terms with that. In almost any other job, the harder you worked, the better the results, but not in the ICU. It didn't matter how hard they tried, patients still died. The money was good, and the work was challenging, but Fraser was already thinking about asking for a transfer back to a general ward. Fraser was doing a walk around of the various units, checking that the equipment was functioning properly. Drips hadn't been compromised, and patients were as comfortable as they could be. He opened the door to Mrs. Dawson's room. She was in her 60s and had been involved in a bad car accident that had burst her spleen, broken her back in 3 places, and punctured her lung. She'd been lucky. She'd been wearing a seatbelt, and an airbag had cushioned her against the worst of the impact. Her husband hadn't been wearing his belt, and the airbag in front of him had malfunctioned, and he'd ended up under the rear wheels of the truck that had smashed into them. Her face was a black and blue mass of bruised tissue, but she was breathing on her own, which was a good sign. Fraser checked her drip, then dabbed a paper towel at the dribble of saliva that was running from her open mouth to her pillow. She swallowed, and then moaned softly. "Ron?" Ron was her husband. Fraser tossed the paper towel into the bin and left the room. One of the unit's doctors was walking slowly down the corridor, texting on a BlackBerry. He looked up and smiled when he saw Fraser. His name was Joe MacDonald, and he was newly qualified and still eager to please. "Fraser, how's everything?" That was always the sign of a newly qualified doctor or an intern. They bothered to remember the names of the nurses because more often than not, it was the nursing staff who pulled their nuts out of the fire. "Oh, good, Dr. MacDonald." "I'm going to have a lie down. Give me a shout if you need me." "No problem, Dr. MacDonald." MacDonald hurried down the corridor towards the windowless room that housed the camp bed where doctors could snatch a few hours' sleep when they needed it. It was one of the inequalities of the medical hierarchy. Doctors could nap, but a nurse would be sacked for sleeping on duty. Not that Fraser wanted to be a doctor. He didn't envy them their long hours or the stress, or the decisions they had to make on an hourly basis. Fraser liked people, and he enjoyed helping them, and that's what nurses did. He'd always wanted to be a nurse, ever since he'd been in hospital as a child to have his tonsils removed. His classmates had teased him, and his parents hadn't been keen on his choice of career, but Fraser had stuck with it, and he couldn't have been happier. He opened the door to Isabella Harper's room. The little girl was lying in her bed, looking up at the ceiling. She smiled when she saw him. She put her finger to her lips and went, "Shh," then pointed at the chair at the end of her bed where her father was sleeping, his head resting on a pillow jammed against the wall. Bella's parents took it in turns to stay overnight in her room. It was against the rules, but Bella was 9 years old, and after all she had been through, it was generally agreed the parents could come and go as they pleased. Fraser went over the bed. "Can't sleep," he whispered. "I'm not tired," she said. "Are you okay? Do you need anything?" Bella shook her head. "I just want to go home." "Soon," said Fraser. "You're moving to a general ward tomorrow, and I think you'll be home in a few days." "I saw Jesus," said Bella solemnly. "Really?" Bella nodded. "He was very kind.
And I saw the Archangel Michael. He was nice too.
Good, said Fraser. Bella's father snored and moved his legs, then went quiet again.
Jesus gave me a message for you, John, said Bella.
What?
There's something he wants you to know. Bella, come on now. It's time you were asleep.
Bella waved at him, urging him to move closer.
Come here, John. I'll tell you what he said. It's important.
Fraser frowned. He looked over at Mr. Harper, but he was fast asleep.
Really, John, it's important. But I have to whisper it, okay?
If I let you whisper it, you'll go to sleep. Bella nodded.
Sure.
Okay, said Fraser. He bent over her and put his ear close to her mouth. He could smell her breath and he frowned. It was sour and he wrinkled his nose in disgust. Maybe the little girl hadn't been cleaning her teeth, or perhaps it was something she'd eaten. What is it you want to tell me? He asked. Chapter 43. Sally Fraser heard the front door open and she rolled over and squinted at the alarm clock on her bedside table. It was just after 7. She groaned. She had to be up at 7:30, and she doubted she'd be able to get back to sleep. She heard slow, steady footsteps as John walked upstairs. Sally hated it when John worked nights. She was a teacher and had to be at school by 8, which meant they hardly saw each other. The best they could manage was a couple of hours after they put the kids to bed and before he headed off to the hospital. The only plus point was that he was able to drop the boys off at the childminders in the morning. She curled up and closed her eyes, desperately wishing she could slip back into sleep, and hoping John wouldn't slip into bed hoping for a quickie before she got up. She took a deep breath and then frowned. It was just after 7, but John's shift didn't finish until 8. She opened her eyes again and blinked at the clock. 7:20. She sat up, rubbing her eyes. "John?" There was no answer. She got out of bed and padded across the carpet to the bedroom door. The first thing John usually did when he got in was shower, to get rid of the smell of the hospital. When he was on nights, he used the guest bathroom, but there was no sound coming from it. "John?" She called, but again there was no answer. She walked down the hallway, past the bathroom towards the boys' room. The door was open and a shaft of yellowish light ran across the carpet and up the opposite wall. "John? What's going on?" she said. "Nothing, honey. Go back to bed," said her husband. "I'll be with you in a minute." "Don't wake them up yet. They were up late last night." "Go back to bed, honey." There was a tenseness to his voice, and Sally realised something was wrong. She reached the door but froze when she saw 3-year-old Darren lying on his back, his eyes wide and staring. She knew instinctively he was dead. There was an emptiness in his eyes and his tongue was protruding from his mouth. Sally gasped, and she covered her mouth with her hands. Her whole body began to shake. She reached out with her left hand and pushed the door open. It scraped on the carpet, and then she saw her husband bent over Gary's crib. He had a pillow pressed over Gary, and he was pushing it down hard. "Go back to bed, honey," he said. "What are you doing?" she screamed, pushing the door wide open. "What the hell are you doing?" John ignored her and continued to press on the pillow. She ran over to him and grabbed at his arm. "Get off him!" she screamed. She pulled hard and the pillow came away. Gary was as dead as his brother, his eyes open and lifeless, his mouth forming a perfect circle. Sally reached for him, tears pricking her eyes. "What have you done?" Before she could pick up Gary, John seized her by the throat, his fingers digging into her trachea, cutting off her breath. "It's better like this," he said. "It's better they don't suffer." Sally tried to speak, but his grip was too tight. There was a look in his eyes she'd never seen before. It wasn't anger or hatred, it was something cold and hard, as if they had turned to glass in their sockets. "It's going to be okay, honey. Jesus says so." He nodded earnestly. "Really? He says so." His left hand joined the right and he squeezed tighter. Her throat was burning and her chest was heaving, but she couldn't get any air into her lungs. Sally didn't know enough human anatomy to realise it wasn't the lack of air that was killing her. It was the fact that her husband's hands had cut off the blood supply to her brain. She tried to beg him to let her go. But even if she could have formed the words, she knew there was nothing she could say that would stop him. The last thought that went through her mind was that at least her boys hadn't suffered. Chapter 44. Jenny was at her desk tapping away on her keyboard when Nightingale walked in. It was clear from the look on his face that something was wrong. He didn't take off his raincoat, just dropped down onto the chair opposite hers. "He's dead," he said. "Who's dead?" "Danny McBride, the client." Jenny's jaw dropped. "Please tell me that's a sick attempt at humour." Nightingale sat down. "I wish it was a joke." "What happened?" "He hanged himself, or someone hanged him. I had a quick look around and I didn't find a note. And the last time I saw him, he didn't seem the suicidal type." Jenny put her hand over her mouth. "That's awful." "Tell me about it." "Why are you only telling me this now? Why didn't you call me yesterday?" "It wasn't something I wanted to share on the phone." "I can't believe it. He seemed like such a nice man." "He was. And his poor kids and his wife." "I know." Jenny folded her arms. "I can't believe it. I just can't believe it." "I'm as shocked as you are," said Nightingale. "What did the police say?" Nightingale looked pained. "I'm not sure if they know yet." "What do you mean?" He shrugged. "I couldn't call it in, could I? Then I'd be right in the middle of it. The cops are already pissed off at me. It'll only get worse if they think I'd a hand in McBride's death." "Jack! What? You found the body and you just left it there?" "What else could I have done? The last time I made waves, I got hit over the head and driven off the road. If I'd drawn attention to myself—" He shrugged. "Who knows what might have happened? So yes, I put my tail between my legs and skulked away. Discretion being the better part of valour and all that crap." "And what about his family? Who's going to tell them?" "Someone will find him eventually," said Nightingale. "His wife will report him missing, and I'm pretty sure the cops will check the farm. It'll be the obvious place to look." "But you said it was suicide. I don't understand why you couldn't just report it to the police." Nightingale shook his head. "He was hanged, but he wasn't suicidal. You met him. He was fine. And, like I said, there was no note." "So what are you saying? Someone killed him and made it look like suicide?" "When McBride took me to the farm, he unlocked the gate and we drove down to the farm, leaving the gate open. When I found McBride, his car was parked by the farmhouse, but the gate was padlocked." "So someone else padlocked the gate afterwards?" Nightingale nodded. "Exactly." "But who? Who would have done that?" "That's the $64,000 question, isn't it? I'm guessing someone who realised that he had hired me. Someone who wants to hide the truth about McBride's brother and what he did at the school." "But that means it must be someone who knew you were on the case." Nightingale rubbed his chin. "That thought had occurred to me," he said. "It could be the cop I spoke to, or the coroner's officer, who was also a cop, or the detective that Robbie put in touch." Jenny's jaw dropped. "Are you saying the police are behind this?" "I don't know. Not for sure, anyway. But I don't want to be sitting in a police cell waiting to find out." He shrugged. "But it might not be a cop. I chatted to the locals in the pub and we don't know who the cop spoke to." Jenny ran her hand through her hair. "What are you going to do, Jack?" "I'm not sure." "But we don't have a client anymore. That's it, right?" "I don't see why. He paid us $2,000 in advance. What are we supposed to do? Give it back? We at least owe him $2,000's worth of work. Besides, I want to know what's going on, because something is clearly rotten in the state of Berwick." "Now you're misquoting Shakespeare." "I'm under a lot of stress," he said. He pulled an evidence bag from his pocket. Inside were a plastic-handled screwdriver and 2 spanners. Like the knife, they'd had to travel in the hold on the flight from Edinburgh to London. "I got these in the barn. It looked like he used them when he was working on his tractor. Jenny took the bag from him.
What about your prints?
Nightingale took a sheet of paper from her printer and pressed the fingers of both hands down onto it. He folded it and put it into another evidence bag. There you go.
You're such a professional.
That's what they say.
Coffee?
Are you asking or making? I'm making.
Then I'd love one.
Chapter 45.
Well, this is a nice surprise, said Sandra's mother, as Sandra kissed her on the cheek. That'll be so sad to have missed you. He's fishing down at the canal. I'll be back, Mum, but I wanted to chat with you. Tea? Said her mother. The kettle's on. Come on through.
She took Sandra down the hall and fussed around the tea things as Sandra sat down at the table and looked out over the back garden. It wasn't the house that she'd been brought up in. Her parents had downsized 10 years earlier, when the last of her brothers had finally moved out. They'd sold their 5-bedroom house, bought a small bungalow with a manageable garden, and put the rest of the money into shares, providing them with a comfortable retirement.
How's my lovely granddaughter? Asked Sandra's mother.
She's fine. It's almost as if it never happened. She doesn't talk about it, and we don't ask her.
When is she coming home?
Hopefully tomorrow, Friday at the latest. She wants to go now, but the doctors say they want to keep her in a while longer. But they've promised she'll be back home by the weekend.
How is she inside?
She rubbed her own stomach and winced as if she was in pain.
The doctors say she's fine. They did all sorts of tests and she's all clear, for HIV and things. And there's no damage, just bruising. They gave her a shot so that she won't get pregnant.
Tears sprang to her eyes and she blinked them away.
9 years old and they're worried she might be pregnant. How awful is that?
She took a deep breath.
She'll be fine. It's best we don't talk about it. It needs to be forgotten so that we can all move on with our lives. There isn't a day goes by when I don't say a prayer of thanks to God, you know that.
She poured boiling water into an earthenware teapot, complete with a red knitted tea cosy. Sandra had made the tea cosy at school almost 20 years ago and presented it to her mother on Mother's Day.
It was a miracle, a true miracle.
It was, agreed Sandra.
And Will? How is he?
Sandra nodded.
He's okay. He's taken time off work. He doesn't want to let Bella out of his sight. He's in the hospital with her now. I get the feeling that he blames me. He doesn't say anything, of course, but I can see it in his eyes. I'm sure he doesn't. It wasn't your fault. It was those...
She shuddered.
Those animals. How could they do that to a little girl?
Sandra shook her head.
The police say they think he's done it before. They're talking to the girl to see if she'll give evidence against him. Will gets so angry when he sees anything about them on television. He wants them dead. Says hanging's too good for them.
Well, he'd be right about that, said her mother.
Killing's too good for them, though. They need to be made to suffer for every day they have left. They probably won't, of course. It'll be Sky TV and PlayStations and probably conjugal visits. Prison today isn't really prison. They're like holiday camps. I don't think I can face a trial, Mum. The police say they hope that they will just plead guilty and then Bella won't have to give evidence. I couldn't bear the thought of her having to talk about what they did to her.
She shook her head fiercely.
I don't want her going through that.
She took a couple of deep breaths to calm herself down and then forced a smile.
Mum, I've got to ask you something, and I know it's going to sound silly, but...
She threw up her hands.
I should just spit it out, shouldn't I? Did I ever have a sister? A sister called Edie?
Sandra could see from the look of horror on her mother's face that she'd struck a nerve.
Did your father say something? No, Mum. I just need to know, did I have a sister?
Tears filled her mother's eyes and she dabbed at them with a tea cloth.
Why are you asking now? She sniffed.
Sandra got up and walked over to her mother and hugged her.
It just came up, Mum. I need to know.
Sandra's mother trembled, and Sandra found herself patting her on the back to reassure her.
"It's okay, Mum."
She flashed back to when she'd been a teenager, and she'd been dumped by her first boyfriend. Her mum had hugged her and patted her back in exactly the same way, and told her that everything was going to be all right, that there were plenty of fish in the sea, and that one day she'd meet the man of her dreams. She'd been right. Will was the love of her life.
"Come on, sit down. I'll make the tea."
Her mother sat down and kept dabbing at her eyes as Sandra poured tea into 2 mugs. She sat down and waited until her mum had sipped her tea before asking her again about Edie.
"She lived for about an hour," said her mother. "Barely that." She sighed. "She was 8 weeks premature and didn't stand a chance, really. I knew that as soon as I saw her."
She held out her right hand.
The doctor held her like that with one hand. She was so tiny, and she didn't even open her eyes. They put her in one of those incubator things, but I could see from the looks on the faces of the nurses that she wasn't long for the world. We'd already decided on the name. Edie. Your dad's grandmum was Edie. I know it's old-fashioned, but that's what he wanted, and what your dad wants, he usually gets."
She dabbed at her eyes again.
"She would have been our first."
She shook her head.
"No, she was our first. She was my first baby, but I only got to hold her after she died. They wrapped her in a white cloth and said that I could hold her as long as I wanted. They meant it, too. I held her for hours, and no one said a word."
"Why didn't you tell us?"
"Tell you what? That I had a baby and she died? What good would that have done? You all came along later."
"That's so sad." Sandra felt tears pricking her eyes.
"She didn't suffer. She just wasn't meant to be born. Your dad said she'd gone back to be with the angels."
"Did you bury her?"
"The hospital arranged a cremation, and they had a vicar there."
She wiped her eyes and smiled.
"Not a day goes by when I don't think about her," she said. "In a way, I'm glad, you know. It wasn't a secret. It was just that your dad and I decided it was something we should keep to ourselves."
She sipped her tea again.
"What made you ask about Edie now? After all these years?"
Sandra drank from her own mug as her mind raced. Telling her mum the truth would raise more questions than it would answer. How had Bella known about Edie? She put down her mug. "It was a dream, Mum."
"A dream?"
Sandra nodded. "Just a dream." Chapter 46. Will was sitting next to Bella's bed when Sandra walked into the room. There was a tray on the cupboard on the other side of the bed, and Sandra lifted the plastic from the plate. There were 2 pale burgers, a spoonful of anemic corn, and 3 roast potatoes. Sandra could understand why Bella hadn't touched the food. She replaced the cover and smiled at her husband.
"Everything okay?"
"We're good," said Will.
"I want to go home,"
said Bella.
"Soon, honey,"
said Sandra.
"The doctors have to be sure that everything's okay." "Everything is okay," said Bella firmly. "I want to be able to sleep in my own bed." "I'll talk to the doctors," said Sandra. She pointed at the tray. "How about I order you some fast food? A pizza? Or I can go and get you KFC or Burger King if you want."
Bella shook her head.
"I'm not hungry." "You have to eat, honey." Sandra looked across at her husband. "Do you want to get a coffee?"
Will stood up and looked down at Bella. "Are you okay if your mum and I go and get a coffee?" Bella reached for the remote and began changing the channels on the wall-mounted TV.
"Sure."
Will and Sandra walked down the corridor towards the lifts. "The police want us to do a press conference," he said.
"Why?"
"The woman from the press office said it was some quid pro quo thing they had with the media. They help us publicise the search for Bella, and when she's found, we give interviews."
"I suppose that's fair," said Sandra.
If it hadn't been for the publicity, the neighbours wouldn't have phoned and—" She left the sentence unfinished. "That's what I thought," said Will. He pressed the button to call the lift. "And at least it's good news, right? We just thanked the police and the public. She said it might mean that they'll leave us alone then." The lift arrived and they got in. Will pressed the button for the ground floor. "What did she mean, leave us alone?" "You know what the tabloids are like. They'd have paparazzi hanging outside our house, following her to school, all that nonsense. But if we have a press conference and everyone gets their photographs and our quotes, then they won't bother us." Sandra frowned and ran a hand through her hair. "Do you believe that?" "I think we'll still have paparazzi around, but what she says about the quid pro quo is fair. We do owe them, especially the TV people." They arrived at the ground floor and walked to the canteen. "What does she say, your mum?" "You won't believe it," said Sandra. "Mum and Dad did have another daughter, but she died at birth. They'd never mentioned it to anyone." Will stopped and stared at her open-mouthed. "I know. It's unbelievable, isn't it? She never said anything all these years." "And the baby was called Edie?" Sandra nodded. "It was a family name." "How the hell did Bella know?" "I wish I knew," she said. "Have you talked to your dad about his father?" "He's not answering his phone. You know what he's like. Let's get our coffee and I'll try again." They joined the queue at the counter, picked up coffee and muffins, and took them to a free table. They sat down and Will took out his mobile phone and phoned his father. This time his father answered. "Is everything okay?" asked his father immediately. "Is Bella okay?" "She's fine, Dad." "I'm coming to the hospital tomorrow." "There's no need, Dad. She'll be home soon. Really, she's fine. Look, I have a quick question for you. What was your dad's name?" Will's grandfather had died not long after his father had been born, felled by a major stroke after 20 years of smoking 2 packs of unfiltered cigarettes a day. "Arthur," said Will's father. "Why do you want to know?" "Somebody was asking, that's all. Look, I've got to go. I'll let you know as soon as Bella's home." He ended the call and stared at his wife in astonishment. "Bella was right," he said. "Grandpa Arthur. How could she know?" "Maybe your dad mentioned it sometime." "Why would he?" "I don't know, Will. He spends a lot of time with her. Maybe they talked about him." "I don't see why. Dad was just a kid when his dad passed away." "And how do you explain the Edie thing?" "Grandpa Arthur and Auntie Edie, that's what Bella said." "What are you saying, Will? That she went to heaven and met dead relatives that we didn't know about?" She laughed and shook her head. "That's impossible." "Is it?" said Will. "You believe in heaven, don't you?" "Of course, but Bella didn't die. She might have been unconscious for a few minutes, but that's not the same as dead, is it?" "I don't know. I'm just trying to understand what happened." "Does it matter?" said Sandra. "We've got her back. That's all I care about. Nothing else matters." Will smiled and nodded. "No arguments from me there," he said. Sandra reached over and held his hand. "We should just count our blessings." Chapter 47. Nightingale was wondering whether to light a cigarette or head down to the pub for a lunchtime drink when Jenny opened the door to his office. He looked up from his copy of The Sun. "Don't you ever knock?" "Why would I knock? You've got no secrets from me." "I could be in an embarrassing situation." "I don't consider struggling with the Sun Sudoku to be that embarrassing," she said. "Anyway, I knew you'd want to see this." She handed him a computer printout. "The labs just got back to me. The only fingerprints on the knife and the crucible were yours and James McBride's." Nightingale looked at the lab's report. "That's interesting." "Well, it means that as you sure as hell didn't set up the altar, it can only have been McBride." She dropped down onto the chair opposite him. "What do you think?" Nightingale ran a hand through his hair. "I think that Jimmy McBride framed himself as a Satanist, or at least was party to it. But why would he do that?" "Maybe he was disturbed. Schizophrenic, maybe. Perhaps he believed he was doing the work of the devil." But nothing else about him points to that, does it? And while he might have set up the altar, he couldn't have downloaded the satanic stuff onto his computer. He didn't have Wi-Fi. He could have taken the computer to somewhere that did have an internet connection. Nightingale shook his head. It wasn't a laptop, he said. Someone else must have loaded the stuff onto his hard drive. But it was the cops who took it from his farmhouse. Exactly. So the cops helped frame him as a devil worshipper? Is that what you're saying? The cops, or a cop. But here's the thing, Jenny. He went out and killed 8 kids and a teacher. Why does him being a Satanist make it more acceptable? What do you mean? The whole world will know that he's a child killer. Why bother to make it look like his motivation was tied into devil worship? Jenny shrugged. I've no idea. There's only one reason to do that, and that's to distract from his real motivation. The Satanism thing is a distraction. He wanted us to think that's why he killed those children. So you think he had another reason? I do. And I think that it all comes down to the children that he killed. There has to be some connection, some reason that he chose them. And whatever that reason was, he wanted to hide it. He didn't want anyone to know the real reason he was killing them. This is pretty heavy stuff, Jack. Tell me about it. What do you want to do? To be honest, I don't know. I really don't know. He looked at his watch. Maybe a drink will help me think. Yeah, because alcohol is known to increase your IQ exponentially, right? Nightingale's eyes narrowed. Sarcasm? Barely concealed contempt, actually. So you don't want to come to the pub with me? Jenny grinned. I didn't say that. Chapter 48. Nightingale paid the barman and raised his bottle of Corona. Jenny clinked her glass of white wine against his bottle. Here's to a clear head, she said. Nightingale chuckled and drank. So, here's what I'm thinking, he said. It started out looking as if McBride was a lone madman who was involved in black magic and Satanism. A nutter who just went crazy with a shotgun. But it's clear that he wasn't mad and he wasn't a Satanist. But he wanted people to think that he was. It wasn't that someone set him up. His fingerprints were on that fake altar, which means that he must have put it together. But a real Satanist would have had books on the occult in his house. And he would have fixed up an internet connection so that he could visit satanic websites. That makes sense, said Jenny. So, if he wasn't crazy, and he wasn't a Satanist, we need to understand the logic of what he did. And that's what's making my head hurt. You're not alone there. But why couldn't he just be crazy, and faking the altar was part of his craziness? Because the shooting wasn't the work of a madman. He chose his victims, moving from classroom to classroom. He shot 1 teacher and 8 pupils, and then he blew his head off. A madman would have just gone into 1 classroom and blasted away and not cared who he killed. And probably shot it out with the cops too. He shook his head. McBride wasn't mad, which means there was a logic to everything that he did. So we need to work out why he killed the kids that he did. And the deputy headmaster. I think he might be a clue to solving this. He sipped his lager. Like I said before, he could have killed more teachers but didn't. We need to look at Mr. What was his name? Etchells. Simon Etchells. We need to run a full check on him and the kids. You still think that the kids are connected in some way? They were all in single-parent families, which means they might have been more vulnerable. Vulnerable to what? Abuse? Maybe. I didn't get anywhere with the coroner's officer, but I could talk to the parents. That's your plan? Walk up to complete strangers and ask if their children were being assaulted? Nightingale grimaced. It doesn't sound so good when you put it like that. You have to be careful, she said. They've already lost a child, and you start asking questions like that, your feet won't touch the ground. If this is about kids being abused, there has to be a reason why McBride decided to do what he did. Something must have happened to kick him off. He took a long pull on his lager. I need to talk to that cop that Robbie put me in touch with. He might have an idea what's going on up in Berwick.
If he knew, surely he'd have done something already. It depends on what it is. Maybe it's not common knowledge. Are you sure you want to do this, Jack? What do you mean? We don't have a client, remember? And we're coming up on £2,000 worth already. Don't you want to know what happened? We know what happened. You want to know why. There's a difference. I want to know why McBride killed those kids, yes. It's not about the money. If someone forced McBride to do what he did, I want to know. You think someone forced him to kill the children and then kill himself? I don't know what to think. That's why I want to keep on the case, for a while longer at least. Jenny looked at her watch. Speaking of cases, you haven't forgotten you've got a job this evening? Of course not. He grinned. But remind me again what it is? Jenny sighed. Mrs. Holliday, her husband's knocking off his secretary at the Premier Inn every Thursday night. Ah, yes, the old romantic. And she wants photographs to give to her lawyer. I'm on it, said Nightingale. The camera's in the office, she said. I've charged it and there's a fresh memory card in it. Some video would be nice. Nightingale saluted her sarcastically. Aye, aye, ma'am. Chapter 49. Jeremy Barker checked himself in the mirror and smoothed down his hair. The white coat and the stethoscope draped casually around the neck gave him the look of a doctor. And providing he kept walking purposefully, he doubted he would be challenged. People were used to deferring to men in white coats, and providing he didn't actually claim to be a doctor, he didn't see he was breaking the law. He took a pair of horn-rimmed spectacles he'd borrowed from his aunt and put them on. Barker had just turned 25, but with his receding hairline and drinker's paunch, he looked a few years older. He turned left and right, then nodded at his reflection. 20 milligrams of epinephrine and get the crash cart in here stat, he said. Then he laughed. It would probably be best if he didn't say anything. He took off the coat and glasses and put them into a backpack with a small digital voice recorder and a Casio digital camera. His car was parked a few yards from the building that housed his cramped, rented flat, and it took him just over an hour to drive from Clapham in South London to the hospital in Brighton. He parked some distance away, because the car park was covered by a CCTV. He climbed out of the car, put on the white coat, and shoved the stethoscope into one pocket and the recorder and camera into the other. It was 9 o'clock in the evening. Barker had thought long and hard about the best time to visit the hospital. There would be more staff around during the day, so less chance of him being spotted. But in the evening more of the patients would be asleep, and it was more likely the girl would be alone. She was out of the ICU, which meant she would be on the children's ward. That was on the 3rd floor and consisted of 24 individual rooms. He'd been to the children's ward before, and he knew there were windows looking into each of the rooms so that the nursing staff could check on the patients from the corridor. As he reached the main entrance, he took the stethoscope out of his pocket and put it around his neck. The lifts were across the main reception area, but there were stairs just beyond them. He put his mobile phone to his ear and kept saying, yes, yes, and no, until he was past the reception desk. He took the steps 2 at a time, keeping his phone in his hand. He stopped when he reached the 3rd floor and took a couple of minutes to steady his breathing. He knew there was almost nothing to worry about. The hospital was huge and doctors came and went, and on the off chance anyone questioned him, he planned to say he was a GP, there to check up on one of his own patients. He even had a fake business card in his wallet he could show if necessary. He stepped into the corridor. To his right was a nursing station. For a moment he thought it was unoccupied, but then he spotted a nurse at a computer. He put the phone to his ear and began to walk. Yes, I'll be here for an hour or so. Can you ask Derek if he can do it for me? I know, but he's on call. Barker kept the imaginary conversation going as he walked by the station, then slowed as he reached the patient rooms. There was a slot in each door containing a card with the name of the patient and any instructions for the nursing staff. The first room had a boy called Jake. The curtain to his room was closed. On the other side of the corridor the curtain was open and he could see a nurse talking to a girl swathed in bandages. Barker looked at the name on the card. Alison Cooper. Different girl. There were boys in the next 2 rooms and no nurses. The lights were off, but there was always enough of a green glow from the monitoring equipment to see by. Double doors at the end of the corridor opened, and a black doctor walked towards Barker, his long white coat flapping behind him. Barker took out his phone and began talking, but made eye contact with the black doctor and nodded as he walked by. He had to walk the full length of the corridor before he found Bella Harper's room. The curtain was half drawn, and he checked the girl was alone before opening the door. As he stepped into the room, he put his hand into the pocket of his coat and switched on the digital recorder. Bella was lying on her back, her blonde curls spread out over the pillow, giving her the look of a sleeping angel. Barker closed the door softly and went over to the window to close the curtain. As he turned around, his breath caught in his throat as he realized her eyes were open and she was staring at him. He swallowed. "Hello, Bella. How are you this evening?" "I'm fine," she said. "I'm just going to put the light on," he said. "Okay." Barker flicked the light switch and 2 fluorescent tubes flicked on. "There we are." She brushed a lock of blonde hair away from her eyes. Her eyes were pale blue, Barker realized. He hadn't read that anywhere. Details like that help you to flesh out a story. "Have they told you when you'll be going home?" "The day after tomorrow," she said. "I bet you're looking forward to it." He sat down on the end of her bed, careful not to put any of his weight on the recorder. Bella nodded. "I don't like hospitals," she said. "Nobody does," said Barker. "I'll let you into a secret. Doctors don't really like hospitals either." Bella giggled. "That's funny," she said. "Bella, I need to take a photograph of you for our file. Is that okay?" "Sure," she said. "Can I comb my hair?" Barker smiled reassuringly. "It's only for our file. No one will see it," he lied. He took out his camera and took a couple of shots. No photographs of Bella had been released, and while the UK papers would probably not publish them, he was sure he'd be able to sell them overseas. "How do you feel? Do you feel better?" He put the camera away. "I feel a bit sore still. The medicine helps me." "Do you sleep okay? Do you have nightmares?" That would be a great storyline. Kidnapped girl plagued by nightmares. "Not really nightmares," said Bella. "I don't really dream at all." "What about when you get home? Is there something there you'd really miss? A pet?" Kidnapped girl reunited with her puppy. That would make a terrific picture. "I miss my rabbit, Floppy. He has really long ears." A rabbit wasn't such a great picture, but it would do. "And have Mum and Dad said they'll take you somewhere special? The seaside or Euro Disney or somewhere like that?" Bella shook her head. "They just want me at home." "I can understand that. They must have missed you so much when they were away." Bella brushed hair away from her eyes again. "I think so." "Can I ask you something, Bella?" "Sure." "When you were with the man and the woman who kept you prisoner, can you tell me what they did to you?" Bella swallowed but didn't say anything as she studied him with her pale blue eyes. "We need to know so we can help other little girls that get taken away from their families." He nodded encouragingly. "You'll be helping us to help them." Bella stared at him in silence, and for a moment he was worried she was about to burst into tears. Then she slowly smiled. "You're not a doctor, are you?" "Of course I am, sweetie." He took off his stethoscope and swung it around. "Why else would I have this?" Bella smiled at him. "So people wouldn't realize you're a reporter," she said. Barker's stomach lurched. "A reporter?" "A freelance. You want to write a story about me that you can sell. But what you really want is a job on one of the big newspapers." "How do you know that?" Bella giggled. "I know everything, Jeremy." Barker stared at her, his mind racing. How did she know his name?
Did somebody tell you I was coming to see you?
Bella nodded.
Who?
Jesus.
Barker screwed up his face.
Jesus?
I spoke to Jesus. An angel took me to see him.
When was this?
When the bad man and the bad woman had me. But Jesus said everything would be all right. And he had a message for you, Jeremy.
A message?
A message for you. Come closer, Jeremy. I have to whisper it to you.
Barker stood up and looked down at her. She crooked her finger and beckoned him.
Come on, before the nurse comes back. She'll be here soon.
Barker's left foot moved forward as if it had a life of his own.
Closer, Jeremy.
She smiled at him, showing perfect white teeth. Barker took another step forward. The stethoscope slipped from his fingers and clattered to the floor.
Good boy, Jeremy,
said Bella. Chapter 50. Nightingale got back to Bayswater just before 11, with several dozen photographs of the errant husband and his secretary in his camera, along with several minutes of video of them sitting in a bar, drinking champagne and getting in the mood. When he saw that Mrs. Chan's Chinese restaurant on the ground floor was still open, he decided to pop in for a bowl of his favourite duck noodles. Mrs. Chan served him herself, and persuaded him to down another 2 Coronas, and after he'd finished eating, she sat at his table and chatted about her son, who was running a very successful property company in Hong Kong. He had just had his second child, making Mrs. Chan a grandmother 6 times over.
When you marry, Mr. Jack?
She asked him. She had been in London for almost 30 years, but still spoke English as if it was her first day in the country. When I find the right woman, Mrs. Chan, laughed Nightingale.
What about that nice girl who works for you? Miss Jenny. She's very pretty.
She's too valuable as an assistant, and to be honest, I don't think I'm her type. Mrs. Chan laughed and patted his hand.
You're wrong, Mr. Jack. I see her when she look at you.
Nightingale threw up his hands. Please, Mrs. Chan, you've got to stop trying to marry me off. I'm happy being single.
No, Mr. Jack. You just think you're happy.
Nightingale paid his bill and went upstairs to his flat. As soon as he opened the door and switched on the light, he knew that something was wrong. The cushions weren't as he had left them on the sofa, and the books on his coffee table had been rearranged. Nightingale didn't have a cleaner, and Jenny had the only spare key, and he was pretty sure that she wouldn't have popped around to do some tidying up. His mind raced. If someone had got into the flat, then they'd done it without damaging the door, which meant they'd picked the lock or come through a window. The only vulnerable windows were in his bedroom and bathroom, and they were all locked. His flat wasn't an obvious one to burgle, as the street was usually busy outside, and there were always people going in and out of Mrs. Chan's restaurant. He took a long, deep breath as he considered his options. There had been someone in his flat, he was sure of that. The question was, were they still there or not? He whistled softly as he fumbled in his bag and pulled out his camera. He groped for the flash and fixed that to the top of the camera, then slipped the bag off his shoulder and tossed it across the room onto the sofa. Then he switched off the light and held his breath. If he was wrong and he was alone in the flat, then at least there'd be no one to see how stupid he was. He cocked his head on one side, listening intently. He could hear cars driving by outside and the buzz of conversation from the pavement down below. Then he heard a soft footfall. The sound of a leather sole brushing against carpet, and he knew that he wasn't imagining it. He heard another footfall, and then 2 shapes appeared in the bedroom doorway. He held up the camera and fired off a shot. In the flash of light, he saw 2 men wearing ski masks. One was big, well over 6 feet, and carrying a hunting knife, the blade pressed against his trousers. The smaller man was holding a coil of rope. Nightingale fired off a second shot. This time the men were standing open-mouthed, their hands up. Nightingale grabbed for the door and pulled it open. He stumbled downstairs, keeping the camera pressed to his side, taking the stairs 2 at a time. He fumbled for the lock on the downstairs door and ran out into the street. A black cab sounded its horn, and he ran along the pavement and then darted across to the other side of the road, narrowly missing a courier on a bicycle who snarled and swore at him. Nightingale stood behind a parked car and looked up at his building. The light in the sitting room went on, and then, a few seconds later, went off. Then the light in the stairway came on, and the two men emerged from the front door. They'd taken off their ski masks, and there was no sign of the rope or the knife. Nightingale tried to focus on the two men and snapped away, getting off a dozen shots as they stepped out of the doorway and headed down the road towards Hyde Park, keeping their heads down. He walked down the road after them, but they turned right towards Queensway, and by the time he got there they were lost in the crowds. He pulled out his mobile phone and called Jenny. She listened in silence as he explained what had happened. "What are you going to do, Jack?" she asked when he'd finished. "Are you going to call the police?" "I say what? Two men in ski masks attacked me. Without any way of identifying them, I'd be wasting my time. Plus, I've got a feeling that it's cops that are behind it." "Why do you say that?" "It was personal, Jenny. One of them had a knife, and the other one was holding a piece of rope." "Rope?" "I think they were planning a lynching, making it look as if I'd killed myself. And the only case that I'm working on at the moment that would inspire that level of violence is up in Berwick. The cops I spoke to were clearly unhappy at the questions I was asking, and I'm pretty sure that Danny McBride was murdered. So at the moment, I'm not convinced that going to the cops is a good idea." He ran a hand through his hair. "There is one cop I could talk to," he said. "But it means going back into the lion's den." "Jack, will you stop talking in riddles?" "I need to go back to Berwick and talk to that cop that Robbie put me in touch with." "Your diary is pretty much free tomorrow, and the day after is Saturday, so it doesn't matter too much if you get back late. But I thought you said he'd only talk to you on the phone." "Yeah, well, I'll get him to change his mind on that. After what's happened, he has to meet me. I'm not thrilled about another flight up to Edinburgh, though. Don't suppose you'll lend me the Audi, will you?" "You suppose right. What about the train? It's probably only 3 or 4 hours." "Sure. See if you can get me a seat to get there for lunch and a seat back in the late afternoon. I'll buy him lunch." "I'm sure that'll work. Are you being sarcastic? I can never tell on the phone." "Yes, Jack, I am." She ended the call before he could think of a witty comeback. Chapter 51. Jimmy Patel looked up as the door opened and the bell tinkled. It was 10 o'clock at night, which was about the time that the drunks started to turn up. The problem was that drunks were often the best customers. They wanted more booze or cigarettes or a snack, and generally they didn't quibble about the prices. They didn't usually steal, though. Not like the school kids who came in during the day. Jimmy's father had sellotaped a notice to the door saying that no more than 2 school kids were allowed in at the same time. But if Jimmy had his way, he wouldn't let any in. They had the morals of sewer rats and were just as cunning and quick. They'd shove a chocolate bar or a pack of sweets down their trousers and run out of the shop before he could do anything. Not that there was much he could do. He couldn't lay a hand on them, and they knew it, and the police weren't interested. The first few times he'd called 999, but the operators had said that it wasn't an emergency and that he should call the local policing team. But they almost never answered their phone, and when they did, they said that shoplifting was very low on their priorities. It might have been low on their priorities, but it was important to Jimmy and his family. Margins were tight, and his rent and rates were all going up faster than inflation, and every pound that walked out of the door represented food off his plate. Jimmy worked 12 hours a day, every day, but he doubted that he ended up with more than if he was on the dole claiming benefits like most of his customers. The man who walked into his shop wasn't on the dole, though. The stethoscope around his neck suggested he was a doctor, and by the look of it, a man who'd had a hard day. Jimmy Patel smiled at the customer. There had been a time when Jimmy had thought about becoming a doctor, but his father had persuaded him that he was needed in the shop. "All right," said Jimmy. The doctor grunted and walked down the centre aisle of the shop, looking left and right. "Can I help you find something?" called Jimmy, but the doctor ignored him. Jimmy looked over at the curved mirror on the wall near the ceiling that gave him a view of the part of the shop he couldn't see from behind the till. The doctor reached the end of the aisle and stood looking at the cleaning products. He bent down and took out an orange plastic bottle. He stared at the label for a few seconds, then turned and walked back to the till. Jimmy looked at the bottle the doctor was holding. Mr. Muscle Drain Cleaner. "Block drain?" asked Jimmy. "How much?" The doctor's voice was hard and lacked any emotion. He sounded as if he'd just come off a long shift. "You know what? You're better off with the bigger size," said Jimmy. "You get twice as much, but it's only 20p more. We're getting a deal at the wholesaler." He gestured at the bottle in the doctor's hand. "That's old stock. You're better off with a bigger one, seriously." The doctor looked at Jimmy blankly, nodded, and then went back down the aisle. He reappeared a few seconds later, holding the larger size. "There you go. That's much better," said Jimmy. The doctor tucked the bottle under his left arm and fumbled for his wallet. He handed over a £10 note. "Do you want a bag for that?" asked Jimmy. The doctor turned and headed for the door. "Hey, your change!" The bell tinkled as the door opened, and the doctor stepped out into the street. "Hey, mate! Don't forget your change!" shouted Jimmy. The door banged shut, and Jimmy cursed under his breath. He opened the till, put in the £10, and quickly counted out the change. He stepped out from behind the register and hurried over to the door. He pulled it open and looked down the street. The doctor was sitting on the pavement, his feet stretched out into the road. Jimmy opened his mouth, but before he could say anything, the doctor tilted back his head and began to drink from the orange bottle. Chapter 52. Harry Simpson was younger than Nightingale had expected. The voice on the phone had sounded like a man in his 40s, but the DI was barely out of his 20s, fresh-faced and a heavy mop of hair that he was forever flicking out of his eyes. He agreed to meet in the Magna Tandoori restaurant in the centre of the town, a short walk from the railway station. He was already there when Nightingale arrived, tucked away in a corner table. He stood up to shake hands, then looked cautiously over Nightingale's shoulder. "If anyone sees us, you're an old mate from London passing through." "Understood," said Nightingale. "I hope you do," said Simpson, sitting down. "I could get in real trouble talking to you." "Trust me. I'm not that happy about having to schlep all the way up here on the train, but I needed to talk to you." He had caught the 9 a.m. train from King's Cross Station and had arrived in Berwick just over 3.5 hours later. Nightingale took off his raincoat. A waiter reached to take it away, but Nightingale shook his head and put it over the back of his chair. "They'd put my balls in a vice if they found out I was talking to a private eye." "I just want to run a few things by you," said Nightingale. "I'm not looking for confidential information or anything that'll breach the Data Protection Act. I'd prefer to do it over the phone. What I've got to say, I thought you'd prefer it face-to-face. That way you know that nothing's being recorded." "I still don't know that." Nightingale held out his hand. "You're welcome to frisk me." Simpson grinned. "Don't be bloody stupid. What is it you wanted to tell me?" "I did a bit of work on the altar that you guys found in McBride's farm. I checked the prints on a couple of items, and they match McBride's prints." "That's hardly surprising, is it?" Another waiter came over. "Okay if I order?" asked Simpson. "I'm a regular." "Go ahead," said Nightingale. "I'm a big fan of Indian." "The chef's from Bangladesh, and he's a diamond," said Simpson. He ordered several dishes and rice and 2 Kingfisher beers. "Here's the thing," said Nightingale once the waiter was out of earshot. "I'm pretty sure that McBride has zero interest in Satanism. But the fact that his prints were on the altar means he must have set it up. Why would he do that?" "Because he was as mad as a hatter. The fact that he killed kids suggests that he wasn't right in the head, don't you think?" "He didn't shoot like a madman," said Nightingale. "What he did was very cold and clinical." "Sociopaths are cold and clinical." He frowned. "What do you mean you checked the prints?" "I took a couple of things from the altar and ran them through a lab. McBride's brother took me to the farm. You know, he topped himself." "You think he committed suicide? There was no note." "Suicides don't always leave notes," said Simpson. He stiffened. "How do you know there was no note?" "You don't want to know," said Nightingale. The detective leaned forward. "Actually, I do," he said.
"Let's just leave it that I know," said Nightingale. "Are you on the case?" "There is no case. It's a suicide. There'll be a post-mortem." "I was there when they cut the body down," said Simpson. "There's no confusion about cause of death." "He wasn't suicidal when I met him," said Nightingale. "Seemed happy enough, other than the fact that his brother had turned into a spree killer. Loved his family. And if he did have any money problems, the death of his brother would have taken care of them. Plus, he was driven to find out why his brother did what he did. None of that points to a man who would take his own life." "Maybe insanity runs in the family." Nightingale smiled thinly. "Now that's a glib statement, if ever I heard one. I don't think Danny McBride was mentally ill, and I've seen nothing to suggest that his brother was either. Other than his killing spree." Their lagers arrived. The waiter poured the contents into 2 glasses. "You might want to take a closer look at McBride's hanging," said Nightingale, after the waiter had gone. "But if Bernard Connolly's on the case, I'm guessing you won't get much from the post-mortem." Simpson frowned. "How do you know Connolly?" "He's the coroner's officer I spoke to. Not very helpful, I have to say." Simpson shook his head in amazement. "You haven't been here long, but you've certainly put yourself about," he said. "I wanted to ask about the post-mortems of the kids who died at the school, but you pretty much told me to mind me old beeswax." "You can understand why," said Simpson. "It's not like you're in the job. But why were you asking questions about the post-mortems?" "I wanted to know if there were signs of sexual abuse." Simpson's eyebrows shot skyward. "What? Where the hell did that come from?" "The kids that he shot were all from single-parent families." "So? Half of all marriages end in divorce these days." "I know that. But all the kids that were shot were missing a parent. Not half, not 3/4, all." "And you think McBride shot them because of that?" "I don't think the killings were random. He moved from classroom to classroom. He only shot the one teacher, Simon Etchells, the deputy headmaster. He could have shot other teachers, but he didn't. He could have shot at the cops, but he didn't. It looks to me that it was all planned and his targets were pre-selected." "And having decided to shoot specific children, he set out to make it look as if he was doing it because he was some sort of devil worshipper." "He was using that as a distraction, yes. And he must have had help because he didn't have internet access at his home. So someone else must have loaded the satanic stuff onto his computer." "This is making my head hurt, Nightingale. Just exactly what do you think is going on?" "At the moment, I'm not sure. That's why I'm here. I'm not sure what I've got into, but I was attacked last night." "Attacked?" "2 guys came at me in my flat. One of them was carrying a length of rope." "Rope?" "I think they were planning on hanging me." "What happened?" "I run like the wind, that's what happened." "And you think there's a connection with the waves you've been making up here?" "I think the rope is the clue." He fumbled in his raincoat pockets and pulled out a handful of printouts of pictures he'd taken of the men leaving his building. He gave them to Simpson, and the policeman studied them. He scratched his nose. "They're not very clear." "Yeah, well, I'm not a professional photographer, and they were moving fast." The policeman held up 2 photographs. The first ones Nightingale had taken as the 2 men came out of the bedroom. "Ski masks?" "Yeah." "They were coming at you with a knife, and you took their picture." "It was dark. I figured the flash would blind them, give me enough time to get out. It worked, as it happens." "And you think they were from Berwick?" He tried to hand the pictures back to Nightingale, but Nightingale shook his head. "Keep them," he said. "You might recognise someone down the line. I don't know if they're from here or not. They might be from London, but someone here could have paid them." "To what? To kill you? That's one hell of a stretch, isn't it?" "They were in my flat. They waited for me to come back, so it wasn't about robbery." He smiled ruefully. "Not that I had much to steal." "So why do you think they turned over your flat?" "Looking for the things they took from the altar, maybe. Or covering up for what they planned to do." "What do you mean?" They brought some rope with them. I figure I was going to join the list of suicides.
Nightingale shrugged.
I don't know. Maybe I'm getting paranoid in my old age. But just because I'm paranoid doesn't mean they're not out to get me.
2 waiters arrived with their food and they spread it out across the table. Chicken tikka masala, prawn dansak, lamb jalfrezi, aloo gobi and saag bhaji. Simpson folded the printouts and slipped them into his jacket pocket. Nightingale helped himself to rice and waited until the waiters had gone before continuing.
I need your help, Harry. The 2 cops I've spoken to up here haven't been helpful.
Who else did you speak to?
The guy who has McBride's computer, Colin Stevenson.
Simpson nodded.
Yeah, I know him.
Someone leaked the satanic website thing to the press, and I think it might have been him. You want to be careful throwing around allegations like that.
I'm not throwing allegations around. I'm just mentioning it to you. Like I said, McBride didn't have an internet connection at his house, which means that he couldn't have visited those websites. Stevenson says that he did, and the press got hold of the fact in double-quick time. I'm happy to be proved wrong, but it looks to me like Stevenson might have another agenda.
Like what?
Nightingale shrugged. I don't know. Seems to me there's a lot you don't know.
Simpson tore off a chunk of naan bread and dipped it into the dansak.
That's why I wanted to talk to you, said Nightingale. Stevenson and Connolly might be more forthcoming with you.
Do you want me to spy for you? That's not going to happen.
You're on the case, right? Don't you want to know what really happened? We know what happened. James McBride took his shotgun and killed 8 children and a teacher. Then he took his own life. But what if he was being used? What if there was someone behind him?
Behind him? What do you mean?
Someone put the satanic stuff on his computer. I think they did that to hide the real reason for the killings. I'd have thought that you might want to know what that reason was. Why are you so interested? Your client is dead, right?
He paid in advance, said Nightingale.
But this isn't about money. It's about getting at the truth.
Simpson sipped his lager slowly as he thought about what Nightingale had said.
What specifically do you want from me? He said, putting down his glass. I'd like to know if there was anything off about Etchells, the teacher that was killed.
Off in what way?
McBride shot him point blank in the playground. He didn't have to. If he'd made any sort of threatening gesture with the shotgun, Etchells would have folded. All McBride had to do was point the gun at him. He didn't need to pull the trigger. And when he went to the classrooms, he didn't shoot the teachers. He chose to kill Etchells, and I want to know why.
Simpson pulled a face. I haven't heard anything.
No, but you probably weren't looking. He was a victim, same as the pupils. You don't look at victims in the same way as you look at the perpetrator.
Okay, I can do that.
And I'd really like to know why Colin Stevenson has been so uncooperative.
Simpson's eyes narrowed. Are you suggesting he's bad? Because there's no way I'm getting dragged into a professional standards investigation.
Someone put that satanic stuff on McBride's hard drive and leaked it to the press. Whoever it was must have done it for a reason.
And you think it was Stevenson?
He's the only name I've got.
Simpson put down his fork.
If I get caught sniffing around a fellow cop, I could blow my career.
What sort of cop is he?
Close to retirement. He'll be gone in a couple of years. He's like a lot of old-school detectives. He's seen the job change, and it's not changed for the better. You know what it's like, right? We get shafted by the politicians, our pay and pensions are attacked, the CPS and the courts let us down every day of the week, and the public hates us. He shrugged. Welcome to the new millennium. I know it isn't easy being a copper. It never has been. But 8 kids died, and I want to know why.
Simpson nodded slowly.
Okay, I'll put out a few feelers, but I'm not promising anything.
That's cool.
And we're splitting this bill 50-50.
Which is also cool, said Nightingale.
2 more kingfishers.